Hey, what's up? It's cute what if? This side. Today we will be seeing what if Deku awakened Garou's power. Before we move ahead with the FIC, leave a like and subscribe to the channel for future what ifs like this. Garou had told Saitama that if anyone could master the power of God without taking God's hand, it would be him, and he showed the hero the technique to reverse time. God thundered that he was taking them back. Garou's body began to crystallize like salt, starting from his feet and rapidly spreading. Garou urged Saitama to concentrate as the sensation distracted him. Both of them imagined their own universes. Particles and antiparticles formed pairs under Garou's intense cosmic radiation. The antiparticles moved backward through time, and the two types of subatomic particles began to mirror each other's motions. In Saitama's case, when all of the subatomic particles that composed him synchronized in that way, the change would allow him to move through the time stream. Garou urged Saitama to go and defeat that ominous future as his own body fully transformed to salt and crumbled away. On that day, in that now-dead timeline, Garou the hero hunter made the ultimate sacrifice so that Saitama would prevent his ascension to cosmic fear. The act did not go unnoticed. Somewhere else, Garou awoke in a strange white void and leapt to his feet, taking a martial arts stance. He stared at the figure before him, a young man of about 20, wearing a traditional robe and performing a tea ceremony. Garou demanded to know who he was and where he was, accusing the figure of being God and threatening to fight. The man in the robe drank his tea before responding. He identified himself as God, explained that Garou was in a personal dimension rather than the one he knew, and said he preferred not to fight. Garou, frustrated, pointed out the contradiction. One moment he had been teaching a bald man to reverse time while turning to salt, and the next moment he was in this void with someone claiming to be a different version of the man who had been turning him to salt. God offered tea. Garou accepted with a grunt and found the tea pleasing, if not as refined as his master's. God rose and said he had brought Garou here to settle the matter. Garou asked why he had been taken, noting that killing people did not usually earn a visit to heaven. God acknowledged that in Garou's cosmic fear mode, his radiation had indirectly cost nearly 5 billion lives, and that Garou's actions with Saitama had reversed those deaths at the cost of his life. God admitted the final act was selfless and that he faced a dilemma. Garou's history as a hero hunter would normally earn a few centuries in purgatory, his actions as cosmic fear would send him to hell, and his last deed complicated matters. Garou asked whether he would be rewarded or punished. God explained that he had chosen a fourth option, reincarnation in a different time and place. Garou reacted with incredulity, scoffing at the idea of being sent to a fantasy world where he might gain some overpowered ability and build a harem while fighting a demon lord. God clarified that the plan was different. He intended to send Garou to an alternate Earth not ravaged by disasters and monsters, but populated by villains with unique abilities called quirks. Garou, feeling like he was being pranked, asked if God could be high. God deflected with a single absurd remark about asking a platypus, then said the details would be revealed after reincarnation. He offered Garou a final chance to make requests or finish unfinished business in his old world. Garou said he had one request. Back in the One Punch Man world, a boy named Tareo stirred as a distant voice called his name, and then a louder voice snapped at him to stand up. The boy jolted awake and, to his astonishment, saw his uncle looking almost transparent. The uncle smiled and mouthed a farewell before fading. Tareo ran after him, but found nothing and assumed he had been dreaming. He thought he heard voices in the distance and jogged toward the commotion. In God's void, Garou acknowledged that letting the boy see him one last time had been kind. God observed it the same way as they watched through a scrying mirror. Garou, quietly wishing the boy well, told God to get on with the reincarnation. God prepared to send him and reminded Garou of a few rules. The first rule was that Garou must not tell anyone about God or reincarnation to avoid creating another religion. God explained the rules rather exhaustively. He informed Garou that he must not create any religion for any reason. He added that Garou would not remember anything until he was at least 4 years old to give his brain time to mature and process memories. God then explained that Garou would be returned to a powerless state and would have to reattain his former level of strength on his own. However, abilities granted under the influence of the other god, such as unique cosmic knowledge, would not be restored. With that, God used divine power to send the hunter's soul across the omniverse. Nuzutafu Hospital, Japan. The MWF told Mrs. Midoriya that she had a healthy baby boy as she handed the newborn to the green-haired mother. Hizashi remarked that the baby had Inko's color and his curls, and Inko observed that the child had his father's eyes. The doctor asked whether they had a name ready. Hizashi and Inko had chosen a name after careful thought, and Inko revealed that they would call him Izuku. 4 years later, the 4-year-old Izuku protested that Katsuki should stop because another boy was crying. Katsuki, known to Izuku as Kaken, answered cruelly and pushed past him. The label quirkless, given to Izuku by a doctor 3 months earlier, had shadowed his life since then. His friend Katsuki had grown hostile, classmates avoided him, and adults paid him little attention. Even his mother could only apologize when he asked if he could still become a hero. He wanted to be a hero like All Might, to be strong and save people with a smile, but he thought it would take a miracle. No one had heard of a quirkless hero in over 200 years. When Izuku objected that it was wrong to hurt someone, especially with a quirk, Katsuki attacked. As Katsuki unleashed explosive power from his palm, Izuku braced for a beating, but a rush of memories flooded him. In those memories he was Garou. He had hunted heroes he perceived as bullies, fought monsters, befriended a child named Tareo, transformed into a far more powerful being, unintentionally caused harm in the past, once taught someone how to reverse time, met God, and then reincarnated. Most importantly, he had been a master of several martial arts, chief among them the water-stream rock-smashing fist. Izuku's hands moved by instinct and he redirected the attack, sending Katsuki reeling. Katsuki demanded what had happened, bewildered, while the child Izuku had been defending slipped away. Drawing on Garou's memories, Izuku refused to placate the bully and declared that he would use true strength to become a hero like All Might. The two boys scuffled until preschool teachers arrived and separated them, and the confrontation marked the beginning of something important for Izuku. Home, Midoriya apartment. The Midoriya apartment was modest, paid for by Izuku's father after a divorce. When Izuku came home, Inko asked why he had been fighting with Katsuki, having assumed they were friends. Izuku explained that he had intervened because Katsuki was bullying someone with his quirk. Inko worried that he could have been hurt and suggested safer ways to help people, like being a doctor or a policeman. Izuku insisted that he wanted to be a hero without a quirk, a symbol of hope for people like him and for those with weak quirks. He said he did not need to be the best, only someone who inspired hope. He recalled his previous life and the lack of maternal care he had known then. The only parental affection he remembered having had been from someone named Bang, and he hoped to do better this time. Inko was moved by her son's passion. His determination reminded her of her own childhood dreams of helping others, and she resolved to support him and do her best as a mother from that day forward. Inko warned her son that he would be at a disadvantage compared to everyone else, especially if he wanted to attend a premier hero school. From that day forward, Izuku's path was set. He would become a hero without a quirk and bring hope to others like him. Over the years, the Midoriya family changed. Inko, tired of relying on her ex-husband's small income, found work at the local library, earned a nursing degree in under 4 years, and secured a well-paying job at the hospital. With that stability, she bought a modest 2-bedroom house farther from the schools, which Izuku accepted. Inko also began exercising and dating again. Most relationships were brief, but some went well. When Izuku was 13, he accidentally walked in on his mother with a partner. She gave a brief explanation and they moved on. Izuku's training had begun in earnest. He trained every day. Between ages 4 and 8, he did basic exercises like push-ups, sit-ups, and squats. After the move, he focused on speed and stamina by running to school every day. From 9 to 13, he intensified his regimen, following a strict schedule modeled on methods he had used in a past life to build extraordinary strength. His mind had merged with memories from that life, creating a hybrid perspective. He retained his analytical kindness combined with blunt determination and intuitive aptitude. That maturity helped him handle awkward moments at home and stay focused on his goals. He trained body, mind, and technique, refining martial arts he remembered from his past life. He practiced styles such as the water-stream rock-smashing fist and the whirlwind iron-cutting fist in a nearby forest in secret to avoid harming anyone. He also joined many dojos to test his skills, sparring with a wide variety of opponents. After a match with a redhead whose quirk enlarged her hands, he accepted her contact information out of the courtesy his mother had taught him. Beyond combat, he relearned skills useful for hero work, reading opponents' intent, projecting a forceful presence, and advanced metabolic techniques that allowed for rapid recovery after exertion. These disciplines complemented his physical training and made him a more capable defender. School life improved as well. Although Bakugo's persistent animosity kept Izuku from making close friends, he had acquaintances and people to talk with, and his analytical mind made him a helpful resource for others preparing for hero careers. Izuku tried to mend his relationship with Bakugo, but the blonde consistently refused. Bakugo challenged Izuku almost daily to fights. Izuku won repeatedly thanks to superior technique, strength, and experience. Things worsened at Aldra Middle School, where teachers seemed to excuse Bakugo and blame Izuku. To protect himself, Izuku began wearing a tiny camera to document incidents of self-defense. He left Aldra at 15, but Kariba High School proved worse: open favoritism toward students with strong quirks and disdain for the quirkless. By the second week, Izuku had had enough. He broke into the school's files, discovered evidence of neglect and abuse, anonymously handed the records to the police, and the school was shut down with staff held accountable. He and many other students transferred to Ryloth High School, where he settled. In his final week at Ryloth High, Izuku reflected on years of steady progress and continuing challenges. The teacher dropped a massive stack of application forms onto his desk and reminded the class that it was their last week and they needed to take university and college applications seriously. A murmur of conversation rose among the students about who might get into a hero school. Bakugo responded by burning his application with his quirk and loudly proclaimed that he was destined for greatness and had already aced the mock exams for UA, drawing groans and eye rolls. The teacher muttered to himself that it was just one more week. Another student told Bakugo that having an above-average quirk did not guarantee destiny. The group began debating how long Bakugo would last at UA given his attitude. Then one student mentioned that Midoriya was also planning to apply to UA. The room fell silent, and Bakugo exploded in anger, yelling Deku. Despite Bakugo's outburst, everyone in the room understood the truth. Izuku was strong, very strong, impossibly strong. Izuku had a reputation for strength of both body and character, and for repeatedly besting the martial arts club. Still, Bakugo wanted to pick a fight to soothe his fragile ego. The teacher ordered Bakugo to sit down and be quiet or face detention for the rest of his time at the school, and Bakugo grumbled but complied. After classes, Bakugo blocked Izuku's way and growled that he better not be applying to UA. Izuku replied wearily that he was tired of Bakugo's antics and asked why Bakugo was trying so hard to become a hero instead of turning to darker ways. Bakugo insisted that heroes always win and declared that becoming a hero would suit him. Izuku shot back sarcastically that he had defeated Bakugo many times, which only made Bakugo more venomous, calling Izuku a quirkless reject and demanding that he not go to UA. Izuku said he was not going to apply to UA, and when Bakugo sneered that he would obviously get in, Izuku simply said he was confident his acceptance was guaranteed and slipped past him. Walking home, Izuku's mind wandered over simple pleasures and the oddities of his life until his instincts flared. An eerie aura rose from a nearby manhole cover, and the cover burst open as a mass of sludge with eyes and teeth shot into the air. The creature announced its intent to possess him and lunged with writhing tendrils. Izuku's perception slowed. He assessed the threat as low-level, similar to the sludge jellyfish from his previous life. When the tendrils reached him, Izuku used water-stream rock-smashing fists to deflect them. The creature continued to lash out, insisting it would take him, but Izuku responded with exploding heart release. Each strike produced shockwaves that disrupted the sludge's form, scattering its cohesion and forcing it to retreat. The whole encounter resolved in less than 30 seconds, leaving only puddles where the creature had been. Soon after, another figure emerged from the manhole. All Might strode up and initially praised Izuku for handling the situation, then warned that using quirks on others without a license was illegal. Izuku explained that he did not have a quirk, which surprised All Might. The hero quickly assessed the scene, produced bottles from his pocket, and secured the remnants of the creature. All Might prepared to lift off, but when he jumped he barely cleared a few feet because Izuku had caught him mid-leap and held him steady. All Might probed whether Izuku was truly quirkless given his strength and was told that Tess had shown no quirk at all. Izuku asked whether it was possible to be a hero without a quirk. All Might began to answer by describing his own experience, then suddenly coughed violently and looked visibly weakened. Izuku took a defensive stance and suspected an imposter, but All Might clarified that his true name was Toshinori Yagi and that a villain 5 years earlier had badly injured him, leaving him weakened. All Might admitted that, in his opinion, it was unrealistic and dangerous for someone without a quirk to become a hero. Izuku said nothing, a shadow crossing his face. All Might apologized and tried to explain that his reluctance came from not wanting people to get hurt. In response, Izuku delivered a quick, blunt punch and then walked away. All Might accepted the blow and reflected that perhaps he deserved it. Reaching for the bottles he had used to secure the creature, he discovered they were empty and cursed under his breath. Yagi watched from an alley and realized he had made a serious mistake. On the main road, Izuku was in a foul mood. He had heard the same arguments before about needing a quirk to be a hero, and it stung more because the words had come from someone he admired. As he brooded, an explosion in the distance cut through the air, followed by commotion. He ran toward it. The scene shocked him. A sludge villain was wreaking havoc in the streets and somehow causing explosions. As Izuku drew closer he saw what was causing them. Katsuki Bakugo, tears in his eyes, desperately firing blasts that only made the situation worse and kept the heroes from acting effectively. Izuku observed the heroes present. Backdraft putting out fires and Death Arms, Kamui Woods, and a newcomer whom he believed to be empty ladies standing aside, doing little. Death Arms, frantic, explained that his quirk was useless in this situation and that they had to wait for someone whose quirk could counter the villain. The inaction angered Izuku. He stepped forward, perhaps to feel better afterward. Izuku handed his backpack to Death Arms and called him a cosplayer, asking him to hold it. A sudden sonic boom cut Death Arms off. Izuku moved toward the sludge villain with determination. The villain had absorbed so much raw sewage that he had grown larger than before, but that did not deter Izuku. He punched through the villain's mass and delivered a decisive kick, freeing Bakugo. Izuku placed Bakugo in Death Arms' care and turned back toward the villain, which had begun launching tendrils. The attacks barely seemed to affect Izuku. He quickly overwhelmed and defeated the villain. The whole incident took less than a minute. The crowd and the heroes were stunned, and the crowd began to cheer for Izuku. The heroes did not view his actions as heroic, however. Death Arms scolded Izuku, saying it had been reckless and that he could have been killed. Izuku replied that when he saw no heroes ready to save Bakugo, he had decided to act himself, which drew approval from the crowd. Empty Lady took offense, asserting that they were the heroes and that their status should be obvious. Izuku, annoyed, told them he had mistaken them for cosplayers because they had been standing around doing nothing. Kamui Woods attempted to salvage the situation by explaining that their quirks did not match this particular threat and that sometimes heroes had to accept limits. Izuku challenged them, asking about regeneration and arguing that being a hero should mean risking life and limb for others. He accused them of shirking responsibility and relying on theatrics and crude one-liners instead of doing the hard work. The crowd sided with him, booing the three heroes, and someone even began hurling fresh groceries at them. In the ensuing commotion, Izuku slipped away and walked home in a better mood than he had been earlier. His actions had not only impressed the crowd but had also been witnessed by a certain blonde hero. At the Midoriya household, Izuku woke early to get his morning exercise done. His mother cooked breakfast, and he ate quickly. Just before he left for the entrance exam, his mother, Inko, hugged him and told him she was proud. Izuku thanked her and acknowledged her belief in him, having long since forgiven an old apology from when he was 4. He set off for UA on foot, covering the whole 10 kilometers. At the UA gate, Izuku arrived in a cloud of dust and came to an abrupt stop. He looked up at the imposing gate and took in the atmosphere he would be immersed in for the next several years. The moment was interrupted by Bakugo, who demanded that Izuku get out of the way and insulted him. Izuku pointed out that the path was wide enough and that he had no obligation to move. Bakugo ignored him and pushed past. As Izuku walked, a girl with brown hair and a round face hurried by and tripped on a trap tile. With a quick motion, Izuku caught her before she fell. He asked if she was all right, and she replied that she had tripped and thanked him, blushing. She asked if he had a speed-related quirk because of how quickly he had reacted. Izuku explained that he was quirkless. She asked why he was applying to UA, and Izuku, confident, said he was strong and that she would see for herself. He suggested they hurry so they would not be late and asked her name. She introduced herself as Achiko Uraraka. Izuku introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya in a polite manner. Achiko blushed again at his courtesy. Inside the test room, the initial written exam proved easy, especially for Izuku. His intuitive aptitude allowed him to grasp most subjects quickly, and that, combined with his natural heroic and tactical instincts, made answering questions a doddle. Afterward, the applicants were led into a massive auditorium where the voice hero Present Mike walked out to greet them. While the hero teacher was explaining the practical exam, a blue-haired boy in glasses across the room from Izuku interrupted. The boy demanded to know why Mike had mentioned only 3 villain robots when the leaflet listed 4 and even accused the school of negligence. He then turned to Izuku and told him to stop mumbling, a habit Izuku had picked up over the years. Izuku immediately told the boy to be quiet, arguing that the interruption was the real distraction and that Mike would have explained the 4th robot if not for him. Present Mike intervened before things escalated and clarified the 4th robot, the zero-pointer. After the seminar on what to do and what not to do, the students were sent to lockers to change into their battle attire. Izuku chose something familiar from his old life, a black skin-tight shirt, white baggy trousers, and martial arts flats. Once changing was finished, the students were split into groups and sent to different zones, presumably to prevent familiarity-based teamwork. As Izuku stood patiently, he recognized Uraraka a few meters away and noticed she looked nervous. He decided to walk over to help. On his way, the blue-haired student tried to grab him, but Izuku released a brief burst of intense focus that made the boy recoil in fear and stumble back. Izuku approached Uraraka with a warm smile and asked if she was all right. Uraraka, blushing slightly, said she was just a bit nervous. Izuku offered to help by teaching her a mantra for relaxation, and she gratefully accepted. The socializing ended when Present Mike reappeared to announce that the exam would begin soon. The massive doors to the mock city opened like gates to a daunting arena. Present Mike called for everyone to start immediately, explaining there were no countdowns in life. Izuku launched forward like a rocket, leaving the others momentarily confused before they followed. In the teacher's viewing gallery, a man in a red suit observed that the applicant pool looked promising. A woman in a skin-tight catsuit commented on the vigor of the youths, and a man with a skull-like mask cautioned that quantity meant nothing if quality was lacking. A man in a gas mask pointed to Site 4, excitedly noting that the robots there were being overwhelmed. All the teachers turned their attention to the screen and were stunned. Izuku Midoriya from Ryloth High School, a top student who had trained at numerous dojos and was quirkless, moved through the test site with astonishing skill. He caught the shots from a 2-pointer and redirected them so the robot staggered and malfunctioned. When a 3-pointer fired missiles, he deflected them into other machines, causing chain reactions that disabled them. He then closed in and overpowered the robot, rendering it inactive without graphic detail. The teachers exchanged impressed looks. The skull-masked man explained Izuku's background, prompting surprised double takes. A chimera-like teacher recalled a sludge villain incident and wondered if those skills would hold up against their trump card. A disheveled-looking man pushed a large red button. On the testing site, Izuku relished the chance to fully unleash his strength without restraint. He used his whirlwind iron cutting fist technique to slice through and disable the robots in swift, stylized fashion. Suddenly the ground rumbled and a building began to collapse. When the smoke cleared, the zero-pointer stood revealed massive and imposing, measured at a higher threat level than the other machines. Its size reminded Izuku of a monster he had once faced, and he wondered what had become of that foe. Mike had advised that the zero-pointer was best avoided, and Izuku had planned to heed that given his accumulated points. Then a familiar voice cried out for help. Izuku turned to see Uraraka pinned under a large slab of concrete. He rushed to her aid. As he smashed the concrete with one hand to free her, Izuku remarked that they really needed to stop meeting like this. Uraraka thanked him and tried to get up but stumbled, saying she thought she had sprained her ankle. Izuku decided to carry her out of danger and handed her to another student, asking them to keep her safe. When Uraraka asked what he was going to do next, Izuku said he was going to prove he belonged at UA. He rushed toward the massive mechanical threat and prepared one of his ultimate techniques. He unleashed a powerful uppercut that struck with dramatic force, sending the zero-pointer crashing and leaving it deactivated in a spectacular, non-graphic display. In the viewing gallery, the teachers were stunned that a quirkless applicant had neutralized the zero-pointer with an uppercut. The chimera-like teacher remarked that the year was shaping up to be very interesting, and the other teachers discussed what they had just witnessed. After the alarm announced the end of the test, Izuku went to check on Uraraka. Recovery Girl was examining her, and she then asked Izuku if he had been injured. Izuku affirmed that he was unharmed. He then saw that Uraraka had passed out and decided to stay a while to help her. He knew from experience that waking up in strange places could be disorienting. By the time Uraraka woke up it was past 3 in the afternoon. Uraraka thanked Izuku for saving her, and Izuku accepted the thanks and offered to walk her home if she wanted. Blushing at the request, Uraraka explained that she was living alone in an apartment close to UA while her parents were in Mia. In response, Izuku offered her dinner if she wanted company. She blushed more and politely declined, and Izuku left the offer standing. Midoriya household. When Izuku got home he told his mother about his experience and the exam. His mother was extremely proud and talked happily about Uraraka for a long time. After that they cooked dinner together and celebrated. 3 weeks later, after nearly a month of waiting, the letter finally arrived. Izuku was relaxing in his room playing on his Switch when his mother burst in waving a letter. Inko announced excitedly that Izuku's letter from UA had arrived. Izuku grabbed the letter and opened it. A small hollow emitter fell out and he turned it on with some trepidation. The recording introduced Shoyuda Aizawa as 1A's homeroom teacher and informed Izuku that he had passed the exams required to enter the hero course. The recording stated that Izuku had scored 98% on the written test, which placed him in general education, but his physical exam scores had earned him a place in the hero course as well. The message explained the unusual scoring terms with a dry tone and then welcomed him to UA. Izuku had gotten in. Inko immediately hugged her son and they both cried tears of joy. First day. On the first day, Izuku took the next big step toward his dream of becoming a symbol of hope. His mother finished adjusting his tie for him, and Inko stood back and admired her son, telling him he looked great. Izuku thanked his mother and they embraced. After Inko reviewed everything Izuku needed and he double-checked his supplies, he left for his first day at UA on foot. When Izuku arrived at the gates of UA, he realized he did not know where Class 1A was. He wandered the hallways looking for someone to ask when a familiar, energetic voice called out and a hand rested on his shoulder. Present Mike asked if he was lost, and Izuku admitted that he was looking for 1A. Present Mike agreed to guide him. Izuku followed, but he was preoccupied checking his uniform and did not notice that they were no longer in the lecture room section. They were now in front of the dean's office. Izuku wondered if he was in trouble, trying to remember if he had done anything wrong. Present Mike reassured him that the dean wanted to confirm a few oddities about him and opened the door. The dean's office was modest but clearly expensive. Recovery Girl sat on one of the sofas and a small, unusual animal was at the main desk. The dean introduced himself as Nizu and explained that he was the dean of UA, making a light-hearted comment about his appearance. Izuku asked why he had been summoned, and Nizu explained that it was about his unique abilities. Izuku understood that the conversation concerned the quirkless label on his application and offered that his medical records already contained extensive tests. Nizu asked recovery girl to take a blood sample for thoroughness, and Izuku allowed the university nurse to draw some blood. With the test complete, Nizu had Present Mike escort Izuku to his homeroom. 1A classroom. Present Mike did escort Izuku to the correct classroom this time, and as soon as he entered he felt nervous. A student reprimanded someone for disrespectfully putting their feet on a desk, directing the comment at a fiery blonde classmate. The blonde shot back with an angry retort. Izuku was about to say something when a pink-haired girl with a cheerful presence announced that he was the new record holder, drawing the class's attention. A boy with blue hair approached and introduced himself as Tenya Ida, apologizing for his earlier behavior and performing a respectful bow. Bakugo continued to simmer with resentment. A familiar voice from behind greeted Izuku as Uraraka, who had also made it into UA, and they exchanged polite recognition. As the two talked, other students speculated about Izuku's record-breaking entrance exam performance and compared it to old records. Some classmates questioned whether anything untoward had happened, while others defended the process. A girl with raven black hair urged calmer discussion and asked how anyone could cheat on the entrance exam. A boy with blonde hair and a black streak asked a question from the back of the classroom. Bakugo exploded in anger and shouted that Deku was completely quirkless, which made the entire class stare. A black-haired girl asked incredulously who Deku was, clearly uncomfortable with the idea of being in a room with a quirk user. Izuku stepped forward and explained that Deku was the name he was called and that it meant useless because he was quirkless, deciding there was no reason to lie since they would find out sooner or later. The red-haired boy muttered under his breath, commenting on how Izuku had achieved something despite having no quirk. Before the conversation could continue, Izuku sensed someone moving behind him. A man who smelled of cheap coffee and carried a sleeping bag rose and announced his presence, telling the students that if they were there to make friends or enemies they should leave now. Izuku asked who he was. The man identified himself as Aizawa and said he was their homeroom teacher, then opened a desk to reveal sports uniforms and instructed everyone to put them on and meet him outside on the testing field. Izuku questioned how they could know he was telling the truth. Aizawa answered that he was their teacher and had appeared in the university's hollow emitter messages. Izuku pointed out that Aizawa looked less like a hero teacher and more like a homeless person, which irritated Aizawa and sent the rest of the class toward Izuku's side. Aizawa asked why Izuku was asking so many questions, and Izuku replied by asking why Aizawa smelled as if he had not showered in a long time. Aizawa cut the exchange short and told them they could either waste time or move on, then left for the testing area. In the changing area, a shirt boy with purple ball on his head asked what to do next. A girl with frog-like features warned that the situation could be a trap. Izuku decided they should proceed anyway, picked up his sports uniform, and followed the others out. At the testing area, about 15 minutes later, the class stood in their sports uniforms. Aizawa explained that they would perform the standard fitness tests required by the government, but this time they would also use their quirks. Seeing confused looks, Aizawa asked for a volunteer to demonstrate. Bakugo stepped forward confidently, brushing past Ida and the red-haired student who had raised their hands. Aizawa asked how far Bakugo had thrown in middle school. Bakugo answered proudly that he had thrown 67 meters, and Aizawa told him to throw now using his quirk, warning him to stay inside the marked circle. Izuku told everyone to cover their ears, and Bakugo unleashed a massive explosion that sent the ball flying out of sight in a dramatic anime-style blast. Aizawa held up a device that measured the distance and showed that Bakugo had thrown the ball over 700 meters. The class buzzed with excitement at the freedom to use quirks, but Aizawa's expression hardened and he warned that he had the authority to expel the worst students, which immediately put everyone on edge except Izuku. Izuku questioned Aizawa's right to expel them after knowing them for less than an hour. Aizawa said his right came from being their teacher and a pro hero, and that anyone who did not go all out could be moved to general education or expelled. Izuku bluntly accused Aizawa of wanting to get the testing over with so he could return to his sleeping bag and avoid extra effort, and then called him Eraserhead, revealing his hero identity. Aizawa, now clearly irritated, announced that everyone would do the tests twice, once using their quirks and once without. Izuku agreed and the test began. In the 50-meter dash, Izuku posted the fastest time, completing the dash in an astonishingly quick mark both with and without a quirk. Ida came in second. On the grip strength test, Izuku gripped the machine to its maximum, careful not to break it, and finished first. A six-armed boy named Shoji placed second with an impressive strength measurement. For the standing long jump, Izuku cleared the entire sandbox with ease. The frog-featured girl, Tsu, came in second as she also cleared the sandpit. During repeated sidesteps, Izuku moved so quickly that he left after images, taking first. Mineta, the boy with the purple ball on his head, used his ball as bouncy supports and managed to earn second place. In the endurance run, Izuku kept running without showing significant fatigue. The mature black-haired girl Yaoyorozu used a solar-powered scooter to come in second. Izuku completed the seated toe touch by folding his body with apparent ease, and the pink-haired Mina took second thanks to her flexibility. During sit-ups, Izuku dominated, moving steadily for the entire allotted time. Bakugo finished second through sheer willpower but remained overshadowed. For the ball throw, everyone else completed their attempts twice before Izuku stepped forward. As he prepared to throw, something wrapped around his throwing arm. He looked toward Aizawa and unwrapped the restraint. The class watched in bewilderment as Izuku explained that although his official application listed him as quirkless, he had spent years training to gain strength, believing that morals alone would not be enough to become a hero. After that brief explanation, Izuku asked if he could throw. Aizawa gave a curt nod. Izuku launched the softball with all his might in a dramatic, high-energy motion that shattered the sound barrier. Aizawa checked his tablet and recorded the result at an astonishing distance of 11,000 kilometers. Aizawa informed the class that he would bring up the whole list and that it was not worth going over each individual score. He clicked the device in his hand and a hologram appeared, listing the names from 1st to 20th place. The hologram displayed the quirk assessment ranks in order: Midoriya Izuku, Yaoyorozu Momo, Todoroki Shoto, Bakugo Katsuki, Ida Tenya, Tokoyami Fumikage, Shoji Mizo, Kirishima Ijiro, Ojiro Mashireo, Ashido Mina, Uraraka Achiko, Koda Koji, Sato Rikido, Azui Tsu, Aoyama Yuga, Shiro Hanta, Kaminari Denki, Jiro Kyuka, Hagakure Toru, Mineta Minoru. Aizawa then explained that the whole expulsion thing had been a lie and that everyone was dismissed except for Midoriya. Midoriya asked if Aizawa needed something, and Aizawa asked whether Midoriya was really quirkless or if this was some kind of joke. Midoriya responded that it did not matter, he had come first in every test, and whether or not he had a quirk was a moot point now. He challenged Aizawa by asking whether the teacher would expel him if he actually had a quirk. Aizawa said he would not expel Midoriya for having a quirk, but that he could expel him for holding back during assessments. Midoriya pointed out that breaking equipment and disheartening classmates would be illogical and that holding back made more sense. Aizawa admitted that he found another approach more logical. He challenged Midoriya to a spar, accept the challenge or lose and be expelled. Midoriya accepted and asked about rules. Aizawa set the rule as a simple first to surrender. Both took combat stances. Aizawa gave the signal and the spar began. The match quickly made it clear that Midoriya far outmatched his teacher in strength, speed, and technique. Midoriya used impressive control and composure, at one point using only one arm to fend off Aizawa. Aizawa found his usual strategy of erasing quirks ineffective and realized his physical condition was not enough in this situation. Midoriya maneuvered past Aizawa's defense and used a swift sequence of throws and kicks in fast, precise movements that echoed the dynamic choreography of an action anime. Aizawa was swept across the field but tried to recover. Midoriya closed the distance and brought another controlled strike that shook the ground. Just before the exchange could escalate further, Aizawa surrendered. Aizawa then acknowledged to the class that he had not gone easy on Midoriya and that there had been no holding back. Midoriya had simply outclassed him. He reminded the students that they were dismissed and told them to pick up their information packets from the homeroom. As the students began to leave, Aizawa apologized to Midoriya for calling him out earlier and explained that he had wanted to make sure Midoriya understood what being a hero entailed. Midoriya, in turn, apologized for calling Aizawa lazy and explained that he had wanted to ensure the teacher was willing to put effort into training them. Aizawa admitted, with a somber tone, that from what he had seen he could not teach Midoriya much, and Midoriya smiled and replied that they would see, addressing Aizawa as sensei. As Aizawa walked past some bushes, he thought that he had a real problem child on his hands this year. A voice from the bushes called out, teasing that Aizawa had lied about expelling the class, asking if he was going soft and questioning the purpose of the challenge with Midoriya. All Might stepped into view and asked Aizawa what had happened. Aizawa explained that he had wanted to confirm that Midoriya was quirkless and that he had done so in his own way. He described Midoriya as having no quirk but possessing remarkable strength and skill, enough to have likely bruised a few ribs. All Might decided he needed to speak with Midoriya. At the UA gate, after picking up their information packets, the students gathered and waited to talk with the class anomaly. Midoriya learned his classmates' names and reiterated that he was indeed quirkless. He and his new friends began talking about life and eventually agreed to go out to eat to celebrate their first day together, though Bakugo declined for obvious reasons and Todoroki walked away without comment. Bakugo, pride wounded by the results of the assessments, resolved to work harder. He had placed fourth and was determined to prove himself and earn the respect he believed he deserved. After an exhausting first day, Class 1A had little energy the next morning. Lecture after lecture felt endless, and they struggled through a long series of lessons that left them feeling as if they were in a kind of purgatory. It was not until their last PRD that something changed. In homeroom, while everyone was recovering from a lecture on the historical significance of comic book heroes on the modern hero and trying not to disturb Aizawa, who was asleep, a sudden exclamation caught their attention. Jiro reacted in surprise, and others perked up as they heard someone making a grand entrance. The door burst open and All Might filled the doorway, announcing his presence in a larger-than-life manner and declaring that he was there to teach foundational heroics. The classroom reacted with a mixture of excitement and apprehension as All Might revealed that he would be taking the class for that subject. All Might warned the class that they would be pushed to their limits to learn the basics of being a hero. He explained that the course would meet after lunch every day, sometimes with only him and other times with another teacher assisting, and that it had the most units per semester. The blonde man held up a card that read combat training, which made a certain explosive-haired student perk up with a toothy grin. All Might then revealed a small remote and pressed a button. Several panels opened on the far wall, each containing 5 metal cases labeled to match the students' seating numbers. The class erupted in excited noise when they saw the costumes. All Might joked that while clothes make the man, in this case the costume makes the hero, and he chuckled as Izuku remembered old rumors from his previous world about Watchdog Man and his never-removing dog costume. All Might instructed the students to don their heroic outfits and meet him at Gamma Field, then vanished in a blur. The students collected their gear and headed for the changing rooms. Gamma Field. Izuku arrived first at the observation room and immediately felt the awkward tension with his teacher. All Might was the only other person there and tried to break the silence by remarking that it was good Izuku had made it into UA. Izuku did not respond. All Might then admitted he wanted to talk after the class about what he had said earlier and hoped to make things right between them. Izuku agreed, which made the hero smile. The rest of the class soon entered in costumes tailored to their quirks. Most outfits prioritized mobility and the abilities they were designed for, though several lacked significant protective gear or field supplies. Izuku noted mentally that he would need to take plenty of notes. All Might explain the exercise. 2 versus 2 matches between a villain team holed up in a mock building guarding a simulated nuclear device and a hero team starting outside. Both teams would have 10 minutes to devise a strategy. Matches would end when one side was defeated or when the heroes managed to touch the device. Sun asked how teams would be decided, and All Might said names would be drawn. Ida questioned why selection was random rather than assigned. Izuku answered that heroes do not always get to choose their allies, and Ida accepted the explanation and apologized for interrupting. The name polls began. When Achiko Uraraka was paired with Izuku, she beamed at him and he returned her smile. When Bakugo was paired with Ida, he smiled with his usual fierce intensity, already imagining aggressive strategies. Izuku noticed that grin and felt a familiar resolve to prove himself in combat. Training grounds. Achiko asked Izuku if he had a plan as the two studied the map of the villain base. Izuku explained that Bakugo had held a grudge and often challenged him, so Bakugo would likely focus exclusively on him. The plan was for Bakugo's tunnel vision to open a path for Hachiko to slip past and locate Ida with the device. Izuku would engage Bakugo and then return to support her. Hachiko agreed enthusiastically. Izuku asked if Hachiko's heeled boots were comfortable. She admitted they were not her favorite, though the rest of the costume fit well, and Izuku filed that away mentally for later. They prepared to enter with 30 seconds remaining. Once inside, Izuku immediately sensed Bakugo's explosions. He estimated Bakugo would intercept them after 3 flights of stairs and relayed this information to Hachiko. As they turned a corner, an explosive blast rocked the corridor and Bakugo suddenly appeared. Izuku had predicted the attack and moved both of them out of the way in time, so the initial assault missed. Bakugo taunted that Izuku should not dodge and demanded he take the hits he deserved. Izuku remained silent and signaled for Hachiko to circle around and find Ida while he kept Bakugo occupied, exploiting Bakugo's predictable aggression to let Hachiko slip past undetected. Bakugo warned that he would not go so far as to have the match called off, but that he would make sure Izuku felt it. Izuku replied calmly that Bakugo had rarely managed to beat him in the past, baiting him. Bakugo shouted in anger and launched himself at Izuku with a barrage of explosions. He tried a feint to attack from behind, but Izuku anticipated the move and dodged cleanly. Bakugo responded with a full frontal assault, detonating larger explosions that filled the corridor. The scene became a whirlwind of light and shockwaves, presented like a high-energy anime clash rather than anything else. As the smoke and dust settled, it became clear that Izuku was unharmed and already in the midst of his counter. Izuku used a variant of his water-stream rock-smashing fist to gather the energy of Bakugo's explosions into a vortex around his fist. He moved faster than the eye could follow and struck Bakugo with that redirected force. Bakugo crashed into a stone pillar but managed to recover and stand, visibly injured. Izuku taunted that he had clearly overestimated Bakugo's quirk if that was the best attack he had. Bakugo answered that Izuku had not seen anything yet and launched into another assault. Meanwhile, on the observation deck, the class watched the fight in stunned silence. Ojiro wondered what kind of martial arts those were, calling them insane. Kirishima said they looked incredibly manly. Mineta asked, terrified, how Midoriya could cut things without touching them and questioned whether he could truly be quirkless. Momo Yaoyorozu analyzed that the space around Midoriya appeared to warp and suggested he was using the speed of his wrist rotation to bend the wind into a razor-sharp spiral. She resolved to ask Midoriya about it later. All Might watched with a mixture of awe and regret, thinking that with this technique combined with One for All, very little could stop Midoriya. He chastised himself for past mistakes and hoped Midoriya would forgive him. Todoroki studied the match and noted that while Midoriya's techniques were unfamiliar and impressive, his own ice should be able to counter them. Back on the training grounds, Bakugo laughed and claimed he had won. Izuku pointed out that Bakugo had not landed a decisive hit, that his eye was swollen and he was hurt, and that the overall result favored Midoriya. Bakugo accused Izuku of stalking him and said he already understood the purpose of the gauntlets, to store explosive sweat for larger attacks. Izuku confirmed that conclusion, which only angered Bakugo more. Bakugo shouted insults and prepared to fire his right gauntlet. All Might warned over the intercom that the attack might be lethal, but Bakugo showed no hesitation. Hachiko Uraraka reported over the comms that she had located Tenya Ida 3 floors up in the east corner but had been spotted. Izuku instructed her to keep him there and get clear, saying he was sending a payload. As Bakugo aimed the gauntlet, Izuku suddenly crouched in front of him. In the panic of realizing how close the blast would be, Bakugo mis-aimed and detonated the gauntlet. A tremendous explosion erupted, and Izuku mustered his strength and skill to parry and redirect its momentum back toward Bakugo. The redirected blast sent Bakugo tumbling through 3 floors and into the bomb room, leaving him unconscious and alarming both Uraraka and Ida. Uraraka recovered quickly but was on the far side of the room from the bomb. She chose to risk everything and sprinted toward it. Ida moved to intercept, but a wave of panic like the fear he had once felt when speaking to Midoriya at the entrance exam caused him to falter, allowing Uraraka to slip past and reach the bomb. All Might announced over the intercom that the hero team had won. When the teams returned to the observation deck, everyone congratulated them. Bakugo was taken to medical and absent from the celebrations. Momo Yaoyorozu raised her hand to name Midoriya the match MVP, explaining that he had devised the plan, held Bakugo off, and created the opening that allowed Uraraka to win. No one challenged her assessment. Mina asked what kind of martial arts Midoriya had used, and Kirishima echoed the question with enthusiasm. Izuku put on a smug hero expression and identified the techniques as his Water Stream Rock Smashing Fist and Whirlwind Iron Cutting Fist. Jiro commented that those were the best names she had ever heard, and the class agreed. When Momo asked how they worked, Midoriya first called it a secret. When the class protested, he told them that anyone curious should meet him after the exercise to learn more, offering an ominous smile that drew groans and good-natured boos. The next match paired Todoroki and Shoji against Ojiro and Hagakure. During the match, Izuku produced a notebook as if from thin air. When asked, he insisted it had been on his person the whole time. The matches began with Todoroki freezing the building and securing an immediate victory, a move that drew harsh criticism afterward but did not seem to concern him. The remaining matches proceeded smoothly, and the exercise concluded with the class dismissed. Afterward, All Might departed at incredible speed. Izuku told his classmates that he had something to do and that if they wanted to learn about his martial arts they should wait for him at the main gate. All Might's office. After changing back into his university uniform, Izuku made his way to All Might's office with help from Cementos. When he entered, he saw All Might seated at a desk. The room was Spartan, a sign that the hero had only recently become a teacher. The only thing that clearly belonged to him was a photograph of All Might in his first costume. All Might erupted in steam, reverting to his true, thinner form, and asked Izuku to close the door because he had something important to discuss. He began to cough, and Izuku checked if he was all right. All Might told Izuku that he was not so spry as he once had been, but that his failing health was not the main reason for the meeting. He wanted to apologize for what he had said by the outflow pipe. Then All Might rose, prostrated himself before Izuku, and offered a sincere apology for having been short-sighted and hypocritical. He explained that he did not expect forgiveness but wanted Izuku to know he was truly sorry. The situation stunned Izuku. The number one hero and symbol of peace was bowing before him and asking for forgiveness. When Izuku asked him to stand, worried about what the press would think, All Might smiled and joked that the reporters might assume Izuku was his son. When Izuku pressed him about why he had called his earlier words hypocritical, All Might Yagi began to tell a story of two brothers from the dawn of quirks. He said the younger brother had been born powerless while the older brother possessed a terrifying ability to steal and bestow quirks. That older brother became a crime lord and took the name All for One. The younger brother opposed him but had no power to truly fight back. In pity, the older brother gave the younger a stockpiled power that merged with the younger brother's own hidden transferability, creating a new quirk called One for All, which had the purpose of stopping All for One. Yagi explained that it took many generations of heroes, nearly 2 centuries, and the sacrifices of many to finally end All for One's reign. In the end, All Might himself had defeated All for One in a climactic, desperate battle that stopped the villain but left All Might gravely injured and permanently weakened. Izuku listened, floored by the scale of what Yagi described and the cost it had exacted. Realizing why All Might had slowed down, Izuku remarked that the hero's body could not withstand One for All for long. Yagi confirmed this and said that, even though All for One was gone, there would always be those who sought power to harm others. For that reason, Yagi had begun looking for a successor. Yagi admitted that he had once been quirkless before his master offered him One for All, and he should have taken a chance with Izuku when they had met instead of letting fear rule him. He explained that he wanted Izuku to inherit the power because of Izuku's skill and exceptional physical strength, and with One for All Izuku would surpass him quickly. Izuku felt honored but declined. He explained that he planned to become a symbol of hope for people born without quirks and for those with weak quirks. He could not in good conscience tell others they could become heroes with or without quirks if he secretly relied on a powerful transferable quirk. All Might understood. He said that fate had other plans for Izuku but that he would support Izuku's dream regardless. Yagi then asked Izuku to help find and train his successor, and Izuku agreed. Yagi urged him to hurry because his friends were likely waiting at the gate. Izuku checked the time and dashed off while Yagi allowed himself a brief, wistful thought about youth. As Izuku walked toward the front gate, he replayed the meeting in his head. Kirishima called his name, snapping him back to the moment. Kirishima was not alone. Ida, Yaoyorozu, Jiro, Mineta, Ojiro, and Uraraka were with him. Izuku explained that Present Mike had asked him to clarify something he had written during a lecture, which is why he had been delayed. Jiro said they had only been waiting about 10 minutes. Ojiro asked to hear more about Izuku's martial arts techniques, and Izuku replied that he would teach them but not at the gate. He had a secret training spot about 15 kilometers in that direction. Izuku told Kirishima that he would not run him over and that they would take public transport, which made Kirishima double-take. Kirishima asked if Izuku ran 15 kilometers to get home. Izuku corrected him that it was 10 kilometers and the other 5 were from his house to the location. Kirishima called that incredibly manly as they walked to the train station. After a short train ride and a 3-kilometer walk, the group arrived at Izuku's secret spot in the forest. The training ground was modest, a clearing with a few carved wood apparatus. Ojiro noticed several trees with circular cuts and asked if this was where Izuku trained. Izuku confirmed it was. Jiro demanded an explanation of how those martial arts worked. Izuku explained that his techniques had been taught by his old master Bang and were specifically designed for confrontations with people. Yaoyorozu and Ida warned that sounded dangerous. Izuku agreed that the methods were serious and said only a select few knew of them. He then offered a demonstration, all of them against him, using their quirks. Achiko reacted with trepidation, and Mineta asked why Izuku would make such an offer. Izuku observed that from the battle trial only half of them knew basic fighting and argued that heroes needed to be capable of more than punches and kicks. Kirishima accepted the challenge and hardened up. Izuku asked the rest if they were in. Momo accepted and produced a quarterstaff. The others spread out and surrounded him. Izuku thought briefly of a previous forest fight with Death Gatling as the classmates moved in. The demonstration was over quickly. Izuku dodged Mineta's projectiles and put him out of the immediate fight with a precise kick that sent him stumbling, redirected Ida's kick so it unbalanced Kirishima, parried Momo's staff and disarmed her before delivering a strike that knocked her back, intercepted Uraraka's attempt to change gravity and redirected her into Jiro, taking both out of the fight, and then redirected a coordinated attack from Kirishima and Ojiro back at them before striking both in the chest. The whole encounter lasted 57 seconds. Izuku told his friends that this was his point as they recovered. Jiro admitted they had known he was strong from the start but complained that he had proved it rather painfully while nursing bruised egos. Ida acknowledged that lessons in humility were necessary but questioned why Izuku had been so harsh. Izuku explained that he needed to gauge their abilities to know how to help them train. Momo produced basic medical supplies and asked why he needed that information. Izuku smiled and said things were going to change, that trouble was coming, and that they needed heroes who could actually fight rather than pose for the cameras. He offered to teach them his martial arts. The group exchanged looks. Uraraka stepped forward and said they were in. They all smiled, and the atmosphere around UA shifted. Training was about to get more intense. The next day, after the battle trials, Class 1A headed toward homeroom but were blocked at the school gates by a swarm of media. Reporters pressed cameras and microphones into their faces, asking repeatedly about All Might and whether he was a good teacher. Some students answered while others pushed through the crowd. Izuku, however, focused on something else. He sensed an intense, hostile intent in the crowd and felt as if a violent outburst could happen at any moment. He decided to intervene. Tamura Shigaraki had been given a stealth mission he disliked. He resented heroes, especially All Might, and the mission was to decay the gates and create a commotion so Kurogiri could slip in and seize the student timetables. He watched the students enter and began to move into position when someone gripped his shoulder. Izuku seized Shigaraki's shoulder firmly. Tamura wondered who had approached him and how he had not noticed the other person. Izuku said that he could sense people who wanted to kill and asked if that was his intent. The nearby students froze as the situation tightened. Izuku began emitting a focused, oppressive intent directed solely at Tamura Shigaraki. Tamura froze. This person felt different from the others, as if he were nothing more than an inconsequential insect allowed to breathe only by the holder of that power. Tamura could only nod in abject terror. Izuku leaned close and, in an innocent tone, told Tamura to go home and play whatever violent video game he liked to blow off steam, warning that if he ever returned with that kind of aura he would break every bone in his body. Tamura nodded again and Izuku walked away. Tamura ran to the nearest alleyway and pressed his hands over his face to try to calm himself. Panic raced through him. He was shaking and sweating, overwhelmed by the encounter and its intensity. He thought that this was not just another ordinary hero student, but felt like facing a raid boss. He glanced back from the alley and watched Izuku enter the UA building with his friends. He was terrified, but he reminded himself that he had a job to do and resolved to be more careful and sneakier. Homeroom began. The students took their seats as Aizawa slumped into the room, and a strange unease hung in the air, as if something unforeseen might go wrong. After roll call, Aizawa moved on to grading the students' performances from the previous day. Most performances were judged between subpar and acceptable, and Aizawa called out a few students in particular. Aizawa reprimanded Todoroki for reckless and unnecessarily destructive actions that, while contributing to the team's victory, showed a neglect of teamwork. Todoroki responded with a short, annoyed huff. Aizawa addressed Bakugo next, noting that Bakugo had been directly warned that his attack could have killed someone and had proceeded anyway. Bakugo was ordered to report to Hound Dog for mandatory anger management therapy during his off hours. Failure to comply would result in expulsion. Bakugo bristled, but Aizawa's quirk-driven glare forced him to accept the consequence. Aizawa then told Mineta to behave and focus on his responsibilities. Aizawa offered a few compliments as well. He praised Yaoyorozu for her admirable performance and creative use of her quirk despite an unhelpful partner. He also praised Midoriya for demonstrating planning, leadership, and technique, while reminding him that he could not carry everything alone. With the critiques finished and 26 minutes left of homeroom, Aizawa allowed the students to use the remaining time quietly. Midoriya raised his hand. Aizawa asked what he wanted. Midoriya asked permission to pass something out to his classmates, and Aizawa allowed it as long as it was not a distraction. Midoriya unzipped his backpack and produced a chunky folder labeled Hero Almanac, Classmates Edition. He began handing out sections to his classmates. Kirishima, riffling through notes on muscle building, asked what it was. Midoriya explained that it was a comprehensive breakdown of their quirks, skills, and fighting capabilities, along with recommendations for suit alterations and areas to focus on suggestions he thought would be useful. He placed a copy on Bakugo's desk. Bakugo immediately incinerated the paper with an explosion. Kaminari commented on the density of the information as he read a section on conductive weaponry. Tsuyu asked how Midoriya had written so much from watching them. Midoriya replied that he had an intuitive aptitude for analysis, a backup plan in case he could not become a hero in the usual way. Yaoyorozu and Ida expressed appreciation for the useful data, and Midoriya smiled, feeling at last that he had friends. Later, in the lunchroom, the class gathered in their assorted friend groups while Bakugo and Todoroki chose to sit alone and brood. Conversation flowed and then turned to the question of why each of them wanted to become a hero. Ida said he had been inspired by his brother, the pro-hero Ingenium, and others joked about the resemblance. The conversation shifted around the table until it reached Uraraka. Uraraka looked uncomfortable and asked her classmates not to think less of her. She admitted that one of her motivations for becoming a hero was financial stability. She wanted to ensure she and her family would be secure. The group reacted to that honesty and the conversation continued. Tsu asked, confused. Uraraka explained that her parents ran a construction company in Mie and had been struggling financially. She wanted to make money so she could give them a more comfortable life, regaining her friends' understanding in the process. Ida responded kindly that it was an admirable goal. Izuku reflected that needing stable income didn't make someone a bad person and that saving lives while helping his family was a win for everyone. Kirishima praised Izuku for the speech, calling it manly, and Uraraka blushed, relieved that her friends did not think less of her. Mina then asked Izuku why he wanted to be a hero. Izuku answered bluntly that people like him needed a hero they could relate to. He explained that while All Might was a fantastic hero, his near-invincibility made him hard to relate to. Izuku wanted to be a symbol of hope for people with weak quirks or no quirks at all, especially since All Might had been slowing down recently. The classmates were visibly moved, and Kirishima cheered, calling the sentiment deeply admirable. Ida agreed and said his respect for Izuku had deepened. Mineta asked, apprehensive, what Izuku meant by All Might slowing down. Izuku began to reply, but the intercom blared an alarm telling everyone an intruder was on the premises and instructing all students to move to the safe rooms. The announcement triggered a panicked stampede as students tried to leave the lunchroom. Students in Class 1A were pressed together as everyone tried to exit, and Izuku sensed the same dangerous intent he had noticed earlier outside. He asked Momo, using the nickname Mina had given her, for a megaphone immediately. Momo created a megaphone and tossed it to him, and Izuku used it to restore order. After scolding his classmates and helping Hagakure, who had nearly been trampled, Izuku ran toward the source of the dangerous intent, All Might's office. At All Might's office he discovered something he never expected to see in this world, a hyperspace gate. The gate closed shortly after he arrived. Eraser then arrived and demanded an explanation. Izuku said he would explain but wanted to inform Nizu first, and Eraser agreed. In Nizu's office, Izuku sat and recounted why he had been at All Might's office and what had occurred at the gate that morning. Aizawa summarized the events with weary precision. Izuku had sensed a hostile aura, believed he had frightened the person off, and now that person had broken the main gate and used a portal to steal something from All Might's office. Izuku confirmed the summary. Nizu expressed disappointment that Izuku had not alerted staff so they could have ensured the individual had left the premises, though he was pleased Izuku had not caused a scene. Izuku apologized and explained that he had assumed the intruder was a disturbed troublemaker and had not expected a return or a serious break-in. Nizu said Izuku would not be punished for withholding the information but instructed him to inform Eraserhead or other staff if he sensed something similar again. Izuku promised not to repeat the mistake and left the room, but Eraser stopped him to ask about the nature of the hostile aura so they could understand what their opponent had been enduring and channeling. Izuku warned them to prepare, then released his aura. The room's atmosphere immediately grew heavy, and both teachers had difficulty breathing. Eraser felt helpless and vulnerable, as if he were an insect before a crushing force, while Nizu's instincts reacted as if in the presence of an apex predator. The sensation lasted around 10 seconds but left both teachers shaken and exhausted. Recovering quickly, Eraser told Izuku he could go. Both teachers sighed in relief. Eraser wiped his brow and Nizu quietly sipped his tea. When Eraser asked about how to handle the break-in, Nizu said he had a plan and asked for the other teachers to be called to the conference room. 2 days later, the tension surrounding the break-in had eased. The official explanation was that the gate had crumbled under pressure, setting off the alarm. After morning roll call, Eraser assigned the class to choose representatives. Several students immediately pitched themselves. Ida promised DSPLN and responsibility, Kirishima promised strength and camaraderie, Mineta made a mischievous quip about costumes and was rebuked, and Bakugo threatened to intimidate anyone who did not vote for him. Achiko suggested they hold a vote, and although Tsu noted they barely knew each other yet, the class agreed to vote. Izuku bowed out, leaving 19 candidates. In the end the class elected Momo and Ida as their representatives. Momo thanked her classmates for their trust, and Ida gave a long speech about responsibility during their remaining time in homeroom. They then left for their lectures and returned at midday for heroics class. Aizawa explained that they would be doing rescue training that day and that they could choose whether or not to wear their costumes. On the bus ride to the USJ, everyone had chosen to don their costumes and headed toward the location Aizawa had specified, the bus station. The USJ was 5 kilometers away, and the university provided a bus so the students did not have to walk. Ida attempted to enforce a seating arrangement but quickly realized the bus did not need one. He felt reassured for a moment, then was told to take a seat because he was blocking the doorway. On the way there the students talked among themselves. beginning with who would be popular as a hero. They agreed that people like Bakugo and Todoroki, despite their power, would not be popular because of their attitudes. Bakugo issued a brash threat to the class while Todoroki brooded in the corner. The conversation shifted to quirks and how everyone felt about their own abilities. Most were optimistic except for Hagakure, who lamented her permanent invisibility, and Kirishima, who thought his quirk was not flashy enough. Izuku reassured both of them, saying that Hagakure did not need to be seen to be beautiful, which made her blush though no one could see it, and telling Kirishima that his quirk worked similarly to All Might's in making the user strong and resilient. With more training, Kirishima would improve. Kirishima responded enthusiastically with hearty, manly praise. Tsu then brought up All Might and asked a heavy question about him slowing down, drawing the whole bus's attention, even from Bakugo and Todoroki. Izuku explained that over the last 5 years All Might had been appearing less and less in public. He produced his Hero's Almanac and showed the class a graph of All Might's appearances over 10 years, pointing out the sharp decline beginning 5 years ago. The revelation worried his classmates. Mina voiced concern about what this meant, and Izuku explained that All Might was getting older and, according to his estimates, was in his mid to late 50s. Heroes typically retired in their early to mid 40s, and All Might had been active far longer than anyone else on record. Mineta fretted about villains taking advantage when All Might retired, but Izuku declared that the students themselves would be the ones to stop them. When the older generation retired, it would be their turn to keep the country safe. Kirishima cheered in support, and Ida added a formal affirmation with a brisk arm gesture, which the rest of the class echoed. Aizawa listened to the conversation from the front of the bus, thinking that Izuku was right and hoping he could prepare the students well enough to handle the days after All Might retired. He continued to drive, unaware of the road that lay ahead. Gige entrance. When the class arrived, they could not help but stare at the sheer size of the USJ. The enormous dome structure felt imposing and a little intimidating, and many of them wondered at the scale of UA's budget. A familiar voice spoke from nearby, and Uraraka immediately recognized the hero. She rushed forward and hugged him enthusiastically. The hero identified the facility as his design, created to test heroic nature and tactical thinking, and called it the Unforeseen Simulation Joint. The instructors worked to gently pry Uraraka away from the hero, and the class filed into the USJ, marveling at its multifaceted nature. As the students entered, 13 and Aizawa moved aside to discuss All Might's absence. 13 reported that All Might had been caught up in more than a dozen incidents that morning, that it had been all over the news, and that he was exhausted and resting in the break room. All Might had said he might be able to join the latter half of the class if he avoided anything strenuous. Aizawa muttered that All Might was being irrational. The purpose of his presence had been to address the recent break-in, but there was no time for that now. They agreed to begin without him and followed their students. 13 called the students' attention and announced several points. Before they began, 13 explained that the training would focus on using quirks safely. Their power could save many lives but could also, if mishandled, be devastating. The students grew more attentive, though Bakugo remained aloof. As 13 described the potential dangers of uncontrolled quirks, Izuku thought of his whirlwind iron cutting fist technique and how, in the wrong circumstances, it could be lethal. He also recalled abilities he had known from earlier memories and the potential consequences, even if he no longer used them. In the middle of 13's explanation, the lights across the dome began to flicker randomly. Everyone looked around in confusion. Kaminari, a user of electricity, tilted his head and recognized the pattern of electrical fluctuations from years of training with his quirk. Aizawa immediately took charge, focused on keeping the students safe. 13 suggested that something must have gone wrong with the power. Without warning, a black, smoke-like hole tinged with dark purple formed in the center of the USJ Plaza. 2 oddly glowing yellow eyes appeared within the smoke and seemed to glare at the surroundings. The smoky mass expanded outward, swirling wider and wider until a hand-like shape emerged from within, followed by another, as if someone were pulling back curtains. What stepped out was a man's head, but there was nothing ordinary about it. Pale, hand-like growths clung to his arms, neck, and the front and back of his head, the formation over his face forming a macabre mask. Between those fingers, a single red eye glared hatefully. Izuku immediately recognized the man by the same killing intent he had sensed from the figure at the gate a few days earlier. Kirishima asked whether this was part of the class, startled by the sudden arrival of figures from the smoke-like portal. Aizawa confirmed in a dead serious tone that those were actual villains. Mineta reacted in outright panic at the idea of villains breaking into UA, a place full of professional heroes. Eraserhead immediately took command. Kaminari tried to use his radio but only received ear-piercing static and tossed it away in frustration. As the students watched in growing fear, the portal widened to allow a large form through, a nearly 9-foot creature with glossy black skin, scarred patches, a bird-like mask, and an unsettling, vacant stare. The portal closed and then reopened right beside them. A polite, mysterious voice announced the surprise. The smoke shifted and positioned itself nearby, looming over the group. Kurogiri scanned them with his haunting eyes and noted the schedule they had stolen, which listed All Might, 13, Eraserhead, and Class 1A as present, and asked where the number 1 was. Eraserhead ordered 13 to take the students to safety, then lunged at the smoke and was instantly swallowed by it. The villainous fog released him moments later in the plaza, among the assembled villains. Kurogiri, speaking with unsettling courtesy, introduced himself and declared that the League of Villains had come to make a statement. They had come to the bastion of heroism with the intent to strike at the symbol of peace and an entire class of aspiring heroes. His muffled laughter and composed dialviroi caught the students off guard but did not calm them. As the villain laughed, Izuku switched to analysis mode, classifying Kurogiri as a tiger-level threat and noting the difficulty of his portal abilities. He compared the new threat to previous opponents and identified the towering beaked creature as a top-tier demon-level threat. Kurogiri continued to posture, which prompted Izuku to taunt him and try to buy his classmates time. Izuku mocked the villainous boast of killing All Might, comparing the number of such threats he had heard to enough to buy an island, and pressed Kurogiri about his forces. The villain brusquely revealed that they had 80 men, inadvertently disclosing crucial information. Izuku then hypothesized that the beaked creature was a secret weapon. Kurogiri bristled, and the confrontation escalated. He moved to prevent the students from leaving, forcing them toward the exit. Bakugo rushed forward to intervene, launching an explosive burst and propelling himself at the villains. His attack knocked some classmates off balance and made escape more chaotic. Kurogiri expanded the smoky field rapidly and engulfed many students, including Izuku, before 13 used her quirk to halt the expansion. 13 demanded to know where the students had been sent. Kurogiri replied coldly that they had been taken away to be dealt with, then recovered and loomed over the remaining students. Izuku found himself falling through the air, assessing the situation as he descended and looking down at where he would land. A short pause bridged the sudden shift in location. Izuku almost thought the villain had banished him to the ocean when he saw a boat on a vast body of water, but he soon noticed the edges and realized the water was enclosed. He surmised it must be some kind of rescue operation or a flooded zone as distant screams reached him. He looked up and saw Mineta and Tsu falling just behind him. He trusted that Tsu could land safely or dive without trouble, but he worried about Mineta and moved to act before the shorter student hit the water. Using his aerial control and core strength, Izuku launched himself and grabbed Mineta, much to the other students' surprise. All three plunged into the water. When Izuku surfaced, he found Mineta panicking. Izuku wondered if Mineta had any composure left until Mineta pointed behind them. Izuku turned and saw a villain with a shark-like quirk racing toward them with a toothy jaw open. Instantly, Izuku struck the villain while Tsu came in with a precise kick that met his blow, sandwiching the sharkman's head between the two attacks and knocking him unconscious. Relieved that the shark-like villain would not drown because of his quirk, Izuku watched as Tsu swam them to the boat with Mineta in tow. Izuku thanked Tsu as they recovered on the deck. Tsu asked why he had grabbed Mineta instead of her. Izuku explained that he had only had a few seconds before impact and had assumed Tsu would be fine using her frog-like abilities, while Mineta had been panicking and likely to lose consciousness. Tsu reminded him she had been there the whole time, and Mineta protested loudly about the danger, then fell quiet. Izuku told Mineta to take a deep breath and count to 10. Mineta complied and surprisingly calmed down quickly. Izuku noted that the simple exercise had worked and thanked himself internally. He then told them he had a plan to get out of the flooded zone and asked if they trusted him. Both classmates nodded, and Izuku crouched as if offering a piggyback. They climbed on. In the water nearby, the villains regrouped. A fish-scaled woman demanded the whereabouts of Biter. A guild man replied that Biter was at the bottom of the water, unconscious, taken down by the students. One villain laughed at the news, saying it simply meant more reward for the rest of them. A fin-armed thug taunted the students from the water, insisting they come down so the villains could finish the job. There was no response. Annoyed, the fin-armed villain slashed the boat with his fins, and the vessel split in two. From the broken craft, Izuku launched himself high into the air with Tsu and Mineta on his back, aiming for the water. He landed and drove across the surface like a rocket. The speed and resulting shockwaves split the water in a pair of massive waves, sending the villains flying out of the water and knocking many of them unconscious on impact with the ground. Izuku kept moving until he reached the flood zone coast, where he set Tsu and Mineta down. Izuku checked that they were all right. Mineta retched once and Tsu fought nausea, but both steadied themselves. Izuku apologized for not anticipating the force their escape would impose on the body. He reminded them that they were safe for the moment and said they needed to go help their teacher, Aizawa. Mineta protested at the idea of heading back into danger, and Tsu suggested evacuation might be the wiser course. Izuku insisted that heroes saved people in trouble and that he could not abandon their teacher to face the villains alone. He said he would go and ask them to trust him. Tsu and Mineta agreed to follow. When Izuku arrived at the plaza, Aizawa looked exhausted and surrounded by relentless attackers. A clawed villain attempted a sneak attack, and Izuku intervened, kicking the assailant away. Aizawa scolded Izuku for being separated from the others and reminded him that students were expected to stay with their group. Izuku explained that the smoke villain had split the students into different zones and that he had helped Tsu and Mineta escape the water before coming to assist. Aizawa pointed out that it was his responsibility to keep the students safe, but Izuku argued that a hero's duty was to save people and that he could not leave Aizawa to face the onslaught alone. After a terse exchange, Aizawa conceded and warned that they would have a serious talk once the battle was over. The two moved together into the fray. Their coordination, Izuku's strength, and Aizawa's experience made them a formidable pair. They fought in tight, decisive exchanges, overwhelming the villains with precise teamwork and knocking their opponents out of the fight one by one. Every ranged attack Eraser could not dodge was deflected by Izuku, and every quirk Izuku did not anticipate was nullified by Eraser. Gradually, the plaza villains were either unconscious, in too much pain to move, or simply too frightened to get back up. Tamura muttered that the trash mobs were worthless and wondered what the unfamiliar hero student was doing here. He tried to place Izuku's face. Izuku focused his intent on a villain still willing to fight. The wave knocked that villain out and struck Tamura, finally reminding him who Izuku was. Tamura recognized him as the one from the gate, the so-called raid boss. Izuku responded with a cheeky remark about preferring the monk class, and Eraser allowed himself a small, hidden grin. Tamura barked an order for his no-mu to kill Izuku. The creature surged forward and struck with blinding speed. Before Izuku could fully react, Eraser shoved him out of the way, taking the blow himself. Aizawa was hurled some distance and landed hard. He was badly hurt and breathing shallowly, but still conscious. Izuku called out for his teacher as Tamura mocked Aizawa and declared him finished, taunting that he would gain experience from the strike. Tamura ordered the no-mu to finish the hero, confident the injured teacher could not stop him. This time Izuku was prepared. He sensed the monster's intent and moved to meet its assault. The creature's punch came with overwhelming force. Izuku absorbed much of the impact and countered with a focus strike that busted through the creature's beak and left its arm badly damaged. The no-mu staggered as slashes marked its body, but the wounds began closing almost as quickly as they had opened. Izuku analyzed the situation in an instant. The creature ranked at a demon level and outclassed him in raw power, but Izuku held 3 advantages: marginally greater speed, superior technique, and far higher tactical intelligence. The problem was Aizawa. He had been struck and could be in real danger if not aided. Relief came when he saw Tsu and Mineta making their way toward their teacher, with Mineta surprisingly brave and using his sticky orbs to pin a few villains and slow them down. The relief was brief. The No-MU surged back for another round. Izuku matched the beast's charge. He caught the punch and redirected the energy, then launched his whirlwind iron-cutting fist. The attack incapacitated the creature's arm and cut through its defenses, but the No-MU regenerated, restoring its limb and closing the wounds almost immediately. The two clashed at blinding speed, trading blows in a furious brawl. Izuku's skill allowed him to evade and counter, but the creature's durability and regeneration prevented a quick end. Neither combatant could gain a decisive advantage until Tamura, impatient, ordered the No-MU into a berserker state. The creature's power escalated dramatically. It broke through Izuku's guard with overwhelming force and landed a devastating blow to his chest. The impact knocked the wind out of him and sent him crashing into the concrete steps leading to the USJ entrance, leaving him gasping and in severe pain and unable to stand. Tamura laughed triumphantly and moved in on Tsu, Mineta, and the fallen Aizawa. He reached for them and attempted to use his decay power directly, expecting the moment to be decisive. When his touch found them, however, nothing happened. Aizawa, though badly wounded, was still managing to use his quirk to nullify Tamura's effect. Tamura taunted that the outcome was inevitable one way or another as he tightened his grip on the students and began to choke them. Tsu and Mineta struggled to pry him off, but they were quickly overwhelmed. Tsu cried out for someone to help, her voice trembling and tears beginning to form. Earlier, Izuku had felt every part of his body protest. The pain made thinking and moving almost impossible. His body begged him to rest, but he heard Tsu's cry and refused to let it go unanswered. Images of worst-case outcomes, his friends, his teacher, and more flashed through his head, and he refused to accept that he would fail here. He forced himself to move despite the agony. Izuku refused to let that ominous future come to fruition. His body obeyed an instinct it had known before, an instinct that pushed him to evolve. A thunderous blast propelled him like a fighter jet toward the source of the plea for help, the momentum creating shockwaves. He saw Tsu and Mineta in the villain's grasp and moved faster than the eye could track. Before Tamura could comprehend what was happening, Izuku struck repeatedly. A relentless barrage of blows hit Tamura with the force of speeding cars, sending him tumbling back. He landed 20 feet away and struggled to move. When he looked up, confidence cracked at the sight before him. There stood the young hero again, battered but defiantly standing. Tamura, seething with rage, ordered the No-MU to finish off the hero. The engineered creature sprang into action in a berserker mode. Izuku met it head-on and their fists collided, producing a tremendous shockwave that rippled outward. The impact shredded Izuku's shirt, but it changed little else. His limits were beginning to strain. They clashed again and again. This time Izuku gained the upper hand. With every attack his strength swelled, with every dodge his reflexes sharpened, and with every hit his durability held firmer. Tamura mocked the effort, insisting that the No-MU had been engineered to surpass all might and should not be bested. In spite of that, the No-MU was faltering. Tamura scoffed at the apparent futility of Izuku's fight, but Izuku refused to give up. He resolved that a hero could not quit when pressed to the limit. He separated himself from the No-MU with a sharp clap of sound that rattled the creature's senses and slowed his labored breathing. He drew in a deep breath and released the body's natural restrictions, employing a technique that allowed him to use his full strength for a short time at great cost afterward. He charged again. The No-MU answered, but Izuku prepared his final assault. He unleashed a precise, furious combination of moves, channeling all his focus and intent. The strike sequence was so fierce and concentrated that it overwhelmed the No-MU's regenerative systems and left it incapacitated and defeated. The creature's last reaction was confusion and fear before it collapsed, no longer a threat. When the smoke cleared, the sight shattered Tamura's confidence. The No-MU his team had engineered to surpass all might lay defeated. Izuku, breathing raggedly, stood despite the strain. Tamura writhed in disbelief and rage, vowing that he would one day kill All Might and his students. Kurogyri warped him and the retreating villains away. A thunderous presence announced itself from the stairwell as All Might appeared. Villains who were still conscious surrendered immediately. All Might approached the fallen young hero and checked on him, worried by Izuku's blank eyes but relieved to find he was still breathing. He gathered Izuku and rushed back to UA as fast as he could, leaving the remaining villains to the arriving teachers. All Might prayed silently as he sped toward the intensive care ward. Later, in a hidden location, Tamura fell through a warp portal and hit the floor hard, forcing a wheeze from his chest. Kurogyri observed from behind the bar and reported that the operation had failed, that the Nomu had been killed and their forces defeated. A voice on a monitor reacted with a mixture of amusement and curiosity, noting that the young hero might have found his successor and that the creation had been destroyed. Tamura, racked with pain and furious, insisted that All Might had not been responsible and that it had been a young hero who broke his body and killed the Nomu. He pulled himself into a chair, exhausted and done for the day. A tense silence followed. A voice began to tell the students a tale of two brothers, much to their confusion. In UA's medical wing, for hours after the USJ incident, Recovery Girl had been working non-stop to save a student's life. To her surprise, his recovery was progressing far faster than she had expected. When Izuku was first brought in, she immediately hooked him up to N4 to keep him stable, but when she looked away for a minute, the 4 bag was already empty. An initial X-ray showed what looked like shattered and floating ribs and a cracked sternum, and his blood pressure was dangerously low, only for the fractures to appear far less severe an hour and a half later and his vitals to stabilize before her very eyes. This level of recovery was unprecedented for anyone, especially for a quirkless young man who should have been dying from such injuries. Recovery Girl decided to take more genetic samples to work out what was happening. She was nearly finished when a voice asked where he was, startling the elderly woman. Recovery Girl explained that he was in UA's intensive care ward and, at the rate he was recovering, would be out of the hospital soon. As Izuku's memories returned, he asked urgently about the USJ, Aizawa, and his friends. Recovery Girl reassured him that Aizawa was recovering in another room and that his classmates were okay. She added that Ida had run back to UA at full speed to get help, and assistance had arrived shortly after Izuku defeated the creature that had attacked them. Izuku said he felt groggy and asked how long he had been unconscious. Recovery Girl answered that he had been out for 4 hours, and Izuku worried that his mother would be sick with worry. The door was flung open and Inko Midoriya rushed in, embracing her son tightly and showering him with kisses. She was followed by Dean Nizu, a man in a generic detective uniform, Lunch Rush with a cart full of food, and Toshinori Yagi in his small form. Recovery Girl cautioned Inko that, although Izuku was better, he was still injured. Inko insisted that he was hungry and that the food would help him heal. She and Lunch Rush unveiled a large spread of dishes they had prepared over the last 3 hours. Recovery Girl protested that such a large amount of food could be dangerous given the severe chest trauma he had suffered, but Inko placed a table over Izuku and arranged the dishes in front of him. The spread included several meat dishes: chicken, beef, lamb, fish, pork, and shellfish, 3 plates of vegetables, a mountain of fries, a large bowl of fried rice, a bowl of diced fruits, a plate of pan-fried eggs, and a pitcher of water. Izuku ate ravenously, and the others watched in astonishment as he healed before their eyes. His bruises faded, cuts closed, bones realigned, and his strength returned. After clearing each plate, he drained the pitcher of water, rose from the bed, and removed his casts and bandages with a stretch. He thanked his mother and Lunch Rush for the food. Detective Tsukachi introduced himself and explained that he needed to ask Izuku some questions about what had happened at the USJ. Inko asked why others needed to hear the account and whether it would remain confidential. Tsukachi explained that Dean Nizu, a detective, needed to know the facts, and that Toshinori Yagi worked for All Might and also needed to hear the details. Inko asked Yagi if he truly worked for All Might, and Yagi confirmed that he was All Might's personal secretary as a cover story. Inko smiled and asked Yagi to pass a message to All Might. Yagi agreed, and Inko responded by smacking his cheek hard enough to leave a hand-shaped mark. Yagi acknowledged to himself that he should have expected her reaction. Inko told Yagi that her slap was for being late to the USJ and for failing to keep her son safe, and she asked him to convey that message. The group moved on as Tsukachi asked Izuku to recount the events at the USJ from his perspective. Izuku gave a full account, describing everything from the initial confrontation to how he managed to defeat the creature that had been attacking them. He explained that the creature appeared to possess multiple quirks designed to counter All Might. He suspected abilities like rapid regeneration, super strength, resistance to pain, and shock absorption, based on how it had reacted to attacks. Nizu, Tsukachi, Recovery Girl, and Yagi all reacted gravely to Izuku's account. Tsukachi thanked Izuku for his help and called him a hero, shook his hand, and left. Inko remarked that it was almost dinner time and that they should be going. Then Tsukachi said that he had a request for Izuku. Nizu interjected. Midoriya household. After Nizu made his rather irresistible request, the Midoriya family returned home. Izuku went to lie down while his mother prepared dinner. The university had sent an email to all students' families informing them that, due to the day's events, all students would receive a 3-day weekend to deal with the aftermath. After reading the email, Izuku pulled out his phone and opened the Class 1A group chat that Mina had pushed the representatives to create. He messaged the group to check in, asking if everyone was okay. Anti-Gravity asked whether Midoriya was all right, and Creationists said they should be asking him instead. Rock Hard checked in with a casual, manly greeting. Izuku replied that he was fine and joked that a broken ribcage would not stop him. Rock'n'Roll expressed shock that he was conscious after such an injury, and Izuku dismissed it as a scratch. Froggy recalled that Izuku had taken a direct hit from the monster and admitted he had thought Izuku might have died. The main man echoed that Izuku had looked like he was done for. Izuku reassured them that he was alive and that the creature had been defeated, then asked how everyone else had fared. The next hour filled with short reports from each student about where they had landed and what had happened. Yamamoto, Jiro, and Kaminari had ended up in the mountain zone. Hagakure had landed in the landslide zone, which became an ice zone when Todoroki arrived, though Todoroki was not in the chat to give his account. Ojiro had been isolated in the fire zone and used hit-and-run tactics to fend off attackers. Tokoyami and Koda had landed in the downpour zone, where Tokoyami's Dark Shadow had been effective in clearing their opponents. Kirishima reported that he and Bakugo had ended up in the collapsed zone and fought their way through the villains together. Those who had been with Kurogyari had managed to temporarily subdue the villain long enough for Siro's tape to hold and for Shoji to pry open the doors, allowing Ida to escape and run for help. He ran so fast that his engines burned out by the time he reached UA. Sue and Mineta described the events in the plaza, leaving the class speechless. Tails asked whether the creature had multiple quirks. Froggy confirmed that the creepy hand-wielding villain had mentioned multiple quirks and that he had seen the monster regenerate and withstand attacks from Izuku that should have staggered it. Sugar and Spice admitted they did not know whether to be more afraid of the creature or of the hero who had defeated it. Izuku explained that he had had no other choice. It had been him or the monster, and he did not intend to die. Xeno Girl reassured him that no one was blaming him and that they were not afraid of him. Rock'n'Roll added that Izuku might be an anomaly, but he was still their friend and classmate. Octopus Man and the Darkness agreed, and Zookeeper sent a heart reaction. Rock Hard told Izuku he was as manly as ever. Izuku felt emotional at the praise. He was used to encouragement only from his mother, and having real friends moved him. He thanked them and said he needed to go because his mother had made dinner, then left the chat. Bakugo household. Meanwhile, at the Bakugo household, Katsuki slammed his door after getting away from his mother's hovering questions. He flopped onto his bed and reached for his grip-strengthening equipment, a device he used to keep himself ready. He thought about Deku and how he'd heard from Froggy and Kaminari that Deku had fought a monster said to be designed to kill All Might. Katsuki found the idea absurd. He could not imagine the quirkless boy standing against something like that. His thoughts circled back to the old hatred he felt for Deku, resenting him for daring to try to be more than a pebble in Katsuki's path to the glory he believed was his by right. Todoroki household. At the Todoroki household, Shoto arrived home and ignored his father's demands for an explanation, passing his sister as she prepared dinner. He checked the group chat he had been added to and read the messages. From the reports, the attack in the League of Villains seemed manageable, but when he came to the account of what had happened in the plaza he was stunned. Midoriya had apparently fought a monstrous villain said to rival or exceed All Might. The reports sounded exaggerated, but Midoriya nonetheless appeared to be the only classmate who might be a real rival. Shoto told himself he would simply use his ice and handle any confrontation. Teachers' conference room. While the students recovered from their experience at the USJ, the teachers met to discuss the aftermath. Midnight wondered aloud what they would do about the sports festival. Ectoplasm asked whether the commission would really expect them to go forward after a major security breach. Nizu reported that he had already spoken with the commission and that their decision was firm. The festival would go on. Hound Dog objected angrily that the students had just undergone a traumatic event and that one of them had come close to death, and that expecting them to recover in a week was unreasonable. Present Mike asked about Midoriya, and Nurse Chio replied that, as far as physical exams could tell, he was fine. The staff reacted with confusion and concern at how that could be possible. Cementos reviewed the report and asked in disbelief how a patient who had been reported as having catastrophic injuries could now appear not only well but better than before, and whether they were certain the boy was quirkless. Chio responded firmly that she had performed every diagnostic test known to medicine. All had come back negative. The boy showed no detectable quirk, yet his metabolism behaved in ways that suggested supernatural recovery and his body displayed the capacity for rapid adaptive change, far beyond current medical understanding. Midnight speculated that the boy might possess a different kind of ability. Nizu, intrigued, invited her to elaborate. Namuri proposed that instead of a conventional quirk, the boy's physiology might have taken another evolutionary path. She noted that the global quirk percentage had remained roughly steady for decades and wondered whether a new pattern had emerged, a portion of the population that developed extreme physical capability through extraordinary training and rapid adaptation rather than a standard quirk. Nizu asked whether she was suggesting an alternative genetic evolution in the boy, and Namuri acknowledged how unlikely it sounded but pointed out that quirks themselves had once seemed impossible. Snipe pressed the question of the boy's martial arts, asking how he could deflect kinetic force and create cutting effects with what appeared to be hand techniques. Namuri admitted she had no explanation for that aspect. Ectoplasm added that some students had overheard the boy refer to his methods as anti-human martial arts, but research turned up nothing. Cementos warned that such arts sounded dangerous in the wrong hands, as quirks could be. Nizu suggested that the upcoming sports festival might provide an opportunity to observe the nature and risks of the boy's martial arts. Nizu then moved the meeting on to the next subject, the non-graphic examination of the Nomu. He dimmed the lights and activated a hologram for the staff's review. After the 3-day weekend, the students of Class 1A returned to homeroom, and Izuku walked in. The class erupted in relief and excitement. Tsu and Mineta were among the first to go to him, and both embraced him. Tsu, tearful, confessed that she had thought he was dead. Mineta, overwhelmed, thanked him for saving their lives. Izuku assured them that he was fine, that it would take more than severe injuries to stop him, and he chided Mineta to try to be less lecherous as a way of suggesting repayment. He wiped away Tsu's tears while Kirishima, visibly moved, muttered praise under his breath. Aizawa appeared behind them, looking wrapped in bandages. Tsu commented on his appearance, and Aizawa replied that Recovery Girl had been thorough with the dressings. Kirishima remarked again on the moment's intensity. When Mineta asked why Aizawa was bandaged if he had taken the same blow as Midoriya, Aizawa groaned and all eyes turned to Midoriya, who explained that he healed quickly. Aizawa announced that the school would hold its annual sports festival in 2 weeks. Several students voiced concern about the timing given the recent villain attack, and Aizawa acknowledged that Nizu had raised the same worry, but the higher authorities insisted the event proceed. He advised everyone to stay alert and to do their best. After roll call, Aizawa informed the class that he would be evaluating their performance at the USJ, since the facility's internal cameras had recorded the incident even while external communications were cut. He rotated the chalkboard to reveal a screen and began replaying footage from multiple angles. As the footage played, Aizawa assessed the students as fairly as possible, noting that the situation had been unexpected and therefore difficult to prepare for. Many students received passing evaluations for their efforts in the fire and downpour zones. Todoroki was critiqued for not properly assessing the area before attacking, which had nearly endangered Hagakure, and Bakugo was criticized again for failing to cooperate with the team. When the footage reached the plaza, all attention shifted to the confrontation between Midoriya and the Nomu. The students reacted with a mix of awe and apprehension. Mina described the creature as uncanny, and Ojiro remarked on its speed. Kirishima urged everyone to watch Midoriya's actions. On screen, Midoriya halted the Nomu's assault and countered with a technique that produced a whirlwind-like cutting motion against the creature's arm. Hagakure asked what the technique had been called. Midoriya calmly explained that he had used the whirlwind iron cutting fist. For completeness, Aizawa asked why Midoriya had employed a potentially lethal technique. Midoriya answered that Shigaraki had described the Nomu as bioengineered and therefore non-human, so he had felt he could use whatever force was necessary. Aizawa reminded the class that, even in dire circumstances, a hero must reserve the right to kill for absolute last resort only, and the students listened somberly. The footage then showed the Nomu's damaged limb regenerating quickly, and the clash resumed with renewed intensity. Kaminari reacted that he could barely keep up with the speed of their movements. Shoji asked how Midoriya had managed to evade so many attacks. Midoriya explained that he had read the creature's motions by observing the subtle twitches of its muscles and the shifts in its stance, allowing him to anticipate and respond effectively. After a while, Izuku explained that the creature's attacks had become predictable because it had no battle sense beyond raw power, and his classmates watched him with admiration. Eraserhead noted that reading an opponent's movements mid-fight was a skill he hoped they would all learn as they moved on. They watched the footage of the leader announcing a berserker mode. The monster surged in strength and struck Midoriya in the chest, sending him crashing into the stairs and through part of the concrete. Shiro exclaimed in shock and received a glare from Eraserhead. Izuku attributed his survival to willpower, and Kirishima, clearly impressed, called him manly. The screen paused and Eraserhead warned that the next moments might be distressing, offering Miss Azui and Mr. Mineta a chance to leave if they preferred not to watch. When no one left, the footage resumed. The class saw the villain grabbing and restraining their classmates while taunting them. Azui's fist clenched and Kirishima reached over to comfort her, while Mineta squirmed in his seat. A cry for help from Azui tightened every heart in the room. They felt the painful contrast between fighting common crooks and their classmates suffering elsewhere. The footage then shifted as a blur moved at incredible speed toward the leader. Izuku arrived and unleashed a rapid, relentless assault that overwhelmed the enemy in an anime-style flurry of motion. Ida, impressed and a little jealous of the speed, asked what Midoriya's top speed was. Izuku replied that he had last measured around Mach 1.2, but after his recovery he would need to remeasure to be sure he did not endanger anyone at the sports festival. When the volume returned, Yaoyorozu pointed out gaps in the footage. Eraserhead explained that a 10,000 frames per second camera was struggling to keep up with both the Nomu and Midoriya, and the missing frames were a result of the camera's limits. The class watched as Midoriya combined two separate techniques into one move called Cross Fang Dragon Slayer Fist and moved so fast he seemed to be in multiple places at once. Mina reacted with excitement as they watched Izuku overwhelm the Nomu with an uncountable number of precise, disabling strikes until the creature was finally defeated. The footage ended and the screen rotated back into a chalkboard. Eraserhead reminded them that the USJ events had not been planned and commended everyone for adapting on the fly. He gave passing grades to the class, with extra credit to Ida for getting help and to Midoriya for defeating the Nomu despite his injuries. The students cheered and congratulated one another, everyone except Bakugo and Todoroki, who remained silent and brooding. Eraserhead dismissed them all, reminded them they had 2 weeks until the sports festival, and then lay down and drifted off. Izuku then remembered something important. He told his classmates that Principal Nizu had asked him to run a martial arts club after lectures and asked who might be interested in joining. Kirishima, Ojiro, Jiro, Yaoyorozu, Mineta, and Achiko immediately agreed, with Achiko particularly enthusiastic about the sports festival. Others made non-committal remarks and began packing until they were halted by a crowd in the doorway. Shiro asked what was causing the traffic jam at the entrance. Bakugo scoffed and pushed toward the doorway, claiming the crowd had come to watch Class 1A after their encounter with villains and to scope out the competition before the tournament. He barked at the gathered students that none of them stood a chance against him and told them to leave. Ida protested the insult, but Bakugo ignored him. A purple-haired student among the crowd, wearing a lazy expression, announced that he was unimpressed and dismissed them as arrogant. Bakugo bristled, but Izuku defused the tension with a joking remark about Bakugo's constant overcompensation and invited a few laughs from both sides. Before the situation escalated, the purple-haired student declared that he would take their spotlight and left, framing his words as a challenge for the tournament. Then a silver-haired boy from Class 1B stepped forward and insulted them, suggesting they were arrogant and undeserving. The silver-haired student was suddenly tapped on the head by a girl with ginger hair, who scolded him for antagonizing their sister class and reminded him not to start trouble. The silver-haired boy apologized in embarrassment. The ginger girl, whose name Izuku recognized, broke off to greet Izuku. She explained that she had intended to issue a friendly challenge to Class 1A, but now that she knew he was present, she officially challenged him to a one-on-one match in the tournament and told him to prepare. Kendo extended her fist, and Izuku matched it with a fist bump. Tetsu asked curiously whether Kendo knew the man. Kendo explained that he was the fighter from her father's dojo who had shown up one day, challenged everyone including her, and her father defeated them all, and then disappeared. Everyone looked toward Izuku, who averted his eyes and pretended to whistle innocently. Tetsu reacted with surprise at the revelation. Kendo added that he was a real fighter and she intended to face him with all her strength at the tournament in 2 weeks. Izuku accepted the challenge honorably, and they shook hands. The crowd soon dispersed and the day continued as normal. For the next 2 weeks, the students of both hero classes trained relentlessly to prepare for the sports festival. During that time, Izuku ran a small club for potential martial artists that included a few classmates and one additional brown-haired girl from Class 1C who had failed the entrance exam and wanted to use the festival to prove herself. Izuku was happy to help her train. After 2 weeks, the UA annual sports festival arrived. In the student waiting rooms, Todoroki told Izuku firmly that he intended to defeat him in the competition. Izuku did not react at first. Todoroki repeated his intention with greater insistence. Before the exchange could go further, the intercom called the class to enter the stadium. Present Mike pumped up the crowd over the loudspeakers as classes 1A and 1B entered. Interest had surged after the USJ attack, and rumors about a student who had defeated a powerful monster drew an even larger audience. The other classes followed with noticeably less fanfare. When the umpires made their entrance, Midnight announced that the opening speech would begin and that the athlete's pledge would be delivered by Midoriya Izuku of Class 1A. Izuku had prepared for this moment. As the highest scorer on the entrance exam, he stepped to the podium with the microphone and addressed the assembly. He stated that he was quirkless and argued that holding the event live and televised was a mistake, since escaped villains could use it to study and exploit the students' limits. He reminded everyone that his class had barely survived a villain attack and that the Public Safety Commission's decision to make the students compete was controversial. He then pledged that his class would show those villains they should never underestimate UA students, that they would stand strong, and that they would always strive to go beyond. He finished his pledge by invoking their rallying cry, Plus Ultra. His words revived the audience and restored the crowd's energy. Midnight then announced the first event, an obstacle race. All the classes lined up before a narrow tunnel that served as the race's entrance. Izuku noticed that the tunnel's width would cause congestion and that Todoroki's quirk could be used to freeze competitors' feet and the tunnel exit to gain an advantage. Anticipating that tactic, Izuku prepared a counter. When Midnight fired the starting pistol, everyone surged forward. Many runners were halted when their feet were frozen by Todoroki, but several competitors avoided the effect, including Yamamo, Mina, Bakugo, Mineta, and a few students from Class 1B. For those trapped by the ice, Izuku helped by stomping to release a shockwave that shattered the frozen holds. Then he ran ahead and broke the ice wall Todoroki had formed at the tunnel's exit. As the students streamed after them, a rumbling heralded the appearance of several entrance exam robots, followed by a group of zero-pointer combatants. A brief skirmish broke out between the students and the smaller robots. Izuku and Todoroki pressed forward with Bakugo in pursuit. As they approached the zero-pointers, Todoroki froze too instantly, Bakugo moved between them, and Izuku prepared to act as the situation developed. Izuku sliced cleanly through one of the machine's heads with a perfect circle using his whirlwind iron-cutting fist and jumped through it. At that point he pulled significantly ahead of everyone else as he approached the obstacle that Present Mike announced was called the fall. Izuku simply vaulted over it, using the pillars as launch points. He reached the last obstacle, which Present Mike identified as a minefield. Izuku ran through without trouble, discerning the pattern of the mines and finishing with what Present Mike called an absolute victory. As he waited, he watched the rest of the students catch up. By the end, the list of contestants moving into the second round was composed of the whole Class A except for Mineta, all of Class B, 2 students from General Education, and 1 student from Support. Next was the cavalry battle. Midnight explained that the current 42 students would pair up into teams of 2 to 4, designate a team leader, and wait for their pointed headbands. She described how the headbands awarded points incrementally from last place upward, which led Izuku to think the total might be small and that teams had even chances until Midnight announced that first place would receive a 10 million point headband, which immediately made everyone target Izuku with fierce competitive intent. Fortunately, Izuku had no trouble forming a team. His classmates asked to work with him, though some preferred to prove themselves elsewhere. He assembled a capable group with Achiko Uraraka, Mei Hatsum, the one support student who wanted him to see her inventions, and a general education student named Chikuchi Toki, a brunette from his martial arts club who hoped to get into the hero course. Toki explained that she had failed the entrance exam by forgetting to bring water, and that her quirk, Aqua Hand, could manipulate small streams. When the starter pistol fired, they were off. As expected, numerous groups immediately rushed Izuku's team, including teams led by Bakugo and Todoroki. Izuku had anticipated this and shared a plan with his teammates to combine Uraraka's anti-gravity ability with Hatsum's jetpack and jet boots to fly away, which worked well. The next obstacles were indirect attacks from other groups. Midnight had forbidden direct assaults but allowed quirks to be used to snag headbands and restrain teams. Izuku's group was assailed by vines, glue, ice, and other hazards, which Izuku detected and parried with Toki's water streams serving as shields. Things shifted when Hatsum's inventions malfunctioned, causing them to land because Uraraka could not suspend them forever. On the ground they met a wave of ice that Izuku shattered. He turned to see Todoroki glaring, and then noticed Bakugo watching with spiteful intensity. Both teams charged at Izuku, intending to claim the 10 million points. Todoroki had Ida push his engines for a burst of incredible speed, while Bakugo launched himself at Izuku's group. In response, Izuku projected a sudden, intimidating presence that unsettled the arena. It washed over his own team harmlessly but disrupted many of the other teams. The effect caused Bakugo to overshoot his attack and scramble to recover, Ida to panic and lose momentum, and created confusion among other teams. Todoroki reacted unexpectedly by unleashing flames from his left side. The skirmish concluded and Midnight later announced the winners of the cavalry battle. During the lunch break, Present Mike told everyone to relax and stay tuned for the next events. In the lunchroom, Izuku's group ate together with Toki, who thanked Izuku for teaching her martial arts and for letting her join the team. Izuku accepted her thanks and offered her a seat. Todoroki then approached Izuku and said he needed to speak privately. Izuku agreed and finished his meal before following Todoroki to a quieter part of the building. Once they were alone in the hall, Izuku asked what Todoroki wanted to discuss. Todoroki said that Izuku had overwhelmed him during the battle and that, as a result, he had broken a personal vow. When Izuku asked for clarification, Todoroki explained that his father was the hero Endeavor, long ranked as the number 2 pro hero, and that his father had been obsessed with becoming number 1. Todoroki then described how his father had manipulated family relationships in pursuit of that goal, treating his mother as a means to produce children with complementary quirks until Todoroki himself was born as a prodigy with both fire and ice. Izuku reacted with shock and asked if his father had done terrible things to him. Todoroki replied that one day he had come downstairs to the sound of his mother in distress and found her in a severe breakdown. In her anguish she lashed out and struck him, leaving him with a lasting scar. Todoroki spoke with anger about what his father had imposed on their family. There was a short pause as Izuku processed the confession. Izuku reacted with shock at number 2's actions and asked what it had to do with him, stunned that someone would go so far just to gain an empty title. Todoroki answered emotionally that Izuku was ruining everything for him. Todoroki recalled the day his mother had poured water over his face, the last time he had seen her before his father had sent her away. He had vowed never to use his father's flames again, but Izuku's strange aura had forced him to break a promise he had kept for more than 10 years. Todoroki added that, since Izuku was the son of All Might, the situation was complicated, and those words were cut off by Izuku's interruption. Izuku replied that he was not the number 1 hero's son and that his father had been a deadbeat who had run off to Hong Kong. He had not thought about his father in years until that moment. Todoroki apologized for bringing the subject up, but repeated his point. Izuku was his rival in the event and the person he had to defeat to prove that he could rely solely on his mother's ice. Izuku bluntly told the class that Todoroki would lose. He argued that Todoroki's vow was short-sighted and dangerous. Izuku asked whether Todoroki had considered the repercussions of entering the hero scene with only half of his power, how many lives might be at risk because of that promise, and that even if Todoroki became number 1 using only ice, his father would still get what he wanted. Todoroki stated firmly that he would win and become the number 1 hero using only his mother's ice, then stormed away. Izuku decided he needed to talk to Principal Nizu. This could not stand. He walked back to the lunchroom with that goal in mind. The loudspeaker announced that the tournament had resumed and that it was time for the next event. The announcer mentioned lunch in a joking aside before the attention turned to the field, where something unexpected drew everyone's eyes. Mineta, Kaminari, and 2 boys from Class 1B, Kaibara and Tsuburaba, were on the field in female cheerleading outfits. Earlier, while on his way back to the lunchroom, Izuku had overheard them telling Yaoyorozu and Kendo that Aizawa and Vlad King had said the classes needed a cheerleading team. Suspecting a prank, Izuku had intervened. Under pressure, the 4 boys had broken down and begged forgiveness. It was up to the girls to decide how to respond, and they were not pleased at the idea of the boys appearing on live broadcast in revealing uniforms. The first brackets were then revealed with ceremony. The announcer introduced Class 1A's representative, the quirkless martial arts prodigy Midoriya Izuku, and his opponent, the quirk-copying self-proclaimed leader of Class 1B, Minoma Nito. The announcement drew cheers and applause, with some fanfare from the makeshift cheer squad. The first fight between Izuku and Minoma proved anticlimactic. Minoma had copied several classmates' quirks and combined them while proclaiming victory, but Izuku's trained martial arts and superior physicality allowed him to outmaneuver and decisively defeat Minoma. The first round went to Midoriya. The second fight between Yaoyorozu and Kendo was far more exciting. Yaoyorozu made full use of her quirk to create tools and equipment, while Kendo relied on her unique big-hand martial technique. The match was fierce, with both competitors displaying skill and determination. In the end, Kendo's relentless forward pressure overwhelmed Yaoyorozu, who surrendered. Both women then exchanged mutual respect. The second round went to Kendo. The third fight saw Bakugo overwhelm Jiro with aggressive explosions and forceful tactics, prompting some of the audience to boo his intensity. The third round went to Bakugo. The fourth match was a dignified clash between Kirishima and Tetsu. Both fought with honor and sportsmanship, trading blows in a spirited duel. The battle ended in a simultaneous fall that left both fighters temporarily incapacitated, and the result would be determined later. The fifth fight featured Todoroki launching a sweeping wave of ice at Shishida. Shishida managed to resist for a time, but the torrent of ice proved too much and left him immobilized beneath the frozen surface, at which point he surrendered without injury. The fifth round went to Todoroki. The sixth bout was intense. Uraraka faced Hananuki, who could soften materials he touched. Despite being outmatched, Uraraka repeatedly rose to continue the fight, landing several solid blows and refusing to give up. The contest ended when Hananuki used his quirk to temporarily alter the arena surface, trapping Uraraka until the material was restored. She was released afterward and appeared upset, but the two showed respect for each other's efforts. The sixth round went to Hananuki. The seventh match was an upset. Ida and Toki from General Education were surprisingly well matched as Toki applied techniques learned in Izuku's club to keep pace, using controlled water streams while Ida maneuvered with agility. The fight concluded when Ida attempted his recipro burst to knock his opponent out of the ring, but a misfire sent him launching out instead. Water in his exhausts had caused a compression malfunction. The seventh round went to Toki. The eighth presentation was a showcase rather than a fight, as Hatsum had recruited Mina to demonstrate some of her inventions. Mina performed energetically as a showroom model, displaying Hatsum's devices with enthusiasm and drawing applause. However, the performance itself lasted over 45 minutes, and by the end Hatsum simply walked off the arena and conceded the win to Mina Ishido. Round 8 went to Ishido, and the audience breathed a huge sigh of relief. In the announcer's box, Mike commented that the last match had been something and then moved the event on to the second round, projecting the next set of brackets on the Jumbotron. Mike introduced the first match as a battle between two martial artists, Izuku Midoriya from Class 1A and Itsuka Kendo from Class 1B. Kendo stepped into the ring in a stance suited to her style and let Midoriya know she had been looking forward to this for 2 weeks and expected him not to disappoint. Midoriya prepared himself and indicated he intended to deliver. Midnight fired the starting pistol to signal the start. The two combatants immediately hurled themselves at each other with ferocity. Kendo proved a valiant opponent with her big hand karate, but Midoriya watched carefully and began to copy her moves within minutes. With those techniques learned, he dismantled her rhythm. Kendo refused to go down easily and even used secret techniques and sudden size changes that pushed Midoriya back briefly, but each tactic worked only once before he adapted and countered. Midoriya's evolving strength and skill gradually overwhelmed her. Taking advantage of a missed swing, he tripped Kendo, grabbed her, and tossed her from the ring. The round went to Midoriya. Afterward, Midoriya offered Kendo his hand and asked if she was all right. Kendo accepted the help and admitted she had a few bruises and a bruised pride, but she respected his skill. She vowed she would come for another round, announcing her intention to join Midoriya's martial arts club and challenge him whenever she could. Midoriya chuckled and said he looked forward to it, and they left the arena together as the announcer introduced the next set of fighters. The second fight of the second round was between Eijiro Kirishima, who had advanced after an arm wrestling contest, and Katsuki Bakugo, who entered the ring like a caged animal. The match was brutal, with Bakugo showing no mercy, but Kirishima matched his ferocity with durability and endurance. The fight became a battle of attrition between Bakugo's explosive attacks and Kirishima's iron determination. Kirishima relished the prolonged clash. Bakugo grew increasingly angry and began letting profanity fly on live television. The match reached its crescendo when the two separated and Bakugo began charging an attack he had been saving. Seeing it, Kirishima braced himself and activated his quirk to maximum strength, remembering Midoriya's words on the bus. Bakugo unleashed an attack he called Howitzer Impact, which detonated with enormous force and threw Kirishima from the ring. Thankfully, Kirishima was tough enough to walk away with only a few injuries. When Kirishima offered a handshake to acknowledge a hard-fought match, Bakugo scoffed and walked off. Round 2 went to Bakugo. The third fight featured Shoto Todoroki and a young student named Hananuki, both at UA by recommendation and both skilled with powerful abilities. Todoroki opened with a massive wave of ice that struck true, but Hananuki neutralized it by softening the molecular bonds and reducing the ice to slush, slipping through the attack. Hananuki closed the distance to make it a hand-to-hand encounter, but Todoroki continued to fire iceberg missiles that were again turned to slush before he absorbed a solid punch. The match became physical, with Todoroki trying to defend himself with ice while Hananuki adapted by attacking from unexpected angles. It seemed Todoroki might finally lose, until he unleashed a truly gigantic attack that covered half the stadium in ice. No one was hurt, but the force of the blast sent Hananuki flying out of the ring and into the crowd area. Todoroki narrowly took the round. The announcer then stated they would take a break to remove the ice and called for commercials. Meanwhile, Bakugo simmered with fury. The previous fight had challenged him, and he resented being tested. He remembered a set of syringes that had been left with him by an extra who had followed him from a distant place. He had not paid the man much attention, but the syringes had been left in his possession with a promise they would guarantee victory. Before his next match against Midoriya, Bakugo injected himself with one of the syringes. After the ice was cleared, the final match of the second round began between Mina Ishido and Toki. As soon as the starting signal sounded, Mina rushed Toki, skating at high speed using her acid, but Toki countered by summoning streams of water from the nearby marshlands and slamming them into Mina. Mina tried to use ranged acid by throwing globs at her opponent, but Toki formed a crisscrossed aqua ring that caught and dissolved the acid. Toki then went on the offensive, using her water streams like whips to strike from a distance. The funny thing was that Izuku recognized Toki's movements as an adaptation of his own when using water stream rock smashing fist. He was impressed that she had taken what he had taught and made it her own. The match continued for a few minutes, but it was obvious that Mina was not going to win as her opponent countered her too effectively. Mina surrendered honorably and Toki shook her hand as a show of sportsmanship. The final round went to Toki. In the announcer's box, Mike announced that it was time for the third round and introduced the next battle as a clash between Midoriya Izuku, the quirkless anomaly of Class 1A, and Bakugo Katsuki, the explosive powerhouse also of Class 1A. The two former friends stood at opposite ends of the arena. The contestants walked into the arena ready to fight. Izuku remained calm and collected, while Bakugo looked like he was about to explode with anger. Bakugo threatened to mess up Izuku's expression, demanding a response, and then used a harsh insult to provoke him. Midnight asked if both contestants were ready. Bakugo snapped that he was ready, and Izuku gave a simple thumbs up. Midnight fired the starting pistol, and the match began. Bakugo launched himself at Izuku with full force, using his explosions to propel himself. Izuku remained still for a moment, prompting Bakugo to taunt him. Bakugo closed in, but at the last second Izuku dodged, grabbed Bakugo's arm, and tried to throw him out of the ring. Bakugo barely managed to recover and stay inside the arena. Bakugo yelled that Izuku was resorting to cheap tricks when he could not win in a straight fight. Izuku finally spoke, calling Bakugo the most self-delusional person he had ever met. Bakugo reacted with outrage, but there was no time for more words. In an instant Izuku moved on him and unleashed a rapid, whirlwind-like combination that left Bakugo feeling battered and disoriented. The assault lasted only a few minutes, but by the end of it Bakugo was exhausted. Izuku mocked Bakugo's earlier claim about a straight fight. Bakugo was trembling with fury and humiliation, his face growing flushed. He hated losing, especially to someone he had dismissed. With a roar, Bakugo gathered a massive explosive charge and released a devastating blast. Izuku was caught in the attack and a tense hush fell over the crowd. Bakugo laughed and taunted Izuku, convinced he had proven his superiority. Then a voice came from the smoke, surprising Bakugo, as someone called him a coward. Izuku emerged from the remnants of the blast with his clothing only lightly singed. He had used water stream rock smashing fist to deflect Bakugo's flames and create a pocket of safety inside the attack. Izuku asked Bakugo why he used demeaning nicknames and treated others as extras, explaining that Bakugo's cruelty was a way to stop others from rising higher than him because he feared not being the protagonist. He called Bakugo a narcissistic coward who could not bear the idea of anyone surpassing him. As Izuku spoke and locked eyes with him, he moved faster than could be tracked and unleashed another series of precise strikes. Bakugo panicked silently as the realization sank in that Izuku, someone he had considered weak, was actually gaining the upper hand. Desperate, Bakugo reached into his clothing and produced a syringe. Before he could use it, Izuku grabbed his wrist and took the syringe away. Izuku tossed the syringe toward Midnight and asked the umpire what it was. Midnight examined it and announced that Bakugo Katsuki was disqualified from the sports festival for using an illegal substance. The announcement sent a shock through the arena. Bakugo reacted with fury, convinced this was a conspiracy by people jealous of him. Midnight ordered Bakugo to leave the arena or be removed by force. Bakugo refused and turned to attack her. Izuku intervened and deflected the strike. He checked on Midnight, who said she was all right and insisted that Bakugo needed to be punished. Izuku told her he would take responsibility and stepped toward Bakugo. Bakugo demanded to know if Izuku still thought he could beat him. Izuku replied calmly that he had done it before. Bakugo, consumed by anger, vowed that he would make Izuku pay and launched himself at him once more. Izuku caught Bakugo midair and hit him with a precise, controlled onslaught. By the end of it, Bakugo could barely stand. Izuku stepped back and left Bakugo to face the consequences. Bakugo, refusing to accept defeat, shouted for Izuku to return and finish the fight, his voice full of raw, furious emotion. Bakugo screamed a threat that if Izuku did not end it there and then he would come back for revenge, trying to ruin Izuku's life. Izuku turned, approached Bakugo, lifted his hand, and delivered a precise, 1-inch strike enhanced by his heart-exploding release technique. The blow overwhelmed Bakugo in a clear, decisive moment of action and sent him crashing to the ground. Officials declared Izuku the winner. In a hidden location, All for One watched the sports festival for 2 reasons: to see who All Might intended to pass one for all to, and to help Tamura analyze future enemies' weaknesses. He was frustrated with Tamura, who seemed fixated on killing rather than taking the time to break down and manipulate opponents. Still, All for One was pleased by what he saw in the green-haired boy. Kurogyri, cleaning glasses nearby, pointed out that university records suggested Izuku might be quirkless. All for One dismissed the notion, suggesting the school was using Izuku to garner support and that real power required a quirk. Kurogyri apologized, and All for One turned his attention to Bakugo being dragged away, noting that Bakugo's anger could be useful if properly directed. In a secret office, a man with a prominent nose complained that even with the supplies they had provided, someone had failed to defeat that remnant of the past. Back in the stadium, the announcer introduced the next match between Todoroki and Toki. The bout was brief. Toki attempted to use water streams, but Todoroki froze them and emerged the victor. Later, the announcer declared the final round of the UA Sports Festival tournament, pitting Shoto Todoroki, the son of Endeavor, against Izuku Midoriya, the multi-talented martial arts student. As Izuku made his way to the arena, he turned a corner and found himself face to face with Endeavor. The hero said he needed to speak with Izuku like it was a command. Izuku, impatient, tested Endeavor's resolve by projecting an intense, intimidating presence. Endeavor immediately stiffened, his mouth felt dry, his muscles tensed, and his instincts told him to either flee or hide. Izuku noted how Endeavor seemed strong in body but not in spirit and withdrew the pressure, letting the hero breathe again. When Izuku stepped into the arena, he saw Todoroki wearing his usual scowl. Izuku suggested that Todoroki might hold back. Todoroki insisted he refused to use his father's fire. Izuku clarified that he was not referring to Endeavor's flames but to Shoto's own power. Todoroki snapped that he generated the flames himself and then realized what he had implied. The match began. Todoroki unleashed a massive ice attack in an effort to overwhelm Izuku. Izuku responded with calm precision, splitting the iceberg cleanly. Todoroki muttered that it was impossible. Izuku pointed out that Todoroki's ice had only barely kept him ahead of the competition and reminded him of earlier opponents. Shishida had broken through his initial attack and Hananuki had deluded and pushed him into using an enormous technique. Both had fought without lethal intent yet had nearly overcome him. Izuku asked Todoroki to imagine facing opponents with similar abilities who intended serious harm. When Todoroki asked if his father had set Izuku up, Izuku revealed that Endeavor had indeed tried to speak with him in a tunnel, but Izuku had shut him down easily with that intimidating presence. Todoroki was stunned. No one had ever been able to silence his father so quickly. Izuku argued that Todoroki's vow not to use his flames was ultimately pointless, because refusing to use his own power still fit into his father's plan. He said Endeavor cared only about producing the number one hero, not the specifics of how Todoroki fought, and warned that by denying his own strength he risked being seriously harmed long before he achieved the heights he wanted. Shoto stood speechless, overwhelmed by everything said and unable to shake thoughts of his father. He remained haunted and uncertain as the match continued. Izuku reminded Todoroki of what he had said on the bus about All Might retiring soon and asked Todoroki what he thought would happen when that day came, suggesting there would be chaos and questioning whether people would still feel safe looking to Todoroki's father. Todoroki replied that All Might was slowing down and acknowledged the concern. Izuku pressed him harder, saying there was an era of chaos coming and that Todoroki could either help mitigate the damage by using his full strength or give up his place on the hero course to someone who would. Izuku then launched himself at Todoroki, striking him toward the edge of the arena. Todoroki rose and met Izuku's gaze. Izuku challenged him to choose between remaining his father's puppet or becoming a hero. After a tense silence, a burst of flames roared to life from Todoroki's left side. Todoroki declared that he wanted to be a hero, and his fire manifested more fully, despite his father's cheers. Izuku urged Todoroki not to hold back, and the two threw themselves at one another. Martial arts and elemental powers collided in an intense, anime-style display. Ice collided with flame while Izuku's martial techniques flowed elegantly, drawing awe from the watching heroes. Suddenly Todoroki unleashed a massive torrent of flame toward Izuku. Izuku did not evade. He stood firm and took the full force of the attack. The crowd and Todoroki fell silent, believing Izuku had been defeated. After a moment, a figure moved through the smoke and embers and emerged, appearing like a blazing fighter. Izuku stood up, singed and smoking, his uniform scorched but his determination clear. Izuku took a stance and signaled that the battle would reach its climax. Todoroki realized a coordinated technique was coming and prepared his own counter. Todoroki launched his strongest attack, named Flash Freeze Heatwave, while Izuku responded with his powerful roaring aura sky-ripping fist. The two techniques collided, producing a massive explosion of energy that flattened the arena in an over-the-top, stylized way. Midnight and Cementos sheltered in a concrete bunker that was nearly uprooted by the blast. When the winds finally calmed, Midnight peered out and announced that only one of the two young men remained standing. Midnight declared Izuku Midoriya the winner of that year's sports festival. The crowd erupted in cheers as Izuku stood with a triumphant smile and a raised fist. Later, after recovering from his burns with help from Lunch Rush, Izuku, Todoroki, and Toki stood on the podium. Bakugo was absent due to his disqualification and pending disciplinary action for his conduct during the tournament. Midnight began to announce that a special guest would present the medals, but All Might interrupted with his booming presence and took the stage to present the awards. All Might placed the bronze medal on Toki, praising her hard work and perseverance and offering a warm hug that moved her to tears. He then placed the silver medal on Todoroki, expressing pride that Todoroki had embraced his full power and offering a respectful hug. Todoroki lingered in the warmth of that fatherly gesture before reluctantly letting go. All Might then placed the gold medal around Izuku's neck, praising Izuku as an inspiration to people without quirks and expressing deep pride. He encouraged everyone with the phrase, "Plus Ultra," and the crowd joined in before All Might made a hasty retreat amid playful complaints. In the UA Med Bay, Katsuki Bakugo awoke strapped to a medical cot with restraints and was attended by his homeroom teacher, the nurse, the dean, and a security officer. Eraserhead expressed his disappointment and warned Bakugo that he was in serious trouble. To be continued. On the train back to UA after the sports festival, Izuku and his mother celebrated his victory and enjoyed the next few days. One rainy morning, Izuku chose to take the train instead of running. An elderly man approached him and introduced himself as Toma Takahashi, explaining that his grandson was also quirkless and had been inspired by Izuku to keep believing in the possibility of becoming a hero. Izuku reacted with surprise and gratitude at the news that he had encouraged the boy. Izuku held back tears of joy as Takahashi produced a hero signature booklet identical to the one Izuku had received at 6 and asked if he would sign it. Takahashi explained that he had taken the booklet from his grandson's room after he left for school and wanted Izuku to sign it for him. Izuku produced a pen and agreed, asking for the boy's name. Takahashi replied that the boy was Issei Takahashi. Izuku signed the book with an inscription addressed to his first fan, encouraging him to believe in himself, and later that book would become extremely valuable because of Izuku's signature. After the train ride, Izuku said goodbye to the kindly old man and walked toward the gates while a new concern crowded his thoughts: Ida. He had vanished during the sports festival, and Izuku had since learned why. The day after the festival, while reading the news online, he had seen that Ida's brother, Ingenium, had been attacked and left seriously injured by Stain, a villain who had been targeting heroes. The story of Stain had been all over the news for months. Once dismissed as a rumor after a few attacks on lower-ranked heroes, the villain had recently been caught on camera attacking higher-profile heroes and now had gravely harmed someone close to Izuku's friend. As Izuku approached the gate, Uraraka stood under an umbrella waiting for him and Ida. Uraraka greeted him and asked if he had heard about what happened to Ida's brother. Izuku admitted that he had and said how horrible it was, unable to imagine what Ida must be feeling. Uraraka expressed her worry and a wish that they could help. Izuku pointed subtly behind her, and she turned to see Ida approach in a raincoat. Izuku offered his condolences to Ida and offered help in whatever form he needed, whether emotional support or a physical outlet to train. Ida politely declined, insisting that he was all right and that his brother's injury had been tragic but beyond his control, and then urged them to enter, noting that a hero should always strive to arrive early. Izuku murmured to Uraraka that things were worse than he had thought. Uraraka, puzzled, said Ida seemed okay to her. Izuku observed that she could not sense the fierce anger burning in Ida's aura. Homeroom. When the three of them entered the homeroom, the atmosphere was tense. Eraser, finally recovered from his injuries, arrived and began taking roll call. Kirishima noticed Bakugo's absence and asked about it. Eraser explained that Bakugo had been moved out of the hero course but remained at UA in general education. The class reacted with surprise and anger. Yaoyorozu voiced indignation, pointing out that Bakugo had used illegal drags to cheat in the tournament and should have been expelled. Eraser confirmed that expulsion would have been appropriate, but lawyers had intervened and prevented it. Bakugo had been reassigned to general education, placed under observation and probation, and assigned an officer to monitor him. He would have to pass finals to re-enter the hero course. The teachers and officers had reluctantly agreed to this arrangement. Flashback. Eraser, Principal Nizu, Chio, and Inspector Tsukachi had gathered in the medbay over Bakugo, prepared to recommend expulsion with the dean's permission. Before they could finalize the decision, an entourage of lawyers arrived, led by a representative from the HPSC, who informed them that Bakugo could not be expelled. Tsukachi and Chio immediately protested, arguing that Bakugo had used a powerful illegal substance called trigger and had nearly overdosed, which should have had legal consequences. The HPSC representatives countered with legal arguments and technicalities that frustrated the staff, who disliked being overruled by lawyers. In the end, expulsion and legal punishment were prevented, but Bakugo was moved to general education on probation with monitoring and the possibility of returning only if he passed finals. The staff had no real choice but to accept the compromise. And a flashback. Eraser announced that general education could now enter, and a new student stepped through the door. She introduced herself as Chikuchi Toki, explained that her quirk was Aqua Hand, and expressed happiness at finally being in the hero course. The class greeted her warmly. Mina and Kirishima were especially welcoming. Toki took a seat, and Eraser continued with the day's agenda. Eraser explained that they would have a special hero informatics course, but first he needed to show the internship offers the students had received based on their sports festival performances. The board rotated and displayed the results. Todoroki led with 2,749 offers, Midoriya had 982, Yaoyorozu had 801, Ida had 563, Toki had 209, Kirishima had 198, Uraraka had 77, Ashido had 53. Jiro had Eraser noted that the distribution was unusually uneven this year. Kirishima questioned the distribution, surprised that Midoriya had won the festival yet did not have the most offers, and puzzled that Toki, who had placed third in their view, had only slightly more than him. Todoroki suggested that Momo's father's influence had helped her. Izuku candidly suggested that his lack of a quirk might make some agencies hesitant to recruit him. Eraser reassured any students without offers that UA had partnered with over 40 additional hero agencies to provide experience and training. He said he would personally train Toki for the coming week to help her catch up. He reminded everyone they had until the end of the week to choose an internship and submit their choices to either him or the class representative for approval. With that, Eraser moved on to the special informatics lesson and announced that they would be selecting their hero names. Eraserhead explained the assignment blandly, and the class erupted in celebration until he silenced them with a glare. He reminded the students that their hero names were intended to be temporary but warned them to choose carefully, because a bad choice could lead to long-term regret. His explanation was interrupted when Midnight entered, striking a pose. She warned them that there would be consequences for careless choices. Eraserhead added that Midnight would oversee the naming portion of the informatics course before he dozed off in his sleeping bag. Midnight immediately took charge, distributing white bards and changing the screen to display a set of rules. She explained that hero names could be no longer than 3 words and could include small articles such as the "and" of. She clarified that names could not allude to violent actions, such as murder, kill, massacre, assault, death, and similar terms. She emphasized that names should be in the native language and must not contain slurs, insults, references to negative historical events, or meme references. The rules made sense, and the students began writing their hero names. Some choices were straightforward, like rebellious hero Punkrock, rainy season hero Froppy, and anti-gravity hero Uravity. Others needed minor adjustments. Red Riot was changed to Red Rock to avoid copyright issues, Alien Queen was revised to Queen Amino to avoid problematic connotations, and I Can't Stop Twinkling was shortened to Dazzling Hero Shine Knight. Some students chose to use their real names, such as Ida and Shoto. All eyes turned to Toki and Izuku when it was their turn. Toki selected Hydro Hero Aqua Dancer, which was immediately approved. Izuku announced Quirkless Hero Hunter as his chosen name. Midnight debated briefly but was persuaded to allow it. By lunchtime, lectures had wrapped up and the class gathered in the lunchroom to compare internship offers. Mina boasted about a high-ranked offer at number 49 for Meltdown, while Kirishima countered with his number 38 offer from Fourth Kind, prompting Mina to pout. Momo happily revealed an offer from Iwabumi ranked 36th. Izuku sorted through his stack of offers and found one that seemed impossible. An offer from Miruko, ranked 7th. He slapped the sheet down in front of his classmates and announced the Miruko offer, causing astonishment among them. Miruko was known for her lone wolf attitude and refusal to work with others, so an internship offer from her was nearly unheard of. Kirishima complained at the improbability, and Todoroki revealed a superior offer from his father, the perennial number 2 hero in Japan, earning him a declared victory in the informal contest. As debates about internships continued, classmates repeatedly sought Izuku's help. His analytical ability to break down quirks and skills made him a popular advisor, and he happily directed many classmates to internships that suited their personalities, abilities, and quirks. When Momo asked whether Iwabumi only did television appearances, Izuku explained that Iwabumi was better known as a TV personality who participated in charity events and occasional capture missions. He suggested that the offer might be influenced by image considerations. Momo blushed at the compliment and ultimately declined the offer, accepting Izuku's recommendation to apply to Fat Gum instead. Izuku also persuaded Mineta not to accept MT Lady's offer, reasoning that the new hero might be seeking experience rather than providing substantial mentorship. He omitted his personal dislike of MT Lady from the explanation. The conversation turned to quirks, and Izuku focused on Toki's Aqua Hand. He produced his hero almanac and asked detailed questions about her ability. Toki explained that she could draw water from any source within a 10-meter radius, whether from a body of water or from plant life. She could control her water as 4 separate streams, each with the weight roughly equivalent to a kilogram, which explained why they had been painful when Mina was struck by them. She demonstrated that she could use them defensively, as in the aqua ring technique she had shown at the sports festival, and offensively, as when she used them as whips. Izuku asked whether she could control ice or water vapor, since those were different states of water, whether she could mold the streams into shapes like blades or extra limbs, whether she could use them as platforms or wings to fly, and whether she could take water from humans to cause dehydration. Toki admitted that she did not know the answers to most of those questions but thanked Izuku for the new ideas he had given her. As lunch ended, Izuku noticed that Ida had been unusually quiet. He watched the speedster brooding over his application sheet, which listed normal hero manual, a hero with water abilities based in Hosu. Izuku felt alarmed by the combination of a speedster training under a water-manipulating hero, the hero's lack of speedster-specific training, and the fact that manual was based in Hosu, where the hero killer was believed to still be active. Concerned, Izuku resolved to speak with Eraserhead. In Eraserhead's office, Izuku told Eraserhead that he was worried Ida might be going after Stain. He explained his reasoning. Ida had chosen to train under Manual, Manual's quirk manipulated water and did not offer speedster training, and Manual was located in Hosu, where the hero killer had been operating. Eraserhead acknowledged the concern and told Izuku that he would take care of it, then advised Izuku to prepare for his own internship. On the train to his destination, Izuku sat quietly and continued to think about Ida and what he had told Eraserhead as the scenery passed by. Eraser responded as Izuku left his office, and Izuku told him that he was counting on him because he did not want to see his friend's obituaries in the paper. The flashback ended. Izuku hoped that Eraser could dissuade Ida from going to Hosu, because if he could not, Ida would be in grave danger. He glanced at the email Miruko had sent with the location of her current base. Izuku arrived at an abandoned, condemned building and doubted he was in the right place, but a second check of the email and his phone confirmed it. He entered cautiously, never lowering his guard. On the fourth floor, he sensed a hostile presence emanating from one of the rooms and realized it was a trap. He prepared to spring it. When an attack came from above, he moved aside with precise timing. Miruko acknowledged his reflexes with a sharp remark as Izuku turned to find the rabbit heroine glaring at him. He asked whether he had passed her test, and she replied that he had not yet, then launched an overhead kick that Izuku redirected to the left. The force of the strike caused the floor beneath them to buckle. Miruko mocked his fighting style and asked whether he had a name for his unusual techniques. Izuku named his technique Water Stream Rock Smashing Fist, and Miruko reacted with amused approval before asking how he had located her so quickly. Izuku explained that the hostile presence had acted as a beacon, and Miruko commented that the trick would make finding opponents easier. Izuku asked why she had sent him an internship offer when she generally preferred to work alone. Miruko admitted that her agent had pushed her to increase her public profile and had instructed her to send an internship offer. She added that Izuku had seemed like a decent fighter. Izuku protested that she had chosen a quirkless student for the sake of brownie points, and Miruko brushed the accusation off. Tension rose as Izuku accused her of not taking the internship seriously. Miruko replied that being tougher than the average hero student did not automatically mean someone was ready for training under her. Izuku proposed a wager. They would fight, and if he won, she would take the internship seriously and teach him. If she won, she would teach him to develop a decisive edge in combat and give him a glowing review. Miruko accepted the challenge with a competitive spark. They squared off, taking martial stances and locking eyes as each dared the other to move first. Miruko launched herself at Izuku with a devastating kick that he blocked, earning an excited smile from her. She rebounded and attempted a leg sweep, but Izuku evaded and countered with a jump flip kick. Miruko avoided it with a one-handed handstand and followed with another kick, which Izuku deflected, then struck her in the torso and sent her into a concrete wall. He followed with a punch that sent her through that same wall. Miruko acknowledged that she had underestimated him and noted that his moves from the sports festival were not flukes. Izuku observed that she appeared to be holding back to avoid causing real harm and suggested that she had chosen the dilapidated building specifically so they could fight without worrying about property damage or civilians. She accepted the implied challenge and prepared a signature attack. Miruko executed her famous technique Luna Arc, slamming into the structure with such force that an upper floor partially collapsed. She sprang back for a follow-up, but Izuku used his legs to redirect her and landed safely. Miruko used the wall she had been thrown into as a springboard and rocketed toward him like an arrow. Izuku countered with a quick strike that only grazed her. As Miruko landed, she staggered and coughed, clearly winded but still determined. Izuku explained that his earlier strike had been a risky technique called Exploding Heart Release Fist, intended to incapacitate weaker opponents, and asked if she would concede. Miruko refused, saying she was enjoying the fight too much, and launched a flurry of punches that Izuku avoided. By moving to the side, taking advantage of a missed strike, Izuku drove an elbow into Miruko's midsection and followed with a backhand to the face. He seized her arm, flipped her over his shoulder, and slammed her into the floor with a thunderous impact that cracked the surface. Izuku then leapt into the air and executed his finishing move, mirroring the momentum and sweep of Miruko's Luna Arc while making it his own. He cried out as he perfectly recreated her Luna Arc kick and landed it on her. She guarded with her arms, but the attack was infused with the exploding relate technique, sending shockwaves through her body and causing the floor beneath them to collapse down through multiple levels until they struck the dilapidated basement. Her vision went dark from the impact. Moments later or hours, she couldn't tell. She opened her eyes to see Izuku looking down at her, and she smiled. She had lost, but she could not have been happier. Miruko laughed and congratulated him, asking his name with genuine surprise. Izuku answered that his name was Midoriya Izuku. Miruko clarified that she meant his hero name, and he answered that he called himself the quirkless hero, Hunter. Miruko praised the name and then told him he had passed the test. Izuku smiled, knowing he had earned some respect from the heroine. The two of them shook hands and left the building. Out on street patrol, Miruko took Izuku, now operating as Hunter, along with her. She explained that heroes on patrol reassured the public and were the best way to get into fights with villains. Over the course of the day, they handled several incidents across the prefecture, stopping robberies and assaults, halting a runaway truck with a well-placed kick, and subduing a few thugs who had been extorting elderly people. Eventually, something much larger arose. As they walked past an alleyway, a small white-haired girl with red eyes and a horn burst out and collided with Izuku's leg, crying. The girl was covered in ragged bandages and scars peeking through. Her dress looked like rough sackcloth. Izuku immediately moved to calm her, telling her it would be okay and asking if she was lost. Miruko leaned in and asked what was happening, but before Izuku could fully answer, another voice spoke. A man stood before them, about 5'10", dark brows, golden eyes, and a strange outfit: black jeans, a black shirt with a white tie, white sneakers, an oddly gaudy green jacket with purple fur trim, white gloves, and a brown and gold plague mask over his mouth. Most of all, both Miruko and Izuku felt a palpable murderous intent emanating from him. The man claimed to be the girl's father and said he had been looking for her, requesting they hand her over. Miruko stepped in front of Izuku and the girl named Eri and asked who he thought he was. The man repeated his demand and tried to move around Miruko, but she blocked him, grinning and refusing to back down. Izuku kept comforting Eri, telling her she would be fine. Eri closed her eyes and, terrified, muttered that the man would kill them like he had done to others, revealing how afraid she was. While watching the exchange, Izuku noticed the man's clothing shift and reconfigure into wristbands. The man's fingers splayed as if to grab, and then he suddenly lunged at Miruko with his hands at considerable speed. Izuku warned Miruko that the man could manipulate matter by touch, put Eri down, and inserted himself between the man and his teacher. He used a water stream rock-smashing fist to redirect the man's attack by striking the wrists and forcing him backward into a wall. The wall dissolved at the point of contact in a spectacular, non-graphic burst of collapsing material. Miruko followed up with a forceful kick that sent the man slamming into a dumpster. Miruko thanked Hunter for the save and told him to take the girl to safety while she handled the man. The man pressed his gloved hand to his chest and, in an unsettling display, his clothing and the matter around his hand briefly erupted into shifting shapes before reforming instantly as if nothing had happened. He glared at his now dirty jacket and, enraged about the stain, renewed his attack, shouting about filth and disease and lunging back at them. Izuku took Eri and began to run, but the ground immediately changed beneath his feet and blocked his escape. He turned and saw the man touching the pavement. His matter-manipulating ability reached a surprising distance. Miruko kicked the man in the head, and he retaliated by generating spikes to counter her. The fight spilled into the open street and drew the attention of civilians, who gathered and began filming. As Izuku watched Miruko battle, he realized the man was using his quirk erratically, creating spikes and trying to cause disruptions rather than employing any trained combat technique. He also noticed the man's obsessive tirades about cleanliness and that Miruko kept returning to familiar attack patterns. Eventually, the man managed to graze Miruko with one of his spikes, throwing her off balance enough to start pressing his advantage. Izuku said that he needed to go help his teacher and prepared to move back toward the fight. Izuku reassured Eri, and she clung to him even tighter. She cried that anyone who tried to save her would be killed, and tears tracked down her face. Izuku held out his pinky and told her he would return, explaining that a pinky promise could not be broken. Eri, still uncertain, linked her pinky with his. Izuku put Eri down gently and dashed off to aid his teacher. Miruko had taken a few blows from the sudden erupting spikes and was clearly hurt. One spike struck her foot and stunned her. The attacker rushed in, intent on finishing the job, but Izuku leapt forward and kicked him, knocking his mask askew and staggering him. The assailant raged about quirks being a sickness and denounced anyone with a quirk, drawing fearful looks from the crowd and anger from Miruko. Izuku confronted the man, asking how Eri fit into his ideology and why he wanted the girl returned. The attacker claimed that Eri was a cure for the so-called illness of quirks and declared that, once the world was purged, the Yakuza would rise again with the Shai Hasaikai at the forefront. He demanded that Eri be given back and lunged into the crowd, intent on harming anyone who stood in his way. Eri hid in terror as the crowd shielded her. Hunter and Miruko intercepted him, striking from multiple directions in a coordinated, high-energy exchange that played out like an intense anime fight. Closed in with rapid attacks and maneuvers, and civilians recorded the confrontation. The attacker's coordinated pressure eventually left him incapacitated on the street, still trying to crawl toward Eri until Izuku delivered a final blow that knocked him unconscious. Authorities arrived after the fight to arrest the man and tend to the injured. Miruko and Eri were taken to the hospital for checks. On the way to and after arriving at the hospital, Eri remained clinging to Izuku. When a doctor approached to help, Eri panicked and her horn began to glow. She shoved Izuku away in a frightened attempt to make him disappear, and Izuku gently laid her on a nearby bed until the glow faded and she fell into an exhausted sleep. Izuku asked the staff if he could stay with her, and the doctors agreed after seeing that Eri only trusted him. Miruko, who was also being treated in the same room, vouched for him. As Izuku tucked Eri into the medical cot, he asked Miruko what had happened. Miruko said she had no idea and called the attacker insane. Izuku explained that the man had repeatedly referred to quirks as diseases, which made no scientific sense, and Miruko warned him not to overanalyze the ramblings. They both wondered why someone would believe such things and why he had mentioned the Yakuza, but agreed it was best to focus on Eri for now. Eri eventually woke up in a cold sweat, clearly shaken by a nightmare, and began to cry. Izuku comforted her, holding her until she calmed and burying her face in his chest as she sobbed. Eri told him it felt like a dream and thanked him for saving her. Izuku assured her that she was safe and that no one would hurt her again. Eri lifted her pinky and asked for a pinky promise. Izuku mirrored her gesture, and Miruko watched with a small, approving smile. Miruko thought to herself that Izuku would make a brilliant hero. Over the next few days, the three of them stayed in the hospital while Miruko recovered and Eri received medical and psychological checks. After Eri's outburst, Izuku requested that the staff avoid wearing their full doctor's uniforms when interacting with her. The team obliged, mindful of the girl's trauma, and Izuku reassured Eri that these people were real doctors, not the ones who had been under the attacker's control. Miruko later shared what she had learned about the attacker. His name was Kai Chisaki, also known as Overhaul. His quirk, Overhaul, allowed him to manipulate matter at a molecular level. He was the current head of the Shai Hasaikai branch of the remnants of the Yakuza. Official records showed a clean rap sheet, but he was under investigation for the suspected deaths of 12 heroes and 31 civilians. As for the man responsible, he was being shipped off to Tartarus to await trial for severe child abuse, and his chances of escaping looked slim. Over the next 3 days, Izuku and Miruko grew close to Eri as they shared stories of their lives. Miruko's tales were toned-down versions, but they still captivated the young girl, and Eri loved hearing Izuku describe his classmates at UA, who all sounded kind and genuine. Whenever the two tried to get Eri to talk about her own past, she would clam up and cry, whispering that she was a monster and mentioning being given to Kai. Eventually Miruko recovered and was discharged from the hospital. Eri begged them to stay, but Miruko had a job and Izuku had to continue his training. Both promised to visit every day, which calmed Eri, and Miruko gave her a hero communication device so she could call them. Less than 4 hours after leaving the hospital, the communicator alarmed and Izuku and Miruko rushed back. They found Eri's door guarded by police and 2 heroes from Sir Nightai's team. The staff tried to prevent them from entering, but Miruko forced her way in and found Night Eye pressing Eri for answers as she cried. When he noticed them, Night Eye let Eri go and demanded an explanation for their presence. Miruko immediately struck him, breaking his glasses and leaving his cheek bruised. Izuku moved to Eri's side and held her, speaking gently to soothe her. Night Eye scolded them for interfering with his investigation, but Miruko refused his rebuke and ordered him to leave, instructing Izuku to cover Eri's ears. Night Eye stormed out, muttering as he went. For the rest of that day and the following one, Izuku and Miruko trained in a nearby park, unwilling to trust Night Eye to stay away. On Friday, Miruko received a priority call from Hosu and told Izuku they had been requested to help hunt the hero killer. They promised Eri they would return as soon as possible and asked the hospital to keep her room restricted. When they arrived at the police station in Hosu, the atmosphere was tense. Heroes had gathered, including Endeavor and his team alongside Todoroki. Izuku and Miruko exchanged a meaningful look and followed their teachers into the briefing room. The room was full of heroes of every specialty: fighters, trackers, capturers, stealth operatives, and investigators. Kenji Tsuragami, the chief of Hosu Police, began the meeting and announced they would hunt the hero killer Stain, warning anyone who felt unfit to leave now. No one left. The chief explained that evidence suggested Stain remained in Hosu. Izuku agreed silently, matching the police theory that Stain typically killed several heroes per city before moving on and had so far only killed 2 in Hosu, while only crippling Ingenium. After the briefing, Izuku checked on Todoroki to see how he was coping under his father's supervision. Todoroki said his father was trying to teach him control of pyrokinesis and that Endeavor had been more disciplined since the sports festival. Todoroki suspected his father's renewed focus had been influenced by that loss. The heroes split up into teams to search for Stain. The night was unusually calm, no robberies, no disturbances until an explosion shattered the quiet. Miruko and Izuku raced toward the blast. When they arrived, the street was chaos. Buildings and vehicles were alight, people were down and hurt, and 3 Nomu were rampaging through the area. Miruko, disgusted, asked what those creatures were. Izuku explained that they were Nomu, bioengineered monsters the League of Villains had used during the attack on UA, creatures with multiple quirks. Miruko grinned and leapt into action, ready to fight without holding back. Izuku and his partner Hunter joined her, converging on the Nomu. Izuku targeted a lanky Nomu with 4 eyes using his whirlwind iron-cutting fist, but the creature absorbed the slicing winds and sent the force back toward him. The return strike left Izuku winded and bruised by the impact, but not seriously wounded. Izuku observed that the Nomu could absorb and release attacks, so he needed to adapt. He considered the limits of the creature's absorption and how much it could release at once, and decided to test that with a different approach. Spotting a sporting goods store with a shattered window, he dove through, grabbed a metal bat, and prepared to use it as a blunt, non-quirk-dependent tool in the fight. He believed the change in tactic would give them an advantage. Izuku charged the Nomu full force, struck its face, and knocked out some teeth. The Nomu returned the kinetic energy through its face with a powerful punch, creating ripples through its body that revealed a weakness. Izuku attacked again and again, then used a technique once used against him, Savage Tornado. He spun with centripetal force and unleashed a barrage of attacks. The Nomu absorbed and released each strike, but every release made its body ripple more until it eventually tore itself apart and collapsed in a burst of energy. Izuku muttered that fighting spirit had won and gave a quiet thanks to Metal Bat as he looked at the motionless foe. He grimaced, then turned to see that Miruko had pulverized her Nomu and the other heroes had contained the fires, leaving only one threat. Miruko warned Kit to look out, but a flying Nomu grabbed Izuku and took off. Izuku said he was not a fan of air travel, grabbed the monster's leg, and broke it like a twig, forcing the Nomu to drop him. He landed directly in front of an alleyway where something significant was happening. In the alleyway, Stain stood over his current prey, confronting a fake who dared call himself a hero, and beside him the brother of Ingenium, who had come for revenge. Stain was about to act when a new figure arrived from the sky, injured and familiar. His instincts made him wary. Stain asked who the newcomer was, trying to place him. Izuku introduced himself as the quirkless hero hunter and identified the man before him as the hero killer, Stain. Then Izuku noticed his friend Ida on the ground and asked what he was doing there. Ida replied that it was his fight and told Izuku to leave, his voice sharp as he struggled to rise. Izuku smirked and said he would take 5, frustrated that Ida was just lying there. Stain then accused Izuku of having criticized the sports festival and the Hero Public Safety Commission, and he asked why Izuku wanted to be a hero. Izuku explained that people like him needed representation. Many heroes were great, but none were quirkless, and he wanted to be a symbol of hope for quirkless people just as All Might was a symbol of peace. He then asked why Stain killed heroes. Stain's face lit with a dangerous delight as he explained that he did not kill true heroes but those he considered fakes, people who, in his view, tarnished the title through greed and recklessness. He said he called that kind to restore true heroism, invoking All Might as his ideal. Izuku replied that Stain's logic was flawed. He argued that those labeled as fakes might simply have been trying to survive in an oversaturated field and that Stain had not considered the families of the people he killed or how proud they had been. Izuku acknowledged that heroes were human, flawed, needing to eat, sometimes seeking validation, and rejected Stain's demand that a true hero must be miserable and wholly sacrificial. Stain insisted that a true hero must fully dedicate themselves or quit. Izuku bluntly called that position foolish, and Stain threatened to kill anyone who got in his way, offering to spare Izuku only if he stepped aside. Izuku refused, saying he could not let someone die, and positioned himself between Stain and the others. Stain glared and dashed at Izuku with his sword raised. Izuku caught the sword between his fingers and snapped it, surprising Stain. Before Stain could recover, Izuku punched him hard, sending him tumbling. Izuku approached cautiously, aware that it might not be enough. Stain sprang up and slashed at Izuku with a knife, drawing a small wound. He then performed a strange, ritualistic gesture with the blade. Suddenly Izuku's limbs went numb and his body fell limp. He wondered if it was paralysis and struggled to summon his will to adapt as Stain moved past, intent on the other hero. Stain proclaimed that they would die for a greater cause and began to plunge his knife toward Ida's back. A noise behind him drew his attention. He turned only to receive a fist to the face, which sent him stumbling into the street. As Stain recovered, he looked back to see who had struck him, and what he saw unsettled him. Midoriya was standing again. Stain demanded an explanation, unable to comprehend anyone other than All Might resisting his power. He attempted to apply his quirk, but Midoriya continued to resist it. Midoriya thought to himself that he was slowly overcoming this obstacle, recalling his encounter with Joro and the way his body had adapted under psychokinetic pressure. He charged at the serial killer, ready for another round, and tackled him further into the streets. From that moment forward, Stain was at a complete disadvantage. He was neither strong enough nor skilled enough to contend with Midoriya. Every attack he made was deflected and countered easily. More importantly, his quirk had lost its effect. Even when Stain tried to use it, Midoriya only flinched slightly and kept fighting, as if adapting to the paralysis. After 6 minutes of relentless fighting, other heroes, several civilians, and the media finally arrived and surrounded Stain, who could only stand through sheer willpower at that point. Izuku confidently stated that it looked like Stain had lost. Stain refused the association with any league when challenged, angrily denying any connection and insisting that the villain he had been linked to was insane and driven only by senseless destruction. He explained to the media that the man in question craved devastation without purpose, unleashing monstrous creations on the innocent with no plan beyond endless ruin. At that moment, Endeavor stepped forward to claim the glory and ordered the hero killer to surrender. The action provoked Stain to rage. He drew another knife and threatened the flame hero, declaring that only All Might could kill him. His intense killing intent washed over those nearby and froze many heroes in place. Midoriya sensed the effect Stain's aura was having and met it by projecting his own formidable intent. The two opposing pressures collided. Stain began to tremble and shrink under the weight of Midoriya's overwhelming presence. His composure broke and terror overtook him. With a scream of panic, Stain collapsed, overcome by fear, and fell unconscious. The heroes quickly recovered from the aura's effects, cordoned off civilians, arrested Stain, and attended to Ida and the others who had been caught up in the fight. A few hours later, Izuku and Ida found themselves in a hospital room together. Izuku asked why Ida had been in Hosu, warning him that if the answer was revenge he would scold him. Ida explained that he had not intended to be there. Manuel had withdrawn his offer of assistance for unknown reasons, so Ida had gone with a friend of his brother's, a hero named Speedburst. They had been heading to another city to deal with a drag gang when the train was attacked by a Nomu. Ida had helped civilians and then, hearing a cry for help he could not ignore, rushed toward the danger. He had found Stain standing over someone and, in a burst of anger, attacked, only to be defeated. He apologized, ashamed of his failure. Izuku, trying to comfort him, told Ida to use the experience and learn from it. Ida gratefully acknowledged Midoriya's support, and Izuku asked to be called by his first name before saying he needed to check on a little girl named Eri. The next day, after visiting Eri with Miruko and being told by the Hosu chief that he would receive credit for subduing Stain because he had not broken vigilante laws, and learning of Ida's punishment, Izuku decided to take a walk to clear his head. He wandered through Hosu, thinking about how chaotic his life had become in a few weeks, the USJ, the Nomu, and now Stain like a protagonist in a rushed story moving from one conflict to the next. A cry for help drew him toward an alley. He found 3 thuggish men in leather coats bearing the logos of the Creature Rejection Clan. Izuku had heard of the group, who proclaimed the purity of humans and advocated for the extermination of non-human beings. They belonged to a violent, xenophobic cult that targeted anyone who did not fit their narrow idea of standard human, a term that had always meant little but had become dangerous since quirks began to produce visible differences. The thugs were harassing a woman with fox-like features and light teal-blue skin when Izuku arrived. Although not an official hero, Izuku still felt compelled to intervene under the law as it stood, and he moved in without hesitation. One of the thugs raised a crowbar to strike the woman, but Izuku grabbed the weapon and wrenched it from his hands. Izuku demanded to know what they were doing, and the thugs turned their attention to him. A thug with a blonde crew cut accused Izuku of interfering and claimed the woman was a filthy mutant. An oily-haired thug insisted that the woman was not human, while a red-spiked-haired thug answered by igniting his hands. The blonde's arms shifted into metal and the oily thug produced an unsettling sheen of oil as they prepared to attack. The 3 attacked in clumsy, telegraphed motions that Izuku read easily. He countered the blonde first, using a redirection technique in a flowing strike that sent the thug's own momentum back into him and knocked him out. Izuku then handled the red-haired attacker by deflecting the advancing fire with calm, precise movements and employing a spinning takedown that pinned the man against a wall. Finally, he moved on the oily thug, who thought himself untouchable when a puck slid harmlessly off his face. Izuku followed with a shockwave-infused strike that disoriented him and left him incapacitated. The confrontation resolved quickly and cleanly, more like an energetic animated fight than a brawl. After the fight, Izuku checked on the woman. He offered his hand to help her up, and she responded with fear and relief, admitting she had thought she might die. She stood revealed to be tall around 7 feet and had light teal-blue skin with a white patch along her lower jaw that showed beneath her red shirt. Her hair was short and messy and her face bore fox-like features, including pointed ears and a slender snout. Her darker teal-blue eyes were clear and attentive. Izuku found himself struck by how different and compelling her appearance was, feeling an earnest admiration rather than anything more intense. The woman noticed Izuku staring and flinched, then explained nervously that people usually called her monstrous. Izuku quickly assured her that her appearance did not make her monstrous and that he thought she was admirable, leaving her blushing at the compliment. He introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya, and she gave her name as Ippan Joshi, responding awkwardly to the exchange. She thanked him for saving her and then hurried away. Left alone with the knocked-out thugs, Izuku reminded himself that the incident had been fortunate in its timing and hoped he would not run into the woman again, though he admitted to himself that he had found her presence memorable. He then pulled out his phone to call Miruko. At the hospital, Izuku reported the incident to Miruko and received a stern scolding from her. The remainder of his time training under her care was spent both on drills and on comforting a small girl named Eri. The little unicorn-like girl was slowly opening up and getting used to the presence of others. She began to treat Izuku and Miruko like family, calling Izuku her big brother and Miruko her rabbit mom in her own way. Izuku was relieved that she did not call him father, which would have drawn too much press attention and made things awkward. When Izuku told his mother about Eri, she arrived at the hospital with apple pie after learning that Eri loved apples. Eri's face lit up at the sight. Once Eri was healthy enough to leave, a problem became clear. She had no known living family and had grown emotionally dependent on Izuku and Miruko, unwilling to let them go. Miruko could not take the child because she worked full-time as a pro hero and her apartment was not set up for two. Izuku might have been able to, but he was busy attending UA and his mother worked as a nurse. They could not put the child up for adoption because of her trauma and emotional dependency on Izuku and Miruko, so they had a problem. Inko announced kindly that she would adopt the girl, which confused the others. Izuku explained to his mother that she worked at a different hospital and he attended UA, and he wondered how they would care for the child. Inko answered that she would apply for a job at UA, mentioning that Izuku often pointed out how overworked Recovery Girl looked after training visits, so she could work there and bring the child with her. Miruko interjected with a teasing suggestion that Izuku was worried his mother might tell embarrassing childhood stories, and Izuku agreed that this was part of his concern. The child, Eri, tugged at his heartstrings and asked what adoption meant. Izuku told her that adoption would legally make her his little sister if she wanted it. When Eri asked if he would really be her big brother, Izuku confirmed with a gentle smile that he would. Eri reacted with eager relief at the answer, and Izuku could not refuse the smile that followed. He promised to ask Principal Nizu about hiring his mother and about whether Eri could attend some classes with him, and his mother hugged both of them. As Miruko prepared to leave, Izuku added that he would mention the possibility of a new hero teacher, which surprised Miruko. After lunch, Izuku went to UA. He had phoned Principal Nizu and arranged a meeting to explain the situation. Eraserhead decided to attend the meeting as well, saying he wanted to hear what his favorite problem child was up to. Izuku explained that Eri was emotionally dependent on him and Miruko, that she needed quirk training to overcome her fear, and that his mother wanted to apply for a job at UA as a nurse. Principal Nizu told Izuku that he had made an interesting set of requests. Izuku assured him that these changes would not impede his studies or training and that he did not want to abandon a traumatized little girl. Nizu and Eraserhead exchanged looks and then agreed to Izuku's requests, warning him that this arrangement had better not interfere with his responsibilities. Eraserhead asked whether Izuku knew what Eri's quirk was. Izuku admitted that he did not. Eri would go quiet when asked about it, and whenever it activated she became frightened and pushed people away. Izuku said he suspected the quirk might be dangerous or difficult to control and requested Eraserhead's help in training her. Eraserhead groaned but agreed to assist. Nizu then brought up a formal complaint he had received from Sir Night Eye concerning Izuku and Miruko, alleging that they had ruined 3 years of investigations and assaulted someone. Izuku explained what he knew. They had rescued Eri from a madman who turned out to be a Yakuza boss. Night Eye had accosted Eri when they saw him, and Miruko had reacted to how Night Eye treated the child. Nizu thanked Izuku for the explanation and reminded him to be punctual the next day. When Izuku asked vaguely about another matter he had mentioned, Nizu replied that he was handling it, leaving the details deliberately vague. Eraserhead decided he did not want to hear more and left for training with Toki. After they were gone, Nizu looked at his computer and quietly noted that someone had hidden their tracks well but not well enough, and he laughed softly to himself. Back at the hospital the next day, Izuku, his mother, and Eri went through the adoption process. The procedure was lengthy but straightforward, and Izuku understood why the adoption service had a good reputation. The formalities were simple and efficient. That night, Eri slept in Izuku's bed while he took the guest futon on the floor, certain she should not be left alone yet. She had become emotional the first time he showed her a bed, and he hugged her gently to let her calm down. By morning, Eri had quietly moved into Izuku's futon during the night and was curled up, holding onto his pajama top like a lifeline. She woke startled and cried out, insisting to herself that it was not all a dream. Izuku comforted her with another hug. Afterward, she mimicked his morning routine, copying his stretches and the way he brushed his teeth. Since she had no clothes of her own, Izuku gave her some of his older clothes that fit her. That was how she ended up wearing a t-shirt that said doorframe with a pair of jeans and all-might boots. They went downstairs and found Inko already making a traditional set breakfast for them. Upon seeing Eri, Inko thought she should buy the girl some proper clothes. After years of limited eating and a week of hospital meals, Eri was stunned by how delicious the food tasted and thanked Inko tearfully. Inko hugged her and gave her horn a gentle kiss. Izuku planned to take Eri to lectures that day because Inko still needed to be interviewed by the university before being hired. He messaged his classmates ahead of time to let them know he would be bringing Eri and asked them to behave, singling out Mina for her boundless energy and Mineta for his tendency to be disruptive. In 1A homeroom, when Izuku arrived, he was relieved that no one immediately swarmed him with questions about Eri or the recent incidents. Mina, however, looked as if she might burst with excitement, which was understandable given how cute Eri appeared. The gentle giant Shoji rose and asked to see Eri in a calm, kind manner. Izuku knelt and reassured the girl waiting just beyond the doorframe, promising she would be safe, and coaxed her into the classroom. Eri quietly introduced herself while hiding behind Izuku's leg. The girls and many of the boys noted how adorable she was. Izuku asked his classmates to be patient and explained that she had been through a lot as he gently picked her up. When Eri scanned the classroom, she froze in fear at the sight of Tokoyami and curled into Izuku's chest. Izuku immediately realized why a villain they had faced wore a bird-like mask, and Eri was still sensitive to anything similar. He mentally kicked himself for forgetting how Tokoyami's appearance might affect her. Remembering that Tokoyami often had an apple at lunch, Izuku hoped he might have something on hand. Tokoyami did have an apple and a box of homemade apple frittatas his mother had prepared. He approached slowly to appear as non-threatening as possible and offered one to Eri. With encouragement from Izuku, Eri reached out to take it while holding on to her new big brother, and she ate the frittata. She said it was very nice, and Izuku wiped a few crumbs from her mouth. After settling that moment, the class waited for Eraser, who was running late. To pass the time, they began sharing stories from their internships. Izuku sat Eri at a small desk beside his and set out coloring books and crayons to keep her occupied. Most of the accounts boiled down to training, patrols, and skirmishes with criminals, but a few stories stood out. Tsuyu described helping the hero Selkie stop an offshore weapons deal run by a villain named Innsmouth, providing useful information about the mission and helping clean the ship afterward. Momo enthusiastically recounted her time with Fat Gum and how happy she was to talk about the local foods she tried. The class listened politely and let her continue. Mineta said that his internship had taught him useful skills for mobility and rescue. He also expressed gratitude to Izuku for steering him toward a different placement. He had heard from friends in 1B that the other option had involved mostly menial tasks. Kirishima hyped up his time with Fourth Kind alongside Tetsu, though in reality he had spent most of it on community service and basic training. The way he spoke made it sound like far grander feats, but the class accepted his enthusiasm, The conversation went on until the class's attention turned to Izuku. They had seen footage of his encounters with Overhaul and Stain and had many questions. They asked about the spiky man Izuku fought, what had happened in Hosu and why Nomu were there, how he had ended up fighting Stain, and why the bird-masked man had referred to quirks as diseases. Izuku did his best to answer, asking for one question at a time as his classmates pressed forward. He explained that a Yakuza boss called Overhaul was involved and that the League was suspected of the attack. He described the situation as bad luck and said the man had been clearly unstable. When Jiro asked what Overhaul wanted with Eri, Izuku checked on the girl and saw her happily coloring a butterfly. He admitted he did not know. Overhaul had called her a cure for quirks, but he had been incoherent and dangerous, and Izuku did not know what Eri's quirk actually did. Even if he did, he said he couldn't share anything significant about it. Izuku explained the exercise to his classmates. After that, homeroom continued as usual when Aizawa finally showed up. He welcomed them back, took roll call, sternly admonished Ida for his actions in Hosu, and then immediately fell asleep. Slightly disappointed by their teacher's brevity, the students returned to talking about their internships. They all paused, however, when Eri finished coloring. Eri asked quietly if the picture was good, and the whole class melted at the sight of the shy little girl. Izuku told Eri that her drawing was beautiful and that he was proud of her, which made her blush and endeared her to everyone even more. After discussing their varied internships and fawning over Eri, the class left for lectures. Later that day in Heroics class, All Might visited and brought them to Beta Field for an important exercise, a race. All Might explained that they would be separated into 5 groups and race through a mock industrial complex to save a civilian, a role he would be playing. Before the teams split up, Izuku attended to Eri. He told her that he would be performing a training exercise and that he needed to leave her with his friends for a while. Eri asked fearfully why he had to leave, and Izuku answered that he had to learn how to be a hero. Eri told him that he was already her hero, tugging at his heart. Izuku admitted that while that might be true, he was not yet an official hero. Shoji gently offered that Eri could sit on his shoulder while she waited. Eri looked to Izuku for approval, and Izuku offered his pinky in a promise that it would be okay. Eri took his pinky and said she would be brave, then allowed Shoji to lift her onto his shoulder. The teams were then selected through a randomizer. The first group consisted of Sato, Shoji, Yamamo, Aoyama, and Ishido. The second group consisted of Uraraka, Kirishima, Hagakure, Ojiro, and Mineta. The third group consisted of Toki, Koda, Kaminari, Siro, and Ida. The fourth group consisted of Midoriya, Todoroki, Azui, Tokoyami, and Jiro. The first race was confusing because few participants had ways to augment speed. Some had speculated that Momo would build a jetpack, but instead she created a grappling hook gun to gain temporary advantage. To everyone's surprise, Sato won after using a canister of a substance that looked like brown sugar. Afterwards, he explained that he had taken Midoriya's suggestion to experiment with how different types of sugar affected his quirk. Brown sugar improved his speed, white sugar increased his strength, and cane sugar boosted his stamina. Momo followed him using her grappling device. Mina used her acid creatively to slide and create footholds. Aoyama propelled himself with his beams and bumped into buildings occasionally, and Shoji finished on foot. In the second group, Uraraka's floating ability made it easy for her to reach All Might despite not being the fastest on land. Mineta bounced across the course using clusters of his ball, followed by Ojiro, Hagakure, and then Kirishima, who were all on foot. The third group surprised many when Toki won. She combined her water streams into a thin surfboard and literally surfed through the air to All Might's position, showing off a new costume that resembled modified scuba gear with protective plating and a breathing apparatus. Siro followed swinging through the city, then Ida on foot, Kaminari on foot but faster than usual, and finally Koda. The fourth group's result was more predictable. Izuku raced to All Might's position in under a minute, moving through the industrial complex with remarkable speed and agility. Tokoyami followed by using Dark Shadow to glide through the air. Azui came next, then Todoroki, and finally Jiro. After the races and a small, non-injurious incident in the locker rooms that left a hole in the wall, Izuku was called to Yagi's office. He dropped Eri off with his mother and went to the office with his notebook ready to help in the selection process. Izuku asked whether Yagi had made a list of potential candidates, and Yagi confirmed that he had. Yagi handed over a short list that included students from both Class 1A and 1B, such as Kirishima, Ida, Uraraka, Yaoyorozu, Kendo, and Hananuki. Yagi explained that he chose those students based on their selfless nature, willpower, and determination. Izuku asked whether Yagi had considered asking any upperclassmen. Yagi said he had considered it and that one was even pushed by an old friend of his, but he preferred to give the opportunity to a newer hero student so they would have more time, ideally 3 years, to learn how to incorporate the strengths and weaknesses of one for all instead of being rushed through a single year. Yagi remembered how it had taken him nearly 3 years to control his strength to a non-lethal level. Izuku agreed that giving a successor more time to acclimate made sense. With that, Yagi moved forward and they began the selection process. Izuku began his considerations. First was Kirishima. The debate focused on whether one for all would improve his hardening quirk. Something can only get so dense and hard before it breaks. Kirishima's infinite positivity and willpower made him a strong candidate, but his hard-headed approach to problem-solving held him back. Next was Ida. He was a difficult sell after his recent actions in Hosu. Although he had not gone there by choice, he had still chosen to fight for revenge, and his rigid, rule-bound thinking suggested he might try to emulate All Might rather than become his own type of hero. He remained on the list because of his hard work, intelligence, and effective use of his quirk, but his chances were slim. Uraraka was an interesting case that required Izuku to set aside his bias to judge fairly. He praised her potential, noting how one for all might evolve her anti-gravity into a more versatile control over gravitational forces. Her endurance, resolve, and eagerness to learn made her a strong candidate, though her current tendency to rely on her quirk could be a drawback. Yaoyorozu intrigued Izuku for different reasons. He wondered if one for all's energy reserves could lift the limits on her creation ability. All Might saw true heroism in her decision to become a hero despite having the option of a comfortable life, and her self-doubt and limited resources were the only real weaknesses keeping her from being a top contender. Kendo's straightforward quirk and martial arts skills suggested a simple but effective path to becoming a successor. All Might believed that combining his raw, force-centered fighting style with Kendo's technique could make her unstoppable. Her family background, which included minor strength enhancements, made an increase in her power from one for all plausible, and her determination and leadership in controlling difficult individuals marked her as a reliable choice. Finally, Hananuki had been chosen for his strategic abilities. Though he had earned entry to UA on that strength, neither All Might nor Izuku saw a clear way that one for all would dramatically change his approach unless he overhauled his tactics. He remained a consideration but was less favored than the others. All through lunchtime Izuku and All Might deliberated, weighing personalities, quirks, traits, and skills. When they reached a conclusion, they prepared for the next steps. The past few days had been rough for Tamura. His confrontation with the so-called legendary hero killer had ended badly, leaving him furious at the implication that he lacked conviction. He believed he had conviction, the conviction to destroy. A plan to terrify the public with a Nomu attack had collapsed when the 3 creatures were neutralized in under an hour. Worse, the hero killer had denounced the League on live television, undermining Tamura's plan to use the figure as a martyr and instead scaring off potential recruits. What remained were a scattering of unstable followers far from the fervent movement he had envisioned. One of the new arrivals introduced himself as Dabi. Tamura saw him as a brittle, attention-seeking addition, though with no better options he tolerated him. Dabi's appearance suggested a patchwork of scars and a gaunt intensity, and he had announced on television that he admired the League's commitment to destruction. A knock at the door interrupted the tense atmosphere. Kurogiri moved to answer, but 8 men wearing bird masks quickly entered, carrying weapons. A man with white, arrow-shaped hair stepped forward and identified himself as Chronostasis, representing the Shai Hasaikai. He and his group sat at the bar with a calm, businesslike air. Tamura responded with skepticism, noting that he did not recall crossing the Yakuza. Chronostasis stated that the visit was about revenge. He explained that Shai Hasaikai had learned from a Hosu police contact that a young hero student named Izuku Midoriya, along with Miruko, had arrested their boss and taken property. Tamura acknowledged that Midoriya had also been the one to best the hero killer and had thwarted the League's bioweapon plans at the USJ, information that surprised him when Chronostasis confirmed it. Chronostasis did not elaborate on his sources. The conversation turned to strategy. Tamura asked what the Yakuza could offer beyond manpower. Chronostasis produced a hermetically sealed case and opened it, revealing 8 red darts arranged inside. He presented them as a possible solution to counter Midoriya's unusual strength, suggesting a coordinated effort was the only way to overcome such a singular threat. Tamura examined the contents and weighed the proposal, understanding that this partnership would change the League's trajectory. A tense silence settled as each man considered the consequences of allying with the Shai Hasaikai. A brief pause followed as everyone processed the new plan. One homeroom. A few weeks after internships ended, UA sent an email to all students that there would be a special announcement in homeroom. Aizawa blandly announced that in 2 weeks they would all be taking their finals for the semester. The class fell silent, then erupted in excitement because finals meant summer camp vacation. Mina exclaimed that it would be a summer camp vacation. Kaminari added that there would be esmores. Siro mentioned that there would be campfire stories. Mineta interrupted with a comment about a relaxing hot spring, which briefly ruined the moment and made everyone look at him. Mina told him that he had ruined it, and the class retook their seats. Aizawa explained that in 1 week they would need to hand in all their essays for other lectures and prepare for both a written exam and a physical one. After he finished, he went to sleep, leaving the students to their own devices. Siro panicked that he had forgotten to study and was behind on 3 essays. Kaminari admitted he was in the same situation and began to sweat. Todoroki, baffled at how anyone could be failing after attending the same lectures, remarked that it seemed impossible. Mina snapped that Todoroki should stop acting superior, since she was also significantly behind. Mineta muttered that they were all dummies. Jiro asked what he had said, and Mineta smugly claimed he had already finished most of his work. Siro called him a traitor, and the group began arguing with him until Momo stepped forward to quiet them. Momo offered to tutor anyone who wanted help, mentioning that she had already finished her essays. The class thanked Momo and accepted her offer. Nearly everyone agreed to come to her house except Todoroki. Momo began making plans and started listing details about tea and the library, which caught the class off guard. Yayarosa household. When the class arrived at Momo Yayarosa's house, they were stunned. From her name and mannerisms they had assumed she came from a well-off family, but the reality was even more impressive. Her home was a gated mansion with a front garden half the size of a sports field, cameras on the gate, a voiced buzz-in box, and uniformed guards patrolling the grounds. A team of attendants politely took their coats and guided them to the house library, which was vast and richly appointed. Momo announced from the library's 3rd floor that everyone was there and that it was going to be fun. The class took their seats and pulled out their books. Izuku set Eri up with coloring books. He had brought them because his mother was busy with work and he was still waiting to be hired at UA, but he felt comfortable leaving Eri there given the staff and security. He relaxed as the attendants brought tea and a large assortment of snacks, thinking that this would be a brilliant way to study. UA training grounds. During the week before finals, while many students studied at Momo's house, others prepared for the practical exam at UA's state-of-the-art training gym. The gym was designed to push quirks to their limits with advanced equipment, a treadmill built for extreme speed, a bench press with hydraulics for immense resistance, rowing machines with high force requirements, impact-resistant punching equipment, and heavy dumbbells. Students from several classes used the facility to improve themselves and practice their quirks. The gym was half full with students, including Toki, Kirishima, Shoji, Uraraka, and Izuku. Specialized training rooms hosted others working on particular abilities. Izuku and Toki talked about their progress and capabilities. Izuku asked how Toki's surfing training had been going, and Toki replied that it was going well and that her instructor said she had a natural talent for surfing. Izuku then asked about her constructs and was told that they still collapsed and would not solidify reliably. Izuku suggested visualizing the water at a molecular level. Toki said she had tried that but usually ended up creating ice. She could manipulate ice similarly to water but had not yet produced steam, which excited Izuku. He praised her, saying she was doing incredibly well considering her late start, and Toki thanked him, mentioning that Aizawa had been a strict and sometimes vague instructor during her internship. In his excitement, Izuku accidentally bumped into a purple-haired student. The purple-haired student snapped at him to watch it. Izuku apologized and offered a handshake to smooth things over, explaining he had been distracted. The student sneered and walked away, muttering about luck and privilege. Izuku wondered what his problem was. Toki explained that the student was Shinso and that he tended to be withdrawn and bitter. She added that she did not know much about him beyond his quirk and general attitude. Izuku's interest peaked when Toki mentioned that Shinso's quirk, called brainwashing, could control others and was difficult to escape without assistance. Izuku thought that quirk would be useful in many situations. Izuku scribbled potential uses with excitement, while Toki commented that the item would be useful if the person it belonged to were not so self-loathing, which left Izuku confused. He wondered why she had called him self-loathing twice. Toki explained that the man hated his own quirk. She had heard him mutter that a friend in middle school joked his quirk would be perfect for a villain, and he had taken the joke to heart and begun to resent himself. She added that his lack of physical strength likely contributed to his failure on the hero entrance exam. Izuku explained that quirks were tools defined by their users, not inherently villainous or heroic. Toki mimicked Shinso's voice to illustrate his complaints about not being understood and the idea that some people were simply born heroes, and Izuku reminded her there was no need to mock Shinso, who was doing his best as he weakly lifted light weights. Toki countered that he should have put in the effort earlier instead of wasting years moping, and she teased Izuku about his own past as someone without a quirk, noting he had earned supporters through hard work. With that, she left for the bathroom. Izuku watched Shinso and reflected on how different his life might have been if he had not been the reincarnation of Garou. He wondered whether he would have wasted years moping and offering only lip service to his dreams, whether he would have accepted OFA from All Might questions he knew would remain unanswered. 4 days before finals, several students headed to the support department to pick up costume alterations they had requested weeks earlier. As they approached the lab door, Izuku felt a sudden warning in his instincts and stepped back, stretching out an arm to hold his friends behind him. The door exploded off its hinges, and Izuku realized someone had been in the blast. He reacted and caught the person who flew through the air. The person was also the cause of the explosion Mei Hatsum revealed when Power Loader stormed out and scolded her for using nitroglycerin as a gear lubricant. Mei brushed off the scolding and greeted the newcomer with her usual energetic banter, then became distracted by the person who had been carrying her. Izuku asked whether her creations were ready for him and his friends. He thought back to the time after the sports festival but before internships when he, Momo, Uraraka, Hagakure, Kaminari, and Ojiro had all placed orders for new equipment. He had personally asked Mei to make his hero costume because, despite her eccentric personality, she was a brilliant inventor. Mei accepted the nickname he gave her and teased him in return. He did not mind the familiarity. Mei sprang from Izuku's arms and rushed to an industrial wardrobe, throwing it open to reveal the completed gear. She announced that the first suits were for Momo and Toru, using playful nicknames as she worked. Both suits were skin-tight, covering everything except the hands, head, and feet. Momo's suit was red with beige accents, paired with black combat boots with red stripes, twin arm bracers with flexible screens, and a red-tinted visor. Toru's suit was pearlescent from head to toe and shone like a mirage, its only visible addition a small switch on a wristband. Mei explained that both costumes had been made using DNA from the hair they had provided. Momo's suit should let her use her creation ability without tearing, and the flexible screens and visor would replace the bulky reference book she often carried. Toru's suit would remain visible until the left wrist switch was flipped, activating a current that rendered it invisible. The two heroes carried their costumes to the changing rooms. Mei moved on to Uraraka's overhaul. She declared that Uraraka's old costume had been poorly designed for fighting, scrapped the impractical heels in favor of spring-assisted lifts, and replaced the useless helmet with a fully closing one that included a heads-up display. She added a gyroscope to help with orientation and grappling hooks built into the wrists, explaining each improvement as she handed over the new suit. Next, Mei pulled a box containing equipment for Kaminari and Ojiro. For Kaminari, she produced an exo-frame and an amp-bat. The exo-frame fit over the body to allow external charging that increased strength and speed while diffusing short-circuiting, and the amp-bat was a hybrid bat and tuning fork meant to be charged with electricity before impact. Kaminari accepted the gear eagerly. For Ojiro, Mei presented armored tail sleeves that ended in a mace-like tip, designed to add protection and striking power. Then, turning to Izuku, Mei admitted that his request had been a personal challenge since he was quirkless in her understanding, but she had completed it. She handed him a new battle garb that resembled his old costume but was clearly improved, highly resistant to kinetic and chemical damage, capable of minor regeneration, and comfortable. Izuku felt the familiar mix of gratitude and relief and thanked Mei for her work. Izuku told Mei not to forget to tell everyone she met about the next big company, Hatsum Incorporated. Mei replied enthusiastically and smiled brightly. Before he entered the changing rooms, he turned back to ask Mei for another favor. After returning from the support lab, Izuku found himself in a private training room with Eri and Eraserhead, while Nizu watched from the observation room. Eri was surrounded by various objects, caged rodents, and plants to test how her quirk interacted with other things. Izuku calmly asked Eri to try to use her quirk. Eri answered fearfully, on the verge of tears, and said she was worried about losing control and making her mother hate her. Izuku reassured her that neither he nor their mother could ever hate her, and he hugged her while promising that if she could not control it, Eraserhead could stop it with his quirk. Eraserhead nodded in agreement. Izuku then asked if she was ready, and Eri took a deep breath and prepared herself. Eraserhead asked Izuku if he was sure this would work, and Izuku replied that he did not have a better idea. Eraserhead offered his opinion and fell silent as something began to happen. Eri's horn glowed a soft golden light with sparkling motes. All three watched as the quirk affected the test items. The microwave and lamp showed no visible change, but the effects on living matter were striking. A potted plant visibly reverted to an earlier stage and shrank down into a healthy seedling. The elderly mice in a cage grew younger in front of them until they blurred into points of light and then disappeared in a gentle shimmer. An apple core that had been left on a tray reassembled into a whole apple. Eraserhead reacted with stunned disbelief and described the quirk as reversing organic life. Izuku praised Eri for the result and asked her to try to turn it off. Eri said she could not and that it hurt. Eraserhead immediately stepped in and used his erasure quirk to cancel the effect. Izuku embraced Eri and asked if she was okay. Eri apologized timidly and said she had failed. Izuku reassured her that she had done her best. Nizu, speaking over the observation system, expressed his admiration and said he was impressed. Eraserhead demanded that Nizu come down from the observation room, and Nizu declined to appear in person because of what had happened to the rodents. Izuku advised that the test should be kept between the four of them and that the recordings should be destroyed. Nizu agreed and stressed that Eri's capabilities must remain an absolute secret. When Izuku asked about surveillance and observation tapes, Nizu laughed and claimed none existed. After learning how potentially dangerous Eri's quirk could be, Izuku left Eri with Eraserhead and Inko for safety and confidentiality, and he went to lunch. At the lunchroom, Izuku joined his classmates but could not tell them about Eri. They all enjoyed lunch rushes cooking together until a passing student bumped Izuku and caused him to drop part of his katsudon on the floor. Tetsu questioned the rude behavior, and Monoma responded with a smug grin. Ida protested that assaulting a fellow student was unacceptable. Izuku said it did not hurt and that he was used to dealing with people like that. Monoma sneered and implied superiority. Kirishima and Tetsu stepped between them to prevent trouble, and Kendo intervened with a look that quickly caused Monoma to back down. Kendo explained that Monoma had been difficult since the USJ incident. Izuku admitted he had confronted Monoma because the behavior reminded him of Bakugo, and he did not want to deal with people like that. The conversation shifted to finals, and Kendo mentioned that upperclassmen had said the first-year practical exams would involve robots, which made Class 1A confident that the practical portion would be manageable. Izuku, however, remained uncertain given recent events. He noticed Momo and remembered a request from All Might. Izuku told Momo that All Might wanted to see her in his office after lunch. When Momo entered All Might's office, she found him at his desk and closed the door as requested. Smoke filled the room, and she watched in alarm as All Might appeared to shrink. Momo moved closer and asked if he was all right. Momo asked fearfully but kept a stoic face. Yagi explained casually that there was no need to fear, that he was still the same man she had been speaking to, only now powered down and calling himself Toshinori Yagi. Noticing her bewilderment, Yagi said he could see her confusion and would explain by telling a tale of two brothers. Momo took a seat. In a distant, mysterious dimension, a haunting, thunderous voice announced that it had found Garou the betrayer. At UA, the day before finals, the teachers gathered in the conference room, worn out by two particular students. Mineta complained as he laid his head on the table. Ectoplasm noted that one student was an anomaly and the other was difficult. Eraserhead remarked that both seemed to fit those descriptions. Midnight smirked and mentioned a fondness for Midoriya Shoyuta. Nizu urged everyone to focus, warning that they could either argue or do their jobs. Mineta voted to sit around, and Snipe voted to argue. Nizu insisted they must determine how to test Izuku Midoriya and Katsuki Bakugo. Midnight suggested that they could simply assign All Might to Midoriya, but Cementos pointed out that a one-on-one fight would not be appropriate for a test meant to be two-on-one. Midnight angrily proposed pairing the two of them together so that Bakugo could be challenged by someone he hated the most, which the staff all recognized as a terrible idea because Bakugo resisted teamwork while Midoriya excelled at cooperation. Before they could decide, a man entered the doorway and announced that he represented the HPSC and would be the proctor for Mr. Bakugo's test. Hound Dog demanded to know who the man was as the teachers glared. The man, wearing a black suit, short graying hair, and hawk-like blue eyes, said his name was unimportant and told them to call him Mr. Q. Nizu asked what he meant about pairing Midoriya and Bakugo. Mr. Q explained that pairing them would test whether Bakugo could overcome his faults to achieve victory. If he succeeded, he could re-enter the hero course, and if not, the decision would be otherwise. Hound Dog raised the possibility that Bakugo's focus on rivalry might cause him to attack Midoriya instead of cooperating. Mr. Q stated that the HPSC had already signed off on the plan and left, leaving the teachers stunned. Nizu confirmed that the HPSC had the authority to overrule him in certain matters. Midnight took some comfort in the knowledge that their opponent understood right and wrong as she checked the tablet showing the student-teacher pairs, which listed Hunter and Bakugo versus All Might. The next day, the finals began. Students handed in extracurricular essays, took exams for their majors, and prepared for the major heroics test that lasted 2 hours, covered many subjects, and contained a large number of questions. After the written exams, the students were ushered to a special testing facility where they found even more surprises as the other teachers also appeared. Mineta nervously asked why all the teachers were present and wondered if they would just be fighting robots. Midoriya indicated that he had expected something, prompting his classmates to ask him to explain. He said he would let the dean explain and addressed Eraserhead's scarf to bring Nizu forward. The dean emerged from the scarf, and Nizu, leaning on Eraserhead's shoulder, acknowledged that Midoriya had seen through the surprise. Midoriya explained that he could sense hostility from others even if they did not intend to kill and that he had picked up on Nizu's tense energy. Nizu admitted that his sadistic streak had given him away, leaving some students confused. Uraraka asked for clarification. Nizu explained with a grin that the staff had decided to alter the final exam. When Yaoyorozu asked what kind of alterations, Nizu revealed that instead of fighting simple robots, the students would be facing the staff. The teachers stepped forward smiling, and the class, except Midoriya, swallowed in fear before being led into the observation deck. In the testing facility observation deck, the students saw Bakugo dressed in his hero costume accompanied by the suited man from the HPSC. The man introduced himself again as Mr. Q and prepared to oversee the unusual final exam. Nizu explained that he was there to proctor young Bakugo to see if he was fit to re-enter the hero course, and the students all cringed. None of them really wanted the blonde back. Even Kirishima's never-ending optimism was faltering. Mr. Q complained that he had other things to do that day. Nizu, through clenched teeth, hopped down from Eraser's shoulder and began typing on the computer. The screen revealed the matchups. As each team was shown, reactions rippled through the crowd. Some felt joy, others fear, some confidence, others despair. The mood shifted further when Nizu explained that all the teachers would be handicapped with weights. When the last team was revealed, chaos broke out, All Might versus Hunter and Bakugo. Izuka felt worried, not because he would face All Might. He welcomed the test, but because his partner was glaring holes into the back of his head. He feared Bakugo's ego and tunnel vision could lead to disaster. For now, though, his attention was on the trials of his friends. Red Rock and Sugarman versus Cementos was first, and it did not go well. The two muscle-bound students had no plan beyond punching through every obstacle Cementos put up. Sato did not use his intelligence-boosting sugar, despite Izuka having written strategic suggestions on the notes he had given them. Round 1 went to the teachers. Froppy and Tsukiyami versus Ectoplasm followed, and it went smoothly. The two students coordinated efficiently and made the most of their abilities. Tsuyu demonstrated camouflage and a paralytic secretion to counter the clones. A giant clone caused a brief hiccup, but the duo overcame it and claimed victory. Round 2 went to the students. Tenya and Tailman versus Power Loader was an unusual pairing, the rigid rule follower and the dependable martial artist. Their opponents set traps throughout the area, making movement perilous, which required creative thinking from a speedster and a close combat fighter. In the end, they improvised a solution involving Ida giving Ojiro a piggyback ride and a risky leap that paid off. Round 3 to the students. Creati, Hydro Dancer, and Shoto versus Eraserhead was strange, as the teacher could deactivate 3 versatile abilities. Shoto initially tried to take charge, but Momo asserted herself as team leader, and Shoto stepped back. Momo had Toki create a water ring as an early warning system in case Eraserhead erased their quirks. When Eraserhead appeared using stealthy ninja techniques to attempt to disarm them, Toki and Momo relied on their martial training. They surrounded the teacher to ensure at least one of them maintained quirk access. Through strategy, flashbangs, water whips, martial arts, and a final electrified punch from Momo that sent Eraserhead flying, they outwitted him. Round 4 was a victory for 2/3 of the students. Uravity and Shine Knight versus 13 demonstrated why the pair had been matched, the nausea their quirks could cause. Izuka's notes had helped Uravity prepare anti-nausea medication and ginger beer, which she shared with Aoyama. With their weakness managed, they focused on neutralizing 13th's suction and disintegration abilities. Uravity used anchored cover and grappling hooks to bind 13th's arms and disrupt their stance, while Aoyama provided a powerful diversion. Round 5 went to the students. Queen Amino and Chargebolt versus Nizu was a disaster for the students. Neither was ready to outwit the dean, and they were led through a maze-like examination until their morale collapsed and they surrendered. Round 6 went to the teachers. Anima and Punk Rock versus Present Mike was expected to be a loss for the duo, but Jiro and Kuda managed a solid pairing. Mick's powerful vocals initially pinned them, incapacitating Jiro due to her sensitivity to noise and leaving Kuda to improvise. Instead of calling for help, Kuda quietly rallied the insects beneath the ground, which swarmed up to Mick's knees and created a distraction that allowed the pair to escape. Round 7 went to the students. Tentacle and Aurora Girl versus Snipe was more routine. Snipe forced them onto defense with his long-range capability, but his homing technique only worked on visible targets. Toru used her new stealth costume and the silent movement techniques Izuku had taught her to approach unseen and restrain the cowboy. The surprise caused a brief accidental contact, which Toru immediately corrected. After that, the situation was resolved and the match went to the students. Round 8 was another student win. Grape Juice and Cellophane versus Midnight was second to last on the list, and it was interesting, to say the least. Midnight had been assigned to counter the duo to test Mineta and to force Zero to think outside the box with his tape. Surprisingly, only one weakness proved relevant, as Zero was quickly defeated and Mineta retreated. Round 9 was underway. There was still one more test to come. The students watched the monitor as the Mock City trial between Izuku Midoriya and Katsuki Bakugo against All Might began. All Might had dashed off to hide among the buildings. Izuku tried not to lose patience with Bakugo, who kept yelling as they moved down a street with no alleys. Bakugo demanded that Izuku stop following him and called him a stalker. Izuku replied calmly that, however much Bakugo hated the situation, they were meant to work together. He then dodged a swung fist. Bakugo declared that he did not need help from a quirkless partner and ordered Izuku to leave so he could handle the fight alone. Izuku challenged Bakugo's confidence, pointing out the arrogance of thinking he could defeat All Might by himself. That only angered Bakugo further, and he erupted with insults about Izuku's lack of a quirk and his supposed delusions. Izuku argued that being a hero wasn't about having a quirk or not. A tool or quirk only mattered in the right hands. Bakugo's temper flared, and he lunged at Izuku in a violent outburst but was immediately restrained. Izuku activated his comms to alert the observers and requested permission from Principal Nizu to subdue and restrain Bakugo. The comms linked to the observation deck for safety, so staff and other students could listen in during emergencies. Bakugo continued to rage, calling Izuku cruel names and telling him to throw himself from a roof, words that carried through the open channel. The staff and students in the observation deck froze in stunned silence when they heard him. Before anyone could process the insult or respond, a massive shockwave rolled through the Mock City, throwing up debris, shattering windows, and giving Bakugo an opportunity to break free. All Might announced his arrival with a boisterous entrance and then intercepted Bakugo's charge. Bakugo screamed that he would prove he was the best by beating All Might, but a single, decisive counter from the veteran hero slammed Bakugo into the side of a building and halted his advance. All Might turned his attention to Izuku. Izuku admitted that he had originally planned to fight All Might, but Bakugo's earlier provocation had pushed him toward expressing his frustration on the battlefield instead. He took a familiar stance and prepared himself for a serious exchange. The two men locked eyes and then simultaneously launched themselves at each other, their fists colliding in a titanic impact that reverberated through the city like a thunderclap. Back on the observation deck, staff and students watched in horrified silence, still reeling from Bakugo's words over the comms. The proctor, Q, reacted with fury not only at what Bakugo had said but also at Izuku's performance in the fight. Q had been instructed to find a way to remove Izuku from the program after a series of incidents, and he had hoped pairing Izuku with Bakugo would provoke a confrontation that could be used against the quirkless student. Now that plan had been undone by Bakugo's outburst, and Izuku's skill in combat against All Might complicated matters further. Q worried that they were losing their opportunity to neutralize a threat to the established order. As Q watched Izuku stand toe-to-toe with the greatest hero, he feared for the consequences of his failure. He believed his position was in jeopardy as the impossible was unfolding on the screen. Meanwhile, Izuku and All Might continued to exchange powerful, anime-style blows, each testing the other's limits without any graphic injury, only the rush and impact of a fierce, heroic clash. All Might still had the weight limiters restricting his strength and speed, but Izuku needed a real challenge if he wanted to evolve further. He believed the true nature of evolution lay in competition. Izuku targeted All Might's wrists and ankles to break the weights and force the hero to use his full power. Despite All Might's decades of experience, he remained inexperienced in refined martial arts, and the weights were broken and discarded. Within moments, All Might asked why Izuku had aimed for the weights, which forced a short lull in the fight. Izuku explained that to truly grow stronger he needed competition, and by removing the weights he could experience All Might's full strength as his body allowed. All Might warned that overconfident villains had spoken similar words before and had fallen beneath his fists. Then the symbol of peace moved faster than Izuku expected and struck. All Might unleashed his Detroit Smash and drove Izuku's head into the pavement, but Izuku immediately used the kinetic energy to fling his legs up and wrap them around All Might's neck, flipping the hero and pressing his iconic smile into the concrete. Izuku backflipped out of the crater and used a newly acquired technique called Luna Arc, slamming his leg down on All Might's back and widening the crater. The impact burst outward as All Might recovered. All Might asked how Izuku had used that technique. Izuku explained that he had access to far more than just his own techniques and had been studying other heroes for years. All Might recognized the stance because he had practiced it himself in the mirror years ago. Izuku then replicated All Might's own smash style with a move he called Smash Impact, but with a concentrated focus that made it behave more like a railgun than a bomb. The attack struck All Might harder than almost any attack he had ever taken, with only one pass strike having caused comparable devastation to himself. All Might praised Izuku for reproducing his iconic style. Izuku, proud, replied that he had not only replicated it but improved upon it, having broken down and altered techniques to fit his own approach. He followed with one more modified move he named Smash Slicer, releasing a condensed air blade in a sharp chopping motion. All Might barely dodged as the compressed edge sheared through a nearby building and removed a corner of it. All Might reacted in amazement at how quickly his student had surpassed him. Izuku asked whether they would continue or if All Might intended to surrender. All Might refused, saying he would never surrender and that Izuku would have to defeat him. The two resumed the fight, smiling as they pushed each other. They slammed into one another and the battle escalated continuously. They threw each other through mock buildings and slammed into the cityscape like exaggerated, high-energy actions straight out of an animated sequence. Izuku improvised, using a street lamp like a bat at one point, and All Might countered with mock cars used as blunt instruments. Both fighters grinned the whole time. Neither often had the opportunity to unleash their full potential in sparring, reserving upper limits for real crises. Now they could enjoy pure combat and the thrill of testing limits. Elsewhere, Bakugo was recovering from his own quick defeat at All Might's hands and was furious. He had been tossed aside and felt he had been dismissed as irrelevant. Emerging from the rubble, he saw Izuku and All Might battling on even footing and could not accept it. He thought he was the one meant to outdo All Might, not Izuku. With rage fueling him, he blasted toward the duo with the simple plan of blowing them apart. But Bakugo found he could not keep up. Every time he thought he struck one of them, it turned out to be an afterimage. Whenever he flew to intercept them, he was left behind. Whenever he tried to separate them, they paid him no mind. He grew more frustrated by the moment, doubting how he could become the #1 hero if he could not outmatch either of them. Back in the center of the mock city, the duel reached its crescendo. Every increase in All Might's speed was matched by Izuku's adaptation. Every punch, every counter, Izuku adjusted. The symbol of peace found himself at a disadvantage more often than not. Izuku seized control of the flow and landed a direct smash impact uppercut that sent All Might soaring higher than the mock skyscrapers. Izuku followed after him. As All Might regained his bearings and looked up, he saw his student above him and felt pride wash over him. He accepted what came next, thinking that Nana would also be proud of Izuku's accomplishments. He reflected on his earlier decision to offer Ofa, realizing that Izuku's growth meant he had become something more than he had expected. Izuku combined techniques into a final, towering strike whirling wind, water stream, roaring aura sky ripping fist using downward momentum to drive All Might through the mock skyscraper from roof to bottom floor. The building gave way layer after layer as they plunged through. When All Might finally hit the ground, the structure collapsed over him, leaving a deep crater as dust and debris settled. He lay buried beneath layers of pulverized concrete, but the scene felt like the aftermath of a grand, exaggerated clash rather than a ruinous disaster. As All Might lay amid the rubble, he heard a voice close to his heart. Nana told him, in the gentle way he knew well, that she was proud of him and that if he had carried a little more power he could have easily won the battle. All Might weakly called her name and tried to look at his old master's face, but the darkness made it impossible to see. The woman claimed to be Nana, and Yagi realized something was wrong. She explained that, thanks to training in the mindscape, she had gained an ability to give him more power and reached out her hand, offering him strength so he could strike down his enemies. Yagi recognized the voice and manner as wrong. The real Nana was kind and caring, not like this. He demanded to know who she was. The imposter replied with a single word, disappointing, and then vanished. Yagi blinked, rubbed his eyes, and chalked the encounter up to having been hit too hard on the head. At the edge of the crater, Izuku checked on All Might and asked if he was comfortable. All Might replied in his usual boisterous manner that he felt surprisingly energetic, like a young bamboo shoot ready to grow. Izuku asked whether they should keep training or call it a day. All Might conceded that he was done for the day, admitting his time limit had been drained, and Izuku slid down into the crater to help his teacher up. Bakugo erupted from the crater's rim, face contorted with rage, and warned that he would not let Izuku take All Might. All Might tried to congratulate Bakugo on his effort, which only increased the blonde's fury. Bakugo aimed his grenade bracer at them and unleashed a powerful blast while shouting about his hatred for the situation. Izuku easily redirected the blast without difficulty. At the testing facility's observation deck, once All Might had been dug out and Bakugo had been taken to the infirmary, the class celebrated Izuku's victory over All Might. The proctor, Mr. Q, left in anger. He had wanted to make a case against Izuku for using Bakugo's own attack, but he knew the footage would not support it. As he walked away, Mr. Q resolved to keep fighting, thinking that this was not over and still harboring contempt for the quirkless student. After everyone changed back into their uniforms, the students were dismissed. Fresh off their finals, the class decided to celebrate and even convinced Todoroki to join them. They went to McDonald's to congratulate one another, tease those who had failed, and enjoy each other's company. Laughter and exaggerated tears filled their time together, and conversation soon turned to the upcoming camping trip. Izuku felt content he was on his way to becoming the first quirkless hero. He had friends, a loving family, and he was genuinely happy. Quietly, he gave thanks to the higher power he believed had given him a second chance, reflecting on his past life as Garou. Kirishima pulled him into the conversation and the group continued to have fun. Across town, Bakugo was not enjoying himself. He had been expelled from UA for inappropriate behavior during the final exam and had been reprimanded by his proctor. He avoided going home and, in a burst of anger, blasted a line of dumpsters. He raged about how unfair it was and how he could not understand why they had expelled him when he was destined for greatness. A voice from a nearby alley agreed with him that the situation was unfair. Bakugo swept his hand toward the alley and demanded to know who was there. A woman with blue skin and purple hair stepped out and introduced herself as Curious, warning him to remember the name. She said she represented an organization of like-minded individuals who had been watching powerful students and who sought to aid those who felt repressed. Curious explained that her group wanted to free the strong from restraints that forced them to protect the weak, arguing that the strong should not be held back. Her words were charismatic, designed to appeal to Bakugo's pride. Bakugo asked what the organization wanted in return, and Curious promised revenge on the quirkless rival standing in his way and, after their success, the chance to claim any title he wanted, even #1 hero. She admitted they had been monitoring UA's students for years and that plans had shifted to use Bakugo as an asset. Bakugo asked for details, and Curious told him that they needed someone on the inside of the League of Villains. She proposed that his unjust expulsion would make a perfect cover for joining them, and she believed the League would accept him. Bakugo agreed to join but laid down 2 conditions. He alone would be the one to kill Deku, and when the plan succeeded he wanted a seat at the organization's table. Curious accepted those terms and indicated that her group could accommodate his demands. When Bakugo asked for the organization's name, she began to speak and then paused, preparing to reveal it. Curious informed Bakugo that the organization was the Meta Liberation Army, and Bakugo smiled. Curious then gave Bakugo a personal communicator and other methods of contacting her, along with the League's current known location. The two then parted ways. As Bakugo left, the back of his neck began to itch and feel rough, but he ignored it. Under his hair, blackened scales had started to appear and scratching revealed more. Yaoyoro's back garden. The class had gathered for a long study session when an uninvited guest moved through the grounds. A man of average height with pale blue eyes, dressed in dark ninja robes, scaled the garden wall and dropped into the shrubbery, using the trees and the gazebo for cover. He slipped past several patrols, but a single guard came dangerously close. The intruder moved quickly, subduing the guard and rendering him unconscious. A locket fell from the guard's uniform during the struggle. The intruder retrieved and opened it, seeing a photograph of Momo taken without her knowledge. He thought to himself that soon his beloved would be with him. The intruder hid the unconscious guard and continued toward the house. He began picking the back door lock but was spotted by a garden patrol. A female guard trained her weapon on him and reported the intruder over her radio, calling for backup and instructing him to raise his hands. The intruder stood motionless for a moment, then his body began to tremble with fury. He turned and advanced slowly toward the guard, who warned him that she had the authority to shoot and that reinforcements were on the way. The intruder ignored her warnings. When the guard fired, the shot had little effect against his altered skin. Startled, she continued to fire in desperation, but the intruder withstood the rounds and closed the distance. He disarmed her and delivered a crushing blow that left her unconscious. Other guards arrived moments later, surrounding him with weapons drawn. The intruder charged them, and what followed was a fast, brutal exchange. The guards returned fire and engaged, but within a short, chaotic PRD the intruder incapacitated the patrols and the alarm began to blare. Back inside the house. The alarm startled the students. Jiro asked what it was, and Ash covered her ears. Momo explained that the perimeter breach alarm meant someone had broken onto the grounds. Panic spread through the students as the intruder revealed himself and demanded that they hand over Momo. Mina stepped forward and attacked with an acid-based ability, but it had no effect against the intruder's hardened, crystalline skin. He retaliated by launching sharp crystal fragments that incapacitated Mina without causing graphic injury. Kirishima and several others stepped in to protect their classmates, but they were overpowered by the intruder's enhanced strength and crystalline defense. The intruder removed his mask and declared that Momo was his betrothed. Momo recognized his face from an earlier party but could not remember his name. She only recalled an uncomfortable encounter there. The intruder released a knockout gas intended to abduct Momo, forcing the students to react quickly. Shoji shielded Eri as the gas spread. Izuku pushed forward through the cloud, and Momo fashioned a makeshift gas mask to protect herself. Confrontations flashed back. Briefly as the intruder's background came into focus. He was the spoilt heir of an old, arrogant family who had rarely been told no until Momo firmly rejected his advances. That rejection had stuck with him and driven his obsession. With teamwork and determination, Momo and Izuku fought back and subdued the intruder. They restrained him without causing lasting harm. When additional guards arrived at the scene, they found the intruder defeated and lying at the pair's feet. On a homeroom. It had been just under 18 hours since the class finished their finals. Bakugo had been expelled, and everyone was anxious about the results that would determine whether they were going to summer camp or being held back. Eventually, Aizawa entered the room, moving in with his usual weary deliberation and taking his seat to address the class. Aizawa announced that the class had attained a 70% success rate, which meant they had all passed and would be going to summer camp. There was a brief silence before Mina cried with tears of joy that they were going to summer camp together. The class joined in the celebration, but Aizawa then spoke again, his voice cutting through the noise. He explained that while everyone passed the written exams, 6 students had failed their practical exams and would need to take remedial classes with him even though they would still attend camp. He then outlined the camp details. In 1 week they would attend a summer training program to improve their quirks and skills under the WWPC, they were expected to acquire items listed in an email by the weekend, and they were to report to the campus bus station at 9 o'clock sharp or risk being left behind. He finished and settled back into his sleeping bag. After class dismissed and everyone attended their lectures, the students regrouped online that evening. Xenogirl suggested they do something fun in the few days before camp. Transparent agreed and asked what they should do. Rulebook suggested a new museum on the history of pencils. Xenogirl pretended not to have heard that and asked for other ideas. Rock'n'Roll mentioned an amateur musician's gig at a local cafe. Rock Hard brought up a local arm wrestling competition at Quad's gym. Zookeeper proposed a visit to a petting zoo. Creationist mentioned a gala at his parents' house. Thunderstruck proposed going to the arcade. Xenogirl thought the options were mixed and urged the group to keep brainstorming. Green suggested Takoba Beach. The darkness declared enthusiasm for the beach. Octopus Man, Froggy, and the main man expressed interest in swimming and the beach atmosphere. Cold Soba admitted never having been to a beach. Dazzler called it a perfect opportunity to showcase. Xenogirl asked if Takoba was really cleaned up, and Greens confirmed that a local citizen had recently helped restore it. Anti-Gravity teased that he suspected who was responsible, then Greens left the chat, confirming Anti-Gravity's guess. A day later the whole class arrived at Takoba Beach. Hagakure exclaimed that the water was sparkling. The beach was long, covered in white sand, lifeguard posts, rock pools, and boulder lines that split the shore into sections. Beyond the dunes, the ocean stretched to the horizon, its surface glittering with sunlight. Aoyama, moved by the sight, called it glorious. Mina threw her arm around Izuku's shoulders and thanked him for the suggestion. Izuku replied that they should not just stand there and suggested they have some fun, and the idea was met with a unanimous cheer, even from Todoroki. They set up their spot and changed into swimsuits appropriate for the beach. A minor wardrobe issue was resolved quickly by a lifeguard, and everyone returned dressed appropriately. The boys wore simple swim trunks in various colors. The girls chose suits that suited their styles, ranging from one-pieces to modest two-pieces. As the day wore on, the class had a blast and made memories. Kaminari had brought a waterproof camera to capture the day. The camera recorded groups sunbathing, the boys playing volleyball, and Ida being playfully buried in the sand as a mermaid while his classmates laughed and chased each other around. Shoji relaxed in the water on a float while Tsu floated nearby. Many students joined in an energetic game of water chicken, splashing and dodging in teams. Some playful roughhousing involved a spirited splash fight that left everyone laughing. Izuku spent time teaching the others to surf. Many took spills in an anime-like sequence of wipeouts and triumphant successes. Aoyama tried surfing and was caught by a large wave before being helped by Kirishima, then sputtered water in embarrassment as his friends teased him good-naturedly. Tsu swam agile laps around the others, and the group took part in ocean activities all afternoon. They set up a barbecue on the beach. Ida tried to keep things organized while Todoroki used a controlled flame to light the grill. The class enjoyed hot dogs, burgers, grilled fish, salad, and skewers with plenty of condiments. Momo wiped sauce from Jiro's cheek, and both of them blushed with a shy, tender moment. Nearby, the guys sampled various hot sauces with exaggerated reactions and laughter. The day at Takoba Beach strengthened their bonds and left them excited for the training ahead. The students were sweating quietly and laughing as they tried to sustain their composure while posing for perspective pictures that made them appear to hold up the sun. Kirishima struck a classic Atlas pose. Mina lay on her back using hands and feet to frame the shot. Momo balanced the sun on a single finger. Tokoyami had Dark Shadow interact with it. Tsu balanced it playfully on her tongue, and others found their own creative ways to join in. As evening settled and orange rays shimmered across the water, the students began packing up and preparing to leave. Izuku decided to take a quick stroll across the sands. He dried off, put on a t-shirt and sandals, and walked along the white dunes, enjoying the sea air and cool breeze. He soon recognized a face from his internship days. Ipan Josei, the fox woman he had helped before. She was not alone. A man in a speedo and shades, carrying a surfboard, was pestering her. She looked uncomfortable and was trying to ignore him by focusing on a book, curling up to avoid his attention, but the man would not take the hint. When the man grabbed her wrist and grew angry, Izuku intervened. He grabbed the man's wrist and told him he was making her uncomfortable. The man snapped at Izuku and threatened to knock him out, but Izuku held firm and squeezed until the man reluctantly relented and offered a nervous apology, promising to leave her alone. Izuku warned him to go before he decided to escalate things, and the man hurried away. Once the man was gone, Izuku turned to Ipan with a smile and teased that they really needed to stop meeting like this. She blushed and tried to remember where she had seen him before, then recognized him as Midoriya. Izuku confirmed his name and she admitted she could not forget him. He asked why she was at the beach, and she explained that she was reading. She wore blue shorts, a red hoodie, and beige sliders. Izuku noticed the white stripe on her top extended below the neckline, then shook his head to refocus on the conversation. Izuku explained that he was there with friends, celebrating the end of final exams, and that he had helped her because saving someone who was in trouble felt like the right thing to do. They stood awkwardly for a few moments, unsure what to say. Ipan asked bashfully if he would stay for a little while to make sure the man did not return. Izuku agreed and seated himself beside her as she reopened her book. When Izuku asked what she was reading, she showed him the cover and said it was Prelude to Foundation by Isaac Asimov. She described the series passionately, explaining how it began in the 1940s and spanned to the 12th millennium, following humanity as it conquers the galaxy, loses Earth, establishes an empire, and a man predicts the future using mathematics. Izuku listened intently, and when she noticed him staring, she apologized for getting overexcited about books. He reassured her that her enthusiasm was wonderful, and they fell into a long conversation about literature. Ipan spoke of books from America, Germany, Australia, Mongolia, Chile, and China, while Izuku contributed as a hobbyist reader in his spare time. Their quiet conversation lasted until Kirishima called out that they were heading back, and Izuku checked his phone to see the time. He stood and apologized, saying he had to go meet his friends. Ipan thanked him for saving her, and Izuku fumbled to offer help by giving her his contact information. He pulled out a small notebook and pen, wrote his phone number, and handed it to her. She blushed at receiving a man's number for the first time. He told her she could use it if she was in trouble or just wanted to talk, but that she should not feel obligated. Ipan stood to leave, and as Izuku began to walk away she hesitated, then told him he could call her Ipan if he wanted. He replied that she could call him Izuku. They parted and he met up with Kirishima. Kirishima asked who the fox woman had been, and Izuku said she was a friend. Izuku smiled over his shoulder at Ipan, thinking that he could not wait to talk to her again as he and Kirishima caught up with their friends. In a dingy part of the city, something major was about to unfold. Himiko Toga scavenged a small animal in a back alley, barely keeping herself alive after being cast out by her parents 3 years earlier because of her condition. She curled up among the trash, telling herself that this was the last scrap and hoping for warm dreams of being loved again. A familiar voice roused her from sleep. She recognized Saito, the only person who had ever accepted her and defended her sometimes. Toga remembered with guilt that, in a moment of losing control, she had attacked and killed him. Now, in her dream, Saito appeared and confessed that he loved her. Toga cried that she had killed him and wondered how he could love someone like her. Saito forgave her and asked her to take his hand so they could be together forever. Driven by a desperate desire to be accepted, Toga took his hand. When Saito revealed a different face, Toga was overwhelmed by a powerful vision. She saw a world washed in deep red light, a vision of remaking everything so that she would never be empty or alone again. The sight filled her with a new, dangerous purpose, to reshape the world so she would always be sustained. The memory of watching live footage about the hero killer on television surfaced, and she thought the killer and those like him might be useful to her plans. Hungry and determined, she set out toward her parents' house. Passing a broken mirror in a dumpster, she examined her changed appearance with a crazed, happy smile as she explored the new capabilities she believed she now possessed. She moved on with purpose. On a plane provided by UA, Izuku prepared to travel to the annual I-Island Expo. He had won 2 tickets at the sports festival and, after considering several classmates, had invited Mei Hatsum when other options fell through. Mei peered eagerly out the window and expressed enthusiasm about how impressive the island looked. Izuku had intended to reward Mei for her work on his hero costume and to begin a professional relationship, and he felt pleased that she had made significant progress on the extra device he had requested. As the plane approached the island, Izuku thought about Ipan Josei. He had given her his number, and although she had not called yet, the exchange left him feeling unsettled. He was an 18-year-old university student while she was clearly in her 20s. He did not know how people would react to their friendship. For now, Izuku told himself, other concerns could wait. The priority was making sure Mei did not treat the plane walls like blueprint sheets as it touched down. At the airport, Mei burst out of the terminal, still practically vibrating with excitement as she took in the security robots and holographic displays. Izuku reminded her that they had friends to meet first and asked if she remembered her promise. Mei assured him she did and gushed about how thrilled she was to be on the island, especially during her first year at UA. All Might arrived with Momo Yaoyorozu and Kyoka Jiro. Izuku noted the boom of All Might's voice as the three joined them. Mei, distracted by everything, made a teasing remark about All Might's flashy chest piece and headphones, then returned to inspecting a passing service robot. The group waited politely while All Might signed autographs and posed for photos. He mentioned they would be meeting a friend of his soon, which only made Mei more eager to get moving. Izuku filled the downtime by asking Jiro how she had managed to come along. Jiro explained that Momo had accepted an invitation from All Might and had brought a +1 Jiro herself. When Izuku teased that it sounded like a date, Jiro flushed and made a casual, mock-threatening gesture with her jacks, which sent Izuku backing away with a sheepish grin. Jiro then pointed out Izuku's mother and sister in the crowd. Izuku turned to see Inko and Eri approaching. Eri ran to hug her older brother tightly while Inko followed with a bright smile. Inko explained that because Izuku had helped her secure an interview at UA and she had since taken a nursing position there, she had access to a better holiday package through the school and had chosen to spend it with him. Eri had happily accompanied her. Izuku briefly suspected that someone like Principal Nizu or Eraserhead had arranged the visit to keep him in line. Introductions followed. Momo presented herself with her usual courtesy, Jiro nodded in her relaxed manner, and Mei referred to Inko with one of her trademarked nicknames, which left Inko mildly puzzled. All Might did his best to make a favorable impression, aware that a protective mother could be far more intimidating than many villains he had faced. A blonde girl on a pogo stick bounded up next, leaping into All Might's arms. Izuku recognized the affectionate exchange and learned that the girl was Melissa Shield, All Might's goddaughter. She perched on his arm with easy confidence. Momo introduced herself again in polite terms, Jiro offered her casual greeting, Mei announced herself as a future CEO in her typical boastful tone, and Izuku introduced his family by naming his mother, Inko, and his little sister, Eri, whom he picked up and encouraged to say hello. Eri clung to him and spoke softly, prompting Melissa to hop down and approach with a warm smile. Melissa introduced herself and offered a friendly nickname, and Eri returned the compliment, telling Melissa that she thought Melissa was pretty. The exchange melted the group's hearts. All Might cleared his throat to steer the conversation. He asked if Melissa's father would be joining them. Melissa explained that her father was often busy but had promised to be there. At that moment, a tall man arrived and was greeted with affectionate exclamations from both Melissa and All Might. He introduced himself as David Shield. The students who recognized the name were stunned to be meeting the man legendary for creating much of All Might's gear. The group watched as the two old friends embraced, and the newcomers settled in among them, bringing a sense of ease and history to the gathering. None more so than Mei, who practically tackled the man to get an autograph and pepper him with questions. As David answered Mei and the others watched in confusion, Momo took the opportunity to step aside and speak quietly with Izuku, careful not to attract Jiro's keen hearing. Momo asked Izuku if she could speak with him privately for a moment, and Izuku agreed as they moved a few steps away from the group. Izuku asked what she wanted to talk about, and Momo began to explain what had happened over the past few days and her experience with One for All. Momo remembered feeling stunned by what she had learned. All Might, the #1 hero and symbol of peace, had once been quirkless and had received his power from a chain of successors. When she had entered his room, she had seen the strongest hero shrink into a small, frail-looking man, and his explanation had helped her understand the truth. He had told her the story of two brothers from the early era of quirks, one born without a quirk and the other possessing the terrifying all-for-one ability to steal and grant quirks. The younger brother had been given a stockpiling quirk that merged with a transference quirk over generations, becoming One for All. All Might had used that power against the older brother, who somehow survived, and All for One was behind both the League of Villains' actions and the monstrous Nomu. Momo's main question was why All Might would choose her. She asked why he had offered one for all to her when there were others at UA who seemed more deserving. All Might, in his small form, explained that her background was exactly why he chose her. She could have led a sheltered, comfortable life, but instead she had chosen to be a hero and put herself in danger to help others rather than relying on passive charity. He also said that he and Izuku had reviewed candidates and that Izuku had declined because he was meant to be the first quirkless hero, leaving Momo as the remaining candidate. Faced with the weight of the legacy, Momo sat overwhelmed by doubts and fears about failing or hurting others, but she also imagined a different possibility that she might be worthy and that accepting could finally let her become the hero she wanted to be. Resolving her doubts, Momo accepted the offer. All Might then transformed into his hero form and presented the strand of hair that would transfer the power, leaving Momo surprised. After finishing her recounting, Izuku smiled with pride and told Momo he was proud of her for overcoming her doubts and taking such a step in her journey. He offered to help her train, and Momo accepted. Izuku told her she could call him Izuku, and Momo agreed, and they both laughed softly. The conversation shifted back to One for All and its practical use. Izuku asked if she had tried the power yet, and Momo admitted she had, but it had not gone well. All Might had given her a strange instruction on how to channel the power. She had followed it, and it backfired, leaving her arm badly injured and requiring time to recover. Izuku reacted with concern and firmly warned her not to use One for All again until training camp. He promised to help her get a better handle on it, took both of her shoulders, and looked her in the eyes to make sure she understood. Momo agreed and confessed she now believed teaching was not All Might's strongest suit. Kyoka then joined them and explained that Hatsum had calmed down when Melissa said she had VIP passes for everyone. Kyoka also pointed out that Hatsum still looked as if she were about to burst with excitement and indicated Mei, who was vibrating with questions and pestering Melissa. Izuku stepped off to attend to Mei, and Momo thanked Kyoka. Momo kissed Jairu on the cheek, and Jairu flushed deeply. Jairu protested that it was not appropriate in public as she glanced around to make sure no one had seen. Momo replied with a playful smile that Jairu looked adorable when she blushed, then left to join the group. Jairu wondered what she had gotten herself into as she composed herself and rejoined the others. The group departed to explore the island together. All except All Might and David, who had a prior engagement. They moved from venue to venue, taking in the brightest ideas and boldest demonstrations the world had to offer. One presentation covered potential applications of fungus in space exploration and radiation cleanup. Another tunnel exhibit showcased newly discovered aquatic life creatures so strange they seemed to belong in movies, and some so comical that Eri laughed aloud. They passed a demonstration of advanced weaponry where new technologies such as laser casters and plasma cannons were showcased. The test demonstration finished with an impressively theatrical explosion that sent a plume of smoke into the air. Elsewhere, a display of drone technology demonstrated VR control and gyroscopic stabilization. Another venue explained new methods for producing graphene using a cyclotron, and one highlighted experimental jetpacks powered by a microbiofuel. The group continued through endless exhibits, and after more than 3 hours they had still seen only a portion of the island's offerings. Eventually, after Mei had filled several notebooks with observations, Melissa suggested they take a leisurely break at a game venue called Villain Attack. The group agreed. At the Villain Attack arena, the attraction consisted of an artificial rocky pit populated by humanoid target robots designed to simulate villain behavior. A timer stood to one side and an official kept time for each contestant. As the group watched, the battlefield suddenly changed. A surge of ice buried part of the arena, and the students looked down to see Todoroki, calm and focused, efficiently completing the challenge. The official announced a new record of 4.1 seconds. Melissa asked who the competitor was, and a familiar voice informed the group that it was their classmate. Kirishima and Toki appeared smiling nearby. Kirishima explained that Todubro had invited them along. Todubro had bluntly said he wanted to unsettle his father and the others had come at the last minute. Toki added that Todoroki had unexpectedly called them and asked if they wanted to come to Island. They had not been able to pass up the trip. Izuku introduced his mother Inko and his sister Eri to the newcomers, and he introduced Melissa as well. Kirishima greeted them with his usual energetic manner, and Toki offered a more reserved greeting. Todoroki joined the group and was introduced to Inko and Melissa. His interaction with Melissa was polite and normal, but when he met Inko he seemed unable to hold her gaze, a curious shyness given that he had mentioned visiting her in the hospital during the internships. Encouraged by Kirishima's enthusiasm, the group decided to try the villain attack game themselves. Most agreed to take turns, though Melissa remained quiet and Mei was distracted. Garou went first and used her sound infusion technique to disable the robots, finishing with a time of 17.56 seconds. Momo followed and performed impressively, creating a rapid barrage of effects that overwhelmed the targets and produced a time of 6.07 seconds. When it was Izuku's turn, Melissa observed the group's excitement and asked whether his quirk was particularly interesting. Kirishima responded that, as far as he knew, Izuku had been quirkless. Garou corroborated, smiling and remarking on Izuku's strength despite that reputation. Eri declared with absolute confidence that her big brother was the strongest, and Inko echoed that pride warmly. Melissa, puzzled and intrigued, watched Izuku closely. In a sudden, breathtaking display that seemed impossible by ordinary standards, Izuku moved with blinding speed and struck the robots with focused power and precision. The targets were dismantled and disabled in an instant through a series of precise, overwhelming maneuvers that looked like something out of an action scene. The official announced a staggering new record of 0.89 seconds. Melissa was left speechless. By all conventional measures, what she had just seen should not have been possible. After congratulations and warm reactions from friends and family, Izuku suggested lunch, noting that it was already 2 in the afternoon. The group agreed and made their way to a popular cafe on the island. At the cafe, after they had placed their orders, Kaminari appeared in a waiter's uniform carrying drinks. He explained that he and some of the other students had taken temporary work at various stalls to earn spending money for an upcoming shopping trip. When Momo asked whether more of them were around, Kaminari pointed out that Yururika and Mineta were helping as well, and that Ida was present but seemed to be there at his brother's behest rather than as staff. Yururika greeted the group cheerfully. Ida scolded the others lightly, reminding them not to socialize while on the job, which prompted a brief, good-natured argument between Ida and Kaminari while Mineta hurried around attempting to pick up the slack. Melissa hesitated for a moment, then shyly greeted Yururika. Melissa introduced herself awkwardly and asked if they knew Midoriya. Yurarika introduced herself and kindly confirmed that she knew Izuku and that he was her friend. Melissa then asked the rest of the newcomers the same question, and they all reaffirmed that Izuku was quirkless. Inko also confirmed it and proudly declared that he would never deny it. The revelation unsettled Melissa's view of reality, and she decided she would do something about it later. Third-person POV. After the cafe visit, the group continued exploring the island, but Melissa seemed highly distracted. She tried to play it off as exhaustion, though Izuku was not convinced. As the day ended and everyone began to disperse to their hotel rooms, Melissa quickly grabbed Momo and Izuku and asked them to join her for something private. The two of them accepted. Melissa's lab. Melissa led them to her personal lab in the Island Academy, a messy space that nevertheless looked more advanced than any of UA's labs. Izuku admired the room, and Momo agreed that Hatsum would be impressed. Melissa thanked them, rifled through a few things, and produced an object. Melissa explained that her uncle Might had told her a few days ago that Momo's quirk had evolved and given her incredible strength she could not yet control, so Melissa had made a device to help. She handed Momo a wristband. Momo asked what it was, and Melissa demonstrated by pressing an invisible button. The band glowed a brilliant blue and began to morph, growing and shaping itself around Momo's forearm while leaving the fingertips exposed. When the glow subsided, the device had transformed into something resembling reddish boxing tape with dark blue material around the knuckles. Both Izuku and Momo were amazed. Melissa explained that she had devised the device after watching videos of Uncle Might's strength. The band was designed to withstand his full power 3 times in a row. Momo marveled at how something so small could be so powerful and how it could shapeshift. Izuku suggested that it used nanomachines, which surprised Melissa. To Izuku, This level of technology was not entirely unexpected. Part of him remembered an old life with tech far beyond this world's standards, battles with cyborgs whose firepower put top heroes to shame, and allies like Drive Knight, Metal Knight, and Child Emperor. As Izuku recalled those memories, Melissa explained how she had acquired the tiny robots, how useful they were, and what their maintenance limits were, even noting that her pogo stick relied on nanotech and required periodic upkeep. Melissa's expression then grew serious as she turned to Izuku and asked if she could ask him something. Izuku agreed. Melissa said that Kirishima had told her he was quirkless and that their classmates had confirmed it. Izuku noted that he was quirkless and proud, and asked what the problem was. Melissa admitted shyly that she was quirkless too. Melissa described how she had once dreamed of being a hero like Uncle Might to help people with great strength, but after the diagnosis she had given up on that dream. To cope, she had turned to science to help people indirectly, acting as a supporter for heroes rather than a frontline hero herself. She believed she was content, but when she saw Izuku destroy villain robots and watched videos of him at the sports festival and fighting Miruko, she felt ashamed. Despite being quirkless, Izuku had forged strength from disadvantage, while she had stopped trying. She confessed that she had never once tried to use her technology to be a real hero and asked, full of hope, whether she could still become one despite her failures. Hearing Melissa's confession struck Izuku deeply. He remembered the day he recovered memories of a past life that had shaped his resolve, and he realized how different things might have been without those memories. He told Melissa that, of course, she could be a hero. All she needed was to try, never give up, and embrace what made her stronger. Melissa began to cry, but her tears were ones of joy. Momo agreed enthusiastically and added that when the heart longs for something, stubbornness and willpower are what carry a person to their goal. Whether quirked or quirkless, so long as someone has heart and will, they can be a hero. Momo hugged Melissa, and Melissa returned the embrace. Melissa thanked them both, saying their words meant the world and that hearing them from a fellow quirkless person warmed her heart. Izuku told her she could call him Izuku if she wanted. Melissa suggested they get going, noting that their friends were probably wondering what was taking so long. Melissa replied as the duo hurried out of her lab. She kept the nanotech band. It had been a gift. Once the others left, she threw herself onto a sheet of blueprint paper and began furiously drawing schematics as Izuku and Momo's words echoed in her head. Melissa reminded herself that she might not have a quirk or expert martial arts, but she had her mind, her heart, and her will to do right. Her plans sharpened on the paper. She decided she would be a hero who fought in a more unorthodox fashion, conceiving a humanoid machine that integrated nanotechnology and a sword. She ended the session by naming her creation Metal Knight, then Platinum Paladin. Outside the tower, after another day of exploring the island, the group found themselves invited to a black tie gala at the main tower. They agreed to meet outside before entering as a group, though Inko and Eri had already gone inside with all might. As everyone gathered, they admired one another's outfits. Since the gala had been a surprise to some, Momo had made outfits for Kaminari, Mineta, Uraraka, and Ida, while the others had their own attire. Izuku wore a rented tuxedo in dark green with a lime undershirt and yellow tie. Todoroki's fully paid tuxedo was white with a pale violet undershirt and red tie. Ida wore a full blue tuxedo with a white undershirt and orange tie. Kirishima had rented a gunmetal gray tuxedo with a black undershirt and red tie. Mineta wore the dark purple tuxedo made by Momo with a white undershirt and matching purple tie. Kaminari wore Momo's yellow tuxedo with a black undershirt and yellow tie. When the girls arrived, they silenced the boys with their presence. Jiro wore a dark purple thigh-length dress with pinkish-gray leggings, red gloves, and a leather jacket, finished with a flower in her hair. Uraraka wore the dress Momo had made, a pink, off-shoulder, thigh-length gown with a frilly skirt and black leggings, also with a flower in her hair. Mei wore an overall-style bubblegum pink dress over a white blouse. It was clear the others had helped tidy her up, and her steampunk goggles sat stubbornly on her head with faded scratches that suggested they were not coming off soon. Toki wore her dark navy blue, T-length dress with shoulder straps and a V-neck, her usual ponytail crowned with a blue flower. Melissa wore a knee-length dress in dark purplish blue and light purple with a white flower on the belt. She had swapped her glasses for contacts and wore a red headband. Momo looked stunning in a crimson ankle-length dress with a matching sash, a V-neck, a leg cut, and a flower brooch on her left wrist, her ponytail as usual. Kirishima enthusiastically pointed out that they all looked amazing and that Aoyama would be jealous to have missed it. The group agreed, but they did not have time to linger. They had a party to attend. As they entered the tower's halls, an alarm began blaring to announce a bomb threat. The building went into lockdown as blast doors and shutters closed. Jiro asked what was happening as they covered their ears. Uraraka reported that the intercom was not working. Jiro added that phone service was dead. Mineta noted that the elevators were out as well. Melissa explained that the situation did not add up. The high alert mode would not trigger for a simple bomb threat, and the building had been checked less than half an hour earlier by security as standard procedure for big events. They decided to check the reception hall. When they arrived, a solid metal door covered the entrance. Izuku volunteered to take a look while Jiro listened in. With a brisk motion, Izuku created a peephole in the reinforced steel and began reconnaissance with Jiro at his side. What they discovered stunned them. A group of armed mercenaries had stormed the gala, used restraining devices and gas to render the heroes unconscious, and were holding civilians at gunpoint. The leader, referred to as Wolfram, had seized David and his assistant Sam before leaving for a place called the Vault. The others could not believe that mercenaries had managed to infiltrate one of the most secure buildings on Earth and neutralize even All Might so quickly. Kirishima whispered that they had to do something. Ida objected that they were students, not licensed heroes. Uraraka insisted they could not stand by while people suffered. Kaminari added that doing nothing was not an option. Ida asked what they proposed to do. Melissa joined the discussion with a pragmatic suggestion. They could try to override the security system. Mineta asked how that could be accomplished. Melissa explained that the main security office sat on the 195th floor, just below the vault. If they could retake it, they could disable the lockdown and call for help. Izuku then gestured and made his decision clear. He indicated that Eri was on the verge of tears inside and that he would be a poor older brother if he did not help her. He declared that he was going in and that none of them could stop him. The others nodded and wished him luck. As they left, Izuku removed his tuxedo coat and took a determined stance in front of the door. Inside the party venue, the head mercenary confirmed that all the heroes were unconscious and restrained, including All Might. His subordinate verified the report. The leader sneered that with the civilians under control, things would proceed smoothly. The mercenaries tightened their grip on the situation and prepared to move toward the vault. The head mercenary began to stare before he was interrupted. The main door burst open in a cloud of debris, startling everyone and putting the mercenaries on immediate alert. Izuku announced that they were in deep trouble. As the dust cleared, Izuku stood in the center of the room with a very displeased expression. The mercenaries immediately aimed their weapons at him while Eri felt happy to see her older brother. One of the mercenaries asked nervously that the doors were reinforced steel and wondered how Izuku had managed to break through. The leader replied that it did not matter and insisted no one would move while the civilians were kept in their crosshairs, pointing his pistol at a random civilian. Izuku calmly stated that none of the civilians were in any danger. The leader demanded why, and Izuku explained with a confident smirk that they would shoot him instead of the civilians. The leader sneered and asked why they would do that to the civilians. Izuku warned that if even a single drop of the civilians' blood was spilled, he would make sure none of the mercenaries left the island alive, adopting a fierce, intense grin as he stared the leader down. The leader shuddered but pushed through his fear, aimed his rifle, and ordered Izuku to die before opening fire. In Izuku's perception, the bullets slowed as if the air had thickened. He managed to catch the entire magazine before quietly dropping the cartridges onto the floor. A mercenary voiced fear and confusion at how the situation had changed so quickly. Izuku admitted that, cliché as it sounded, he had caught them all. The leader barked for everyone to open fire. The mercenaries unleashed a sustained barrage, but Izuku used his water stream rock smashing fist technique to catch or redirect every shot with controlled, stylized movements. After several minutes, the gunfire ceased and the dust began to settle. The leader laughed confidently, taunting Izuku and sure of victory, but as the dust cleared, the mercenaries began to panic and the civilians stared in amazement at what they had just seen. The leader then grabbed a civilian and pressed a knife against her throat, acknowledging Izuku's speed even as he escalated the threat. A tense standoff followed. The leader threatened to kill the civilian he held as a shield, his brow sweating profusely. Izuku told him there was no need, that they had provided the perfect means to incapacitate them. He then produced 24 bullets between his fingers and, before the mercenaries could react, launched them with impossible precision. Each round struck mercenaries in their knees and shoulders, rendering them unable to continue. Even the leader, still holding a civilian shield, was hit with pinpoint accuracy. In moments the entire squad was disabled and the civilians stood stunned. Izuku was immediately surrounded by grateful family members. He checked on his mother and sister, asking if they were all right. Inko hugged him tightly and expressed how proud and relieved she was. Eri hugged him as well and said he had been very brave. Izuku thanked them both, then explained that he had to hurry because his friends were ahead of him. When Inko urged him to be safe and told him she worried despite knowing his strength, Izuku hugged her again and kissed both her and Eri on the forehead before leaving to aid his friends. Eventually Izuku caught up to his friends, who had already climbed over 40 floors. He explained what had happened. The group was not particularly surprised by his unusual abilities, though Melissa looked genuinely incredulous. As they continued upward, they encountered small bands of gunmen, each quickly dealt with through teamwork and a mixture of tactics and force. By the time they reached floor 120, most of them were exhausted and weak, and their progress was slowed further by a massive magnetically sealed door rigged with alarms. Kirishima and Izuku tried to rally morale with encouraging words, but the group's energy was fading. Melissa and May worked to hack the door to open it without triggering its alarm. Mineta, trying to help, instead pushed a large red button and accidentally set the alarm off. Before anyone could react, mercenaries arrived. The group defeated them swiftly, but the attackers called for backup and warned their crew about the intruders in the tower. At that point, Izuku abandoned stealth and used raw force, tearing the magnetically sealed door from its hinges with a powerful punch so the group could continue. They entered an experimental greenhouse that Melissa explained was used to test chlorokinetic quirks. There they faced two tougher mercenary enforcers. A stout man who transformed into a massive, powerful, purple-built figure resembling a gorilla, and a lanky opponent with unusually large, webbed hands whose touch could displace matter into smooth spherical voids. The two enforcers attacked. The gorilla-like man relied on overwhelming strength and durability, while the lanky man used his spatial ability to manipulate the environment. The group coordinated their efforts, dodging and countering in fast, stylized action. Izuku and Kirishima focused on drawing the larger man's strength away with bold strikes, while Melissa and May used technical skill and quick thinking to limit the lanky man's ability to create dangerous gaps. Mineta and others supported with distractions and improvised moves. The skirmish remained tense but non-graphic, ending when the team managed to neutralize their opponents and press on. Both quirks were dangerous in their own right, but the two also displayed teamwork and strategic thinking. Todoroki used fire and ice in tandem to control the battlefield, while Kirishima and Toki attacked the gorilla man and the others used ranged attacks to harass the lanky mercenary. The mercenaries, however, were persistent and skilled, and time began to drag on. Melissa insisted they must move forward, and Izuku agreed. Kirishima, Toki, and Todoroki remained behind to hold the deadly duo of maniacal mercenaries while the rest of the group pushed ahead. After escaping the greenhouse, the group fought up through more floors and bands of gunmen until they reached the 195th floor, a massive central tower that led to 3 gangways and was covered in security robots. The robots immediately attacked. The group took cover as the robots fired taser cables and expanding foam to restrain them. Momo quickly fashioned a launcher to thin the herd, but even after a dozen blasts the robots kept coming. Melissa explained that hidden transport tubes were replenishing the robots' numbers. The mechanized army was clearly intended as a distraction, and the group had to come up with a new plan. Momo created a Gatling gun for herself, amplifiers for Jiro, a large hammer for Yururika, a copy of Kaminari's amplifier, and a bat for Mineta, while Ida relied on his legs. They all tore into the horde of machines, giving Izuku, Mei, and Melissa an opening to get to the security center. At the main security room door, Izuku pulled the others back as a blade tried to cut them down. He seized the blade and its wielder from the shadows, broke the blade, and subdued the attacker. They then entered the security room. Inside, Melissa realized something important. In the security room, Melissa asked fearfully where her father was. Izuku told her that Wolfram had mentioned a vault and asked if she knew anything about it while Melissa and Mei worked on the system. Melissa explained that the vault housed secret or banned projects, wealths of weapons and equipment that could start wars, and that she now understood why the mercenaries had targeted her father. She said the villains planned to rob the vault and sell whatever they could, which would lead to chaos. Mei spoke up and urged her to stop them, but Melissa insisted she needed to remain to help with the system. Mei told her to call her by name and laughed off the idea that the code would be impenetrable, confident that she could crack it. Melissa thanked Mei, and she and Izuku ran toward the vault as Mei dove into hacking, laughing as she worked. At the vault entrance, they overheard David speaking about a device that had been taken by the Council of Island and lamenting the loss of his work. Sam pulled a metal briefcase from one of the thousands of lockboxes and spoke approvingly of the villains doing their job. Confused and alarmed, Melissa burst into the room with Izuku right behind her and demanded to know what was happening. David reacted with shocked surprise at Melissa's presence. Sam began to sweat. Melissa demanded to know why David and Sam were talking as if they had planned the robbery. David explained that they had built a Q80, a quirk amplification device. He said it had taken years of research to complete and that the council had confiscated it, deeming it too dangerous for public release. He insisted he had never intended to make it public. The Q80, David said, could theoretically amplify its user's quirk 100-fold without side effects. Izuku and Melissa were stunned. Melissa angrily asked why he had made something so dangerous. David answered that All Might was slowing down and that he had made the device to amplify All Might's power so the symbol of peace could continue to shine. Melissa reacted in disbelief. When she asked why mercenaries had been hired, David insisted he had hired actors to stage the robbery. Izuku pressed him about the armed men, the gas used on the heroes, and the security robots. David went pale. Sam accused David of betrayal, saying he had been wronged after pouring effort into the project and receiving neither recognition nor compensation. Before David could respond, a new voice cut in. A massive wave of metal slammed into Izuku, pinning him under coils of metal and binding him with high tensile cables. Wolfram revealed himself. With Izuku restrained, Wolfram turned his attention to Melissa and coldly indicated that he could not leave her alive, implying she might reveal the device to others. David reacted with horror and demanded answers, insisting he had hired actors, not killers. Sam then produced a gun and aimed it at David, telling him that the original plan had been altered. He explained that while David had sulked over the lack of reward, Sam had been plotting. He admitted that he had preemptively contacted Wolfram, informed him of the plan, and referred David to him. Wolfram had played along as Sam requested. Sam told David, to his utter horror, that Davy was not the leader of a group of professional actors but an actual mercenary hired to steal the Q80. David had thought he had hired actors, not mercenaries, and the realization shook him. Sam bluntly explained in a monotone that after all the effort they had put into the project and received nothing in return, this was the most efficient way to get something from the ordeal. He said that the price would be David, a promising student, and, regrettably, David's daughter. Sam presented this as a fair exchange for the recognition he believed he deserved. Sam addressed Melissa coldly and said he felt no pleasure in what was about to happen. Wolfram added that Egghead had offered to make more Q80s to sell on the black market if they recruited him. As a mercenary, Wolfram said he could not refuse. He leveled his gun at Melissa, who stood trembling. David shouted that he would not allow it. Wolfram sneered and asked how David intended to stop them, confident the scientist would not have the courage to act. In a sudden move, David struck Sam in the face, seized Sam's gun, and aimed it at Wolfram. Wolfram mocked David's threat, then ped his own weapon and aimed frighteningly close to Melissa. David, hands shaking, swore he would shoot if Wolfram did not drop the gun. Wolfram taunted him with a countdown and threatened to shoot Melissa if David did not comply. Before the countdown could finish, multiple gunshots rang out. Wolfram collapsed to the floor, felled by the shots. He hit the ground with a heavy thud. His body went still. David stared in shock at what he had done, then dropped the weapon and sank to his knees as Melissa ran to him and threw her arms around him. Melissa cried that she had been so scared. David, hugging her tightly, said he was sorry for his foolishness, and the two clung to each other in a quiet, broken embrace. At that moment Izuku managed to free himself from the tangle of metal and wires that had held him. He took stock of the scene. The shields were embracing and crying, Wolfram lay still, a recently fired gun rested on the floor, and Sam was unconscious. Izuku quickly secured the Q80 and bound Sam. He chose to give the shields their moment and stepped back to finish securing the area. Wolfram, moments before he had collapsed, had been poised to harm Melissa. Suddenly he felt a series of sharp jolts of pain and a cold wash spread through him. He blinked and found himself standing in a meadow of flowers, disoriented and unable to make sense of how he had arrived there. A powerful voice echoed across the meadow and told him he was in its realm. Wolfram felt small and overwhelmed. When he turned to see the source of the voice, he encountered a vast humanoid presence towering over the landscape, composed of bone and sinew with a head that resembled a mass of brain tissue. The sheer scale and strangeness of the being left Wolfram unable to form a sensible question. The entity addressed him directly and said it had a proposition for Mr. Wolfram. With the Q80 secured and Sam restrained, Melissa and David sat in shocked silence, each aware that nothing between them would be the same after the events of the night. Then a sound broke the quiet. Izuku turned toward the noise and was shocked to see Wolfram moving again. The movement did not look like a human will to live. It was driven by something else. A familiar, unnerving sensation washed over Izuku, and as Wolfram lifted his head he announced that their old master sent his regards and called Izuku by the epithet Hero Hunter. Wolfram's body began to transfigure violently. Melissa and David watched in alarm as the man on the floor changed form. Melissa cried out, asking what was happening. Izuku's mind raced as he tried to process the words Wolfram had used and what they implied about an unseen figure from his past. Izuku ordered Melissa and David to run. They grabbed Sam and fled as instructed. Izuku watched Wolfram's body undergo a dramatic, monstrous transformation. Wolfram declared that he could feel new power surging through him. He said that his quirks, muscle augmentation and metal manipulation had become incomprehensibly stronger, and that his body now felt invincible. Izuku accused Wolfram of acting on orders from All for One. Wolfram acknowledged that he had been contracted by an old, faceless figure to retrieve the device and claimed that he now had a new, divine purpose. The mercenary's human form was overwritten by a massive, monstrous shape. He grew to roughly 40 feet tall, his frame taking on a dense, heavily muscled appearance with large curved horns and a skull-like visage. Dark, hardened plates of metal covered his forearms and shins like gauntlets and greaves. His hands and feet had reconfigured into multiple heavy digits tipped with long metal claws. A deep, glowing seam of molten-like light ran from his chest toward his pelvis, giving his presence an otherworldly, stylized intensity. Izuku braced himself for the confrontation as the transformed Wolfram towered over the vault, his new form radiating power and menace. He wore a large golden metal belt that flowed into a red, liquid metal tasset. In the center of his belly sat a solid metal sphere, unblemished and radiating power. Izuku angrily accused Wolfram of taking the hand and took a combat stance. Wolfram confirmed that he had and then moved at inhuman speed, suddenly close enough to fill Izuku's vision. Wolfram declared his intention to use this new power to destroy Izuku and everyone on the planet, and then pulled his fist back to strike. Izuku's only reaction was alarm before the blow landed. The punch sent Izuku flying nearly 20 feet, and it hurt. He registered the impact as though he had been struck by a blazing, reinforced wrecking ball as he forced himself to recover. Wolfram began to manipulate sheets of metal torn from the walls, making them float around him. He was elated to find he no longer needed physical contact to control metal. He could now exert his quirk remotely. The metal even began to melt in midair as he adjusted its temperature and fired a stream of molten metal toward Izuku. Izuku deflected the liquid with martial arts training, but the heat seared him. Wolfram taunted Izuku and then assaulted him with a hailstorm of steel and molten iron. Izuku deflected the attacks and charged, counterattacking with a whirlwind iron-cutting fist. The strike sheared away the villain's metal appendages and ripped through portions of his plating, but Wolfram's body immediately began to regenerate in a rapid, stylized fashion. Wolfram cried out in pain, then quickly recovered and cockily downplayed it. He raised his hands and took control of every piece of metal in the vault. The structure itself moved at his command, and he slammed the building down toward Izuku, collapsing part of the tower and, in the chaos, killing several of his allies on the helipad. Izuku dodged as best he could, but the onslaught came from every direction and even his reflexes could not cover every angle. In the frenzy, he lost track of Wolfram, who reappeared from within a block of metal and ambushed him, sending Izuku crashing into a metal. Wolfram threatened to melt Izuku with molten iron and said he would kill everyone on the island, but his monologue was cut short when a massive punch struck him and sent him flying. All Might had arrived and intervened, making it clear that no one threatened his student with impunity. All Might smashed the cage to free Izuku. Izuku thanked All Might and admitted how close he had come to being overwhelmed. He explained to All Might that Wolfram had been hired by an acquaintance to steal a device intended to halt All Might's loss of power, and that All for One had also contracted Wolfram to take it. Izuku added that Wolfram had two quirks: metal manipulation and muscle augmentation, and had transformed into the molten, regenerative form confronting them now. All Might expressed disbelief that his acquaintance would be involved and concern at the rest of Izuku's report. Izuku insisted they deal with Wolfram immediately. All Might warned that heroes should not kill unless absolutely necessary, but Izuku argued that the man before them was no longer human. All Might tried to reason that it might be a latent mutation, but Izuku urged action instead of debate. All Might agreed to join him. Wolfram threatened to tear them apart, and the two heroes launched a combined assault. Their coordinated smash struck the villain's jaw, shattering it and sending him careening away from the tower. He used his ferrokinesis to pull pieces of the tower toward himself and fashion a platform, his jaw reforming as he complained. All Might and Izuku leapt back into the fray. The battle became a relentless, high-stakes exchange. The two heroes poured everything they had into defeating the bulky, metal-enhanced enemy. Wolfram repeatedly regenerated from injuries, countering with massive metal cubes hurled like meteors, cannons that spewed molten streams, and concussive punches that sent shockwaves through the air. The tower provided him with an endless supply of metal to weaponize, and the heroes found themselves slowly overwhelmed. Both were eventually hurled back onto the tower, breathing hard. Izuku worried that Wolfram would simply keep healing and wear them down. All Might admitted the concern and checked how much time he had left to maintain his full strength. Wolfram declared that his master demanded the heroes' deaths and began to reshape his surroundings. Metal pillars rose and converged around him, the structure rumbling as it answered his will. The metal shifted and warped until a massive upper half of a humanoid form towered above them. It rose well over 200 feet tall, fully reinforced, and each hand gripped a blade glowing with steaming hot metal. Upon its shoulders there was a head with eyes that glowed. The massive machine announced itself as a Titan soldier of divine metal and unleashed a torrent of molten metal while swinging its enormous superheated blades. Izuku and All Might both dodged the molten stream as it seared the ground and avoided the blades as they cleaved through the tower. They immediately counterattacked. Izuku told All Might that if they wanted to tear the thing down they truly needed to work together. All Might replied that had they not been doing that already, young Midoriya. Izuku clarified that he meant on a deeper level melding their fighting spirits, achieving resonance and amplification. All Might listened as Izuku urged him to put his back and heart into every attack and to follow his example. All Might nodded in acceptance of the plan. They attacked the giant metal creature at different points, and with each simultaneous hit their power grew. All Might felt his old strength returning as the embers of One for All glowed brighter than they had in years, while Izuku felt his own power pushing past limits he had thought were fixed. Their speed and force increased until the bolted behemoth was dented and battered, but it kept reforming. As the villain used the machine to regenerate, Izuku leaped toward the chest where he sensed Wolfram's presence and struck with everything he had. He drove himself into the metal heart of the mech and dislodged its regeneration core, wrenching the mechanism free. Wolfram bellowed that the core must be returned. The machine dropped a sword and reached to grab Izuku, but Izuku tossed the massive core high into the sky, daring the villain to go and get it. Wolfram reacted with a metal hand and snatched at the core, but it was already too late. Izuku ran up the monster's back, launched himself at the core, used it as a platform and bounded back toward the enemy. Wolfram tried to crush him between the mech's giant hands, proclaiming that he would never be killed and that he had a divine purpose to end the world. Izuku, resolved to surpass his limits, prepared his final attack and called upon a powerful technique he had used before, a devastating karate chop with his full strength behind it, the mountain-splitting monster cutter. The attack cleaved cleanly through the machine, shattering the mech and decisively ending the villain's hold on it. The impact also tore through a section of the tower, and Wolfram was left defeated and broken as the machine collapsed. At the bottom of the tower, civilians were recovering and heroes were handling the remaining mercenaries. David had confessed his crimes and he and Sam were under arrest. A hero alerted the crowd that something was happening to the tower, and everyone looked up as the tower's peak was torn apart by the rampaging metal monstrosity. Spectators watched two figures running along the creature's body, striking it repeatedly. One of them punched a hole through the machine and threw something into the sky that the monster had been trying to reclaim. The same figure ran up the machine's back, leaped toward the object he had thrown, used it as a launching point, and then bisected the menacing construct cleanly in half. The two heroes descended from the wreckage and were immediately swarmed by the crowd. A reporter asked All Might to explain what had happened. Another queried what could be said about the giant metal monster. Others asked whether All Might had been the one to cleave it in half and who the green-haired boy was. The crowd wondered if he was a sidekick. Izuku had his own concerns. His mother, Inko, rushed forward and hugged him tightly, overwhelmed with relief. Izuku reassured her that he was all right and gently wrenched free to hug his sister. Eri, who had been watching through binoculars Momo had given her, told him that he had been so cool. Izuku thanked her and friends crowded around, asking for his account of what had happened, and he realized he had explaining to do. He also found himself thinking that he hoped the others could forgive him for what he had been forced to do. Meanwhile, as heroes celebrated their victory, something different was unfolding on the moon. The light side of the satellite collapsed in a series of seismic events that left circular craters arranged like an enormous eye. Upon that eye stood an entity of malice and chaos, an imposing presence bent on manipulation and destruction. The entity addressed those below, remarking that Garou the hero hunter had regained much of his strength but that, for the moment, it would withhold direct action and observe. It then considered who among the world would become its next apostle as it looked down upon the planet it planned to test. The heroes stood together amid the aftermath, breathing heavily but relieved. Their victory had cost them, but they had protected the people beneath the tower and stopped the immediate threat. After the whole debacle on I Island, many of the class members wanted to rest, but fate had other plans for them. Before the trip, the class had scheduled an outing to the Kiyoshi Ward Mall to stock up on supplies for the training camp. Now the beleaguered group was going shopping. They all arrived by train or bus and gathered just outside the mall. As they approached, they were surrounded by fans from the sports festival and by people who had heard about Izuku's role in the capture of Overhaul and Stain. The crowd swelled as rumors spread that survivors of the USJ, participants in the festival, and the one who had captured Stain were present. The class did their best to placate the crowd with photos, autographs, and answers. Eventually the crowd dispersed and the group hurried into the mall before more people could gather. While attention remained on the students, a single, desperate individual slipped into the building unnoticed. After escaping the crowd and entering the mall, most of the class were taken aback by its size. Wall-to-wall shops selling everything from food to furniture to fruit baskets. Ida tried to maintain order, but the group quickly split up to gather what they needed for the trip. Some, like Mina, needed only a few essentials, while others, like Uraraka, were still hunting for almost everything on the list. Tokoyami, Shoji, Ida, and Toj went to look for footwear and waterproofs. Mina and Tsuyu searched for tents with Siro and Kaminari. Koda joined Hagakure to look for coats but was soon distracted by the pet shop. Mineta was pulled away by Kirishima and Sato to the menswear department. Momo and Jiro visited an upscale clothing shop that felt very exclusive. Uraraka joined Izuku and Todoroki to buy the last of their supplies. Todoroki offered to pay, and when she hesitated, he explained he was using his father's card and that he did it because it annoyed his father when he bought frivolous things. Ojiro and Aoyama went on a snack run together, with Aoyama repeatedly tempted by the dairy store. After a couple of hours of shopping, the class broke for lunch to compare purchases. The usual seating area was full, so they found another spot while Izuku and Ida waited for their food. When Izuku felt a strange sensation he had not felt in a long time, he decided to investigate. After delivering the food and warning his friends not to touch his sandwich, he excused himself to the restroom. The men's toilets carried a heavy, unnatural aura. A faint metallic scent hung in the air. Izuku entered and moved cautiously, scanning each stall. The first 3 were empty, but the 4th stall was locked. He peered under the door, saw a pair of shoes and knocked, receiving no answer. He knocked again with growing urgency and then forced the door open. Inside was a lifeless young man. The body was pale and unnaturally still, and the skin showed patterned marks suggesting it had been the victim of a predatory attack. The sight made Izuku's stomach tighten, but he moved carefully and sensed the scene was recent. From the final stall he heard an unsettling sound, like someone struggling. The stall was unlocked. When he opened it, he found another man still alive but weakened, and clinging to the wall above him was a strange, humanoid figure. The attacker's appearance was unsettling: crimson-tinted skin, blonde hair, yellow eyes, a mouth full of sharp teeth and long, writhing tendrils tipped with small, skin mouths. The creature's hands ended in syringe-shaped tips. Its presence felt dangerous and unstable. The injured man pleaded weakly for help as his strength faded. The creature abandoned its attention to the man and turned toward Izuku. The intruder identified herself as Himiko Toga and regarded Izuku with an intense, unsettling expression. Izuku reacted on instinct and kicked toward her. The attacker twisted and avoided the blow with a sudden, unnatural movement that closed as quickly as it had opened. She then taunted him and launched more tendrils toward him. Izuku responded by using Waterstream Rock Smashing Fist to deflect the rushing tendrils. The restroom erupted into fast, anime-style motion as Izuku and the intruder exchanged rapid attacks and evasive maneuvers, each trying to gain the upper hand without any graphic injuries shown. He used Heart Explosion Release to send a shockwave through her body and free himself, but the attack only dazed her for a short time. As soon as Izuku recovered, a barrage of spear-like tendrils shot from her chest. He dodged as the tendrils struck the tile and concrete behind him. Izuku backed away to gain distance and demanded to know who she was, then corrected himself to ask what she was as Toga exited the stall. Toga answered with a crazed smile and claimed to be an agent of divinity on a mission, calling herself a hero hunter. The revelation confirmed his worst fears and froze him for a heartbeat. She then coiled and sprang toward him, smashing them both through the stall door and the restroom wall into the plaza. When they burst into the main plaza, chaos erupted. Civilians screamed and fled, mall security rushed in, and Izuku's friends moved to help. A monster composed of liquid matter rose from the floor and the security team were quickly overwhelmed and incapacitated by its relentless tendrils. Mina reacted in horror, and Ida began to object to Izuku's order, but Izuku cut them off and ordered everyone to evacuate and call the pro-heroes. The monster turned toward the group with a sadistic smile and formed an axe-like weapon in its hand. Izuku saw the swing coming and barely avoided being hit. His shirt was cut. Toga taunted him and then launched another attack that he dodged with a backflip. She continued to taunt him, clearly intent on harming him rather than pleading or reasoning. He leapt onto a mall stall roof and steadied himself, ready to hunt. Toga generated several limbs and transformed their ends into axe-like blades before flinging herself at him in a barrage of strikes. Izuku dodged as best he could. Blades glanced him now and then and he felt the sting of small cuts. Suddenly a spear struck, and Izuku evaded it by jumping to the right. The spear bent and redirected itself, then pierced his side and slammed him into a wall. He cursed as he felt the hit, recalling similar wounds from before. Tendrils latched onto him and began drawing his blood. He sliced them off and assumed a defensive stance. Toga mocked him as she launched more tendrils. Izuku gritted his teeth and pushed through the pain, calling on his fighting spirit. His movements grew faster and more precise as he dodged the onslaught. He ran along the upper levels of the mall, evading the relentless attacks and remembering the lessons from his last confrontation with a shape-changing enemy. Gathering his strength, Izuku launched himself at Toga. She responded by firing more tendrils, but he used his core strength and aerial mobility to avoid them until he connected with a powerful punch that sent her crashing into the plaza fountain. He landed atop her and began a furious counterattack, striking repeatedly until it appeared she had been knocked out. The apparent victory was a trick. Tendrils suddenly erupted from his torso, forcing him to reel back as blood flowed from the new wound. Toga's head reformed. She had shifted her limbs to strike from unexpected angles and had caught him by surprise. Izuku realized he was losing too much blood and that she would not prolong the fight. Toga moved in close and bared her teeth, preparing to strike. This confrontation was different from his fight with Wolfram. The ex-mercenary had been a brute force to counter with skill, but Toga's unpredictability made her attacks impossible to read, with sudden spikes and dips in her intent that felt like a series of heart-stopping jolts. Help arrived in the nick of time. Kamui Woods lashed out with his branches, striking Toga and grabbing Izuku to pull him to safety while Miruko vaulted over and slammed her foot into Toga's head, driving her down and evading the counterattacks. Miruko checked on Izuku. He gave her a thumbs up despite the blood, and more heroes converged to contain the villain. A hero in camouflage gear called for Toga to surrender, and Toga's head reformed with a grin. She spoke a menacing line, then her body broke down into a pool of liquid that slipped into the fountain's drainage. Heroes tried to stop her. A heroine with cannon-like arms blasted the fountain, but the villain had already escaped. Miruko kicked the fountain in frustration at not getting to finish the fight. After the mall was swept and the police arrived, Izuku was placed in an ambulance. His friends crowded around him, calling his name and checking his condition in relief. All his friends cried out as they went to check on him. Izuku greeted them and asked if they were all right. Kaminari told him they should be asking him that. Izuku downplayed his injuries as only a few scratches. Uraraka exclaimed that he had several wounds on his torso. Izuku dismissed their concern and said they would be fine. Mina remarked that he was completely unbelievable. Izuku acknowledged it with a hint of smugness, saying it added to his charm. Ida then asked intently what had happened. Detective Tsukachi echoed the question as he approached with a notepad. Izuku explained that he had gone to the restroom after feeling the need and found it oddly quiet. When he investigated, he had discovered an unresponsive body in one stall and then heard a strange noise from the next stall. He had seen a villain, Himiko Toga, apparently attacking someone, and had engaged immediately. The rest should be on the security tapes, he added. Tsukachi thanked him for his honesty, warned him not to confront villains without a license, and left to brief his officers. Tsu asked what the detective had meant by that warning. Ida explained that it referred to Midoriya being quirkless, which affected how vigilante laws applied. Those laws specifically restrict quirked individuals from hero activity without a license. Kirishima asked if that meant Midoriya was above the law. Izuku clarified that he was considered a civilian aide and could not be officially credited as a hero without a license, something he had researched when he was younger. After that, the class dispersed with their purchased items. An ambulance took Izuku to the hospital, but before he left he handed Todoroki a list of things he still needed and asked if he could help a friend. Todoroki produced his father's credit card and said it would be covered. At the League hideout, Tamura was having one of his bad days. A new recruit had arrived, which meant he had to stay to interview them and miss the 3-for-1 pizza deal at the Kiyoshi Ward Mall. The The situation was made worse by who had shown up. Bakugo was impatiently demanding to be let in, and Tamura told him to be quiet while he considered the request. Tamura asked Bakugo to reiterate why he was there, to make sure he had not lost his mind. Bakugo insisted that he had been unfairly expelled from UA and wanted to join the league to get vengeance. Around them, the Yakuza members spoke among themselves and with Dabi. Rappa complained that he grew antsy waiting to fight, downing a drink. Tengai urged patience, insisting that patience would be their greatest virtue if they were to avenge and free their leader and rebuild their organization. Dabi scoffed at Tengai's pious tone, but Nemoto told them to be quiet because the boss was thinking. Chronostasis said he would reveal details when the time was right and reminded them they could not rebuild a 500-year-old organization overnight. Then there was a knock at the door. Bakugo asked if anyone had ordered takeout. Mimic noted that several members knew the secret knock and suggested it might be another hopeful recruit. A young woman of about 19 stood at the door in a school uniform, her blonde hair in messy buns, sharp teeth visible in her smile, and striking yellow eyes that made the room uncomfortable. Dabi asked for her name. The woman smiled and introduced herself as Himiko Toga. Dabi considered letting her in, thinking that if she proved dangerous they could handle her together. As she entered, the others reacted with a mixture of curiosity and unease. Bakugo dismissed her appearance, and Tamura snapped that he handled introductions. Dabi told Tamura that she had said her name was Himiko Toga, and Toga repeated her name with a grin. Tamura asked why she wanted to join the league. Toga replied bluntly that she wanted to kill, her sadistic smile catching some of the members off guard. Tamura then asked why she killed. Tamura asked, hoping to find a kindred spirit for untold destruction. Himiko Toga responded that she was drawn to blood, that her parents had hated it, and that she had emancipated herself. She produced a newspaper from a few days prior to prove it. Tamura read the paper as many of the others looked over his shoulder. The article reported the Toga family found dead under mysterious circumstances, with signs suggesting they had been preyed upon. Tamura reacted with childish glee at the news and declared her accepted into the league. Katsukame objected loudly, questioning why the young girl should be allowed to join based on accusations and who could really say she had acted alone. Toga challenged him, asking if he doubted her devotion to death dealing. Her eyes darkened and her teeth sharpened to a threatening point. The Yakuza man replied that he did doubt her and squared up to intimidate her. Toga threatened to kill him to prove her point, and something beneath her sweater began to writhe. The Yakuza taunted her and lunged to strike her. In an instant several tendrils burst from Toga's body and shot toward the giant man faster than he could react. Kurogiri intervened, using his portals to redirect most of the tendrils away from the massive man. Two still made contact and struck the Yakuza, leaving him collapsed and in obvious pain. He coughed and fell as Toga retracted her tendrils and faced the rest of the league. Toga offered a sadistic smile as her hand transformed into a giant clawed hook, a clear demonstration of speed and power. No one dared speak after that. Tamura stepped forward and welcomed Himiko Toga to the league, placing a hand on her shoulder while avoiding any careless gesture that might cause harm. Not that it would have mattered much. Liquid and decay did not behave the same way as solid things. As the league welcomed the new members, each newcomer entertained private ambitions. Bakugo thought arrogantly that now, as a member, he could outmaneuver the others and rise in the MLA ranks, possibly to Supreme Commander. Toga pictured using these humans to further her purpose, imagining them defeated across a ruined city. A brief neutral moment bridged the scene and events moved on.